loophole. The name derives from the shooting that happened in Charleston, where an individual was blacklisted from being able to acquire a firearm. And what people have to do when they purchase a firearm is they have to get a background check, and they have to pass that background check to make sure they're not prohibited by the federal government from owning a firearm. This particular person was prohibited, and he went to the firearms dealer, but there was a delay in getting the background check. And so there's this loophole where if there's a delay, the firearms dealer after 3 days can do what's called a default proceed, which is he can give that firearm away anyways, even if the background check hasn't come back. So what we're going to do is say that if the purchaser hasn't received their background check, then they have to wait until they pass their background check, and then they can get their firearm. And so that's what we're planning to do.
And in this case, the background check did come back, but too late.
Yes, yeah, it came back too late, and after it came back, he had killed 9 parishioners in a black church.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that many of us believe. These are common sense steps we can take to help make people a little safer here. And, it's one thing we talk about adults, but one of the things I've been concerned about is knowing that our kids in schools now have to take regular time out to do lockdown drills, to have to do active shooter drills, and that's not what our kids should be doing in school. So if we can make them feel a little bit safer, and parents who send their kids to school a little safer, and I think that's something we should do.
Absolutely. There's another thing I wanted to talk about. As you know, yesterday we had a little bit of a disagreement on the floor regarding a bill that I don't think got much press, but it's a bill that allows candidates for office to use some of their donations for childcare. And I remember when I was campaigning, I'd have to bribe my daughter who had just turned 8. I'd say, all right, we'll knock on 5 doors, talk to some folks, and then we can go get ice cream. And that worked for a little bit, but ultimately I had to start finding babysitters, and I also had her mother was also very supportive, and I was able to get some help from there. But not everybody has that level of privilege, and I'm a strong believer that the doors to this building and the seats in the chamber are open for everybody, including young parents, and they should be able to participate and use their money that's donated to their campaign however they wish.
It's just as valid an expense as putting gas in your car,
or exactly.
Paying for literature, something that's necessary. And I totally agree with you. If we want more diversity, especially among ages, we need to help people in this regard. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Glad to vote for that bill and send it on to the Senate. We'll see what the governor does with it, though.
Yeah. And today we have paid family leave, the veto override. So it's going to be my first veto override to participate in. It's my understanding it's going to move, a little quick. We're not going to spend a lot of time arguing on the floor, because we've already had the first few arguments during the second and third reading, and this time I think we've garnered more support. It sounds like all the progressives are on board, and hopefully we have the votes to override it. There's a lot of strong feelings. I have a lot of strong feelings, especially about this bill, and I think that when we talk about attracting or retaining young families to this state, having paid family leave is a huge element. And when you're also talking about the 0.2% payroll tax, that would equal, I think if you get a $1,500 check, it equals $3 out of your paycheck. And it's not money that just vanishes. It's money that you can use to take 8 weeks off for a loved one if they get sick, or 12 weeks off if your partner or yourself has a child. Right?
Bonding time, they call that.
Exactly.
It's very small benefit compared to what the rest of the world does. But right now, out of the 40 top industrial nations in the world, the U.S. is the only country that doesn't have such a benefit. And I think there are only 6 or 7 other states. So it's time for Vermont to show some leadership here. And and to make ourselves more family friendly.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. Now, speaking of families and neighbors, we had lots of neighbors up here last week, and I just want to recognize what a treat it is for us when we have people come from down south, as we say. Last week there were a lot of people here for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board Day. That was the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board advocates for both conservation and new housing. And they do a great job in our area. There were a lot of people from Dummerston and Putney, and they were sharing a couple of wonderful projects that are happening. The Putney Mountain Group keeps expanding the area that they're conserving, and what they're hoping to do is have a trail that starts way up in Westminster now, connect to Dummerston. And then on the West River, there's another parcel of land that's being conserved right along the West River. So this is the legacy we're leaving our kids. So it's important that we recognize that and recognize the good people that are doing this work. That same day, we had a memorial resolution read for Paul Brune. Now, Paul has a wonderful connection to our area with his sister Bev Major of Westminster living here, and Paul's just been instrumental with a lot of the conservation work that's going on, but especially in his work with the Preservation Trust. He was essential in helping getting the general store rebuilt in Putney, and then next stage with their renovation of the church there to create this wonderful art center. So we want to encourage people to come up. Let us know you're coming up. We're glad to show you around the place, and you really have an access to state government and coming up to the building. So if you get a chance, come on up. We'd love to have you here.
Yeah, Mike, I think you covered that really well. It was great to see everybody from the board up here, and there's a big focus, as Mike was saying, on the Putney Mountain trails in that area, and those were some of the first trails that I explored with my daughter, and it's great to see the level of investment that's going into that area. So thank you for all that you do, if you're watching this.
Yeah. As we move along, our committees will be working on lots of different things. Halfway through the session, there's a mile marker we call crossover. That's where bills that are in the House have to get over to the Senate and over. Right now, something that both of our committees have worked on, just about every committee in the House has been the legalization of retail sales of marijuana. Now, many people have shared concerns that somehow this is going to make pot more available, especially to kids. And I think what we're doing is just recognizing the reality that it is for adults. There are many adults that use marijuana, and they use it reasonably in a reasonable way. I think we're agreed we don't want to make this more available to kids, and I think this bill is going to help us to make sure it doesn't get into the hands of kids, much more so now, where it's pretty much the Wild West out there.
Yeah, regulation in this sort of environment is very important when you're dealing with literally chemicals that you're putting into your body. Having regulations and rules in place regarding it will be safer for the consumer in the end. And the other aspect that I'm looking at is also the economic benefit. When not only will there be a level of revenue that's gained from the taxes that come from the commercialization of it, but you're also going to have people who come to Vermont just for this reason, and they're not going to come just for the marijuana. They're also going to participate in other areas of the economy. They're going to rent out Airbnbs or hotels. They're going to go to our general stores and hike on our trails, maybe, who knows, but they'll be participating, which will be good.
Yeah. So that's something that you should expect to see passed over. The Senate has passed a couple of versions of it over the years, and in the House we've taken our time. There are a lot of questions, and we want to make sure we answer all those questions. Something else that we talked about in our Democratic House caucus yesterday that's going to be coming our way is the Global Warming Solutions Plan. This is one of those signature bills that our caucus has been clear about and reflecting what we hear from a lot of our constituents, that we recognize global warming is real, it's here, and Vermont needs to do its part. What this plan will do is it actually create a plan. We've been doing a lot of things, but this actually creates a coherent plan. I think what we talked about in caucus yesterday is that it's actually going to hold government accountable, say we're setting these benchmarks and we expect them to be met. And as we move forward, this is just one part of the plan. There are going to be other things to do, but I know we've both been hearing from a lot of constituents about this one.
Oh yeah. I mean, this the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think we're both signed on to it. Like Mike was saying, it really gives more enforceability to the standards that we've created. It creates a cause of action, which is legalese for basically creating an avenue for people to take legal action, citizens to take legal action against the state if the state does not comply with the standards that it put in place for itself.
Yeah. At some point we have to walk the talk, and this bill puts some teeth into it, so we have to do that. Yeah. Time is now for us to act on this, especially, once again, if we're talking about the legacy we want to leave our kids and our grandchildren. These are the kind of actions we need to take. Are there things in your committee looking ahead that you're...
Yeah, we're also looking at something called justice reinvestment, and justice reinvestment is an ongoing project in which one of the ultimate goals is reducing our incarcerated population. Because right now, if we don't act on the number of people, or if we don't act on how we're incarcerating people, we're going to just see a continual growth of people being incarcerated, and there's going to be an increased cost of $43 million by 2025. If we do make changes to reduce our population, we'll see an 8 to 10% decrease in our incarcerated population and a cost savings of $14 million by 2025. And this justice reinvestment, it's, like I said, it's an ongoing process where we're continually getting information, but one of the biggest roadblocks that the Justice Reinvestment Group has told us is the lack of data. And so we're looking at how we can gather more data, because once you have the information, then you can look at that information and say, okay, so here is where we need to change certain things. Another issue is housing. People are being denied the opportunity to leave jail when their sentences are essentially finished due to a lack of housing. And that's essentially just criminalizing poverty. And so we're trying to figure out how we can work around that as well and try to make some changes that allow people to get released.
Yeah, it circles back to the work for the VHCB and our local housing trust, the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. Right now, there's really not affordable housing being built if it weren't for the trust. Mm-hmm. and it spills over into this area. It spills over into the mental health area, where the lack of housing is what keeps people institutionalized.
Yeah.
And as you said, there are people in jail right now who are there basically because they don't have the promise of housing, and we're not just going to set them out there and make more homeless people.
Right. And one thing I wanted to add to that too is furlough, which furlough it's similar to probation, but what it is essentially a person who was in jail is now outside of jail, but still under the same parameters and rules that they had to follow when they were in jail. So it's another word for house arrest, kind of. And people, I can't remember the exact statistics, but a large majority, I believe it was over 75%, are violating their furlough for technical reasons. So, let's say one of the rules or protocols that you have to follow on furlough is you have to be at work on time every single day. And let's say your car breaks down because you're living in poverty and you have no money to get it inspected or, fix whatever is wrong with it. Your car breaks down, you're late for work, you're going back to jail because of that. So it's little technical violations like that that I think we need to take a deeper look at to see, why does that person really need to go back to jail?
Now, one of the other concerns that's come up within this has been the percentage of people of color in jail in Vermont.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something else you've been looking at.
It is. There, I don't want to throw just tons of numbers and statistics at you, but we are seeing a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated in our jails in Vermont, and this ties back to the data issue that I mentioned. We don't have much more information aside from the fact that there is a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated, both residents and non-residents. It's still disproportionate regardless of whether or not they're Vermonters. And so that is also something that's going to fall under the purview of trying to change around the furlough system, trying to change around the technical violations, and also handling the criminalization of poverty.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly work that's going to be ongoing, but something we need to do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
We've got only a minute or so to go before we need to get to work here. Anything else you want to share with people back home?
It goes by really quick up here. I love every minute of it, even though it can be a little stressful sometimes. It's a great process, and there's a ton of great people up here, even though we may not all agree all the time. And it's just been a real honor and privilege to serve, and thank you. And thank you, Mike, for making sure I don't make ridiculous mistakes. So
No, it's been great to work with you and our whole caucus. Right at the beginning of the session, we were faced with the challenges of the new challenges that the Brattleboro retreat are facing. And our caucus came together and stepped up and said
very quickly too
that we need to show some leadership here and support, because what was happening from the administration was anything but support, and we needed to make sure they had some voices behind them at the retreat to know that we support them. We understand that there are some things that might need to change, but that the retreat is an essential part of our mental health system here. And our group really came together well, and it was one of those things made me proud to be able to work together.
Yeah, we've got a great delegation in Windham County. Everybody in that delegation is great.
And that's because of all the great people back home. So feel free to be in touch with us if you have a question, if you have a suggestion. We're here for you. Our contact information is on the legislative website. And thank you for watching, and thank you for BCTV for bringing our work to you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now.
This is just kind of an update and on the issues around Department of Corrections workforce, because we had some conversation the other day, and I think that the two things that, even though they aren't in any bills or anything, but that we said we would kind of just keep an eye on and keep working around, was this issue of Department of Corrections workforce and the whole issue of employee parking in the Capitol complex. We did have one session on that with BGS and our Capitol security and a bunch of other people, and they said they were going to come up with some suggestions in a couple weeks, so we're scheduling them just for an update next week. So these are two issues that don't have legislation necessarily, but that we really want to kind of keep an eye on. And so I do not see Steve Howard here. I do see Damien here. And you are here just to work with us if we come up with anything.
Yep,
and
just
if you do need to go someplace else, just
Okay, well, I told the committee upstairs that they could have me at 3 so that you guys would have time with me, but
Whoa.
I know they're trying to mark up a bill.
Who is it?
House Commerce, so.
Is it a bill that we might like?
29.
It prohibits some non-compete agreements. So I don't know if that would be a bill you'd like or not.
I don't know, but if you feel your time would be better spent up there helping them, feel free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check in with the committee and see where they're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are having members of the DOC next week too, so.
And then, so who else is here that wants to weigh in today? Any of you want to weigh in today on anything? Where are you from?
I want to hear what their employment practice.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm just here to observe
Okay.
Department of Labor.
Oh, great.
And these guys are the
Yeah. And so I was hoping that we would hear some more from the Employees Association, but and one of the things we talked about was how hard it is to recruit and why we can't fill positions and stuff. So I talked to Beth yesterday about maybe just talking to us a little bit about that, and do we really need to look at different qualifications and what is it that we need to do in order to be able to recruit and retain people for DOC? Do you want to just join us in? And knowing that this is pretty informal, I think that we should just feel that we're... Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sure the Department of Labor has some information about why it might be hard and what they can do to work with human resources and corrections and stuff, so, okay.
And at the end, may we ask other questions of the workforce report?
Oh, yeah,
If we have time.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I think that, and we were hoping that Commissioner Baker could come and give us kind of an update, but he could not come today, so, but we'd already scheduled everything, and it's getting hard to reschedule and unschedule and reschedule, so, anyway, so, Commissioner, would you like to give us some information on kind of what we talked about yesterday?
That would be great. I'm Beth Fastici, the Commissioner of Human Resources, and I also have our General Counsel, Tom Oldman, here, and then our Director of Field Operations, Chris McConnell, is also here to keep me, make sure I have questions they usually know the answer. So,
Okay.
so they're there for support. And as you all know, DHR is a support department, so we support all the state government and anything HR. So I like to think of myself as the back operations of state government, the back office of there, and I have a extensive business background. So the things that we do payroll, all payroll, including your payroll. We do employee classification, we do benefits administration and wellness, statewide training, labor relations, field services. So our employees are kind of sit within the agencies and departments and provide them what you would think of as typical human resources services and personnel support. And then also employee investigations into misconduct. That's kind of a broad range of the things we do. Also recruitment, statewide recruitment. And as you know, Agency of Human Services is the largest agency in state government. Therefore, they're our biggest customer. I like to think of them as our biggest customer. And the largest single individual department is also the Department of the Corrections. With DCF, they're kind of competing for a number of employees, but the two are right up there, kind of as big departments. And so I thought maybe it would be a good idea to kind of look at it at the macro level and look at the workforce report. And so I do have some copies of some things that I thought we could highlight in the report if you want it, but you also have it, because it's so much nicer, let's see.
Oh, it is.
It's so much nicer online, and you'll have the link to it, but I think, is that enough for everybody? I have a couple other.
One for Gail.
Here.
Here. So,
Yeah. And so the ones that I pulled up was just to kind of look at the size. Look at the size of corrections, and this is alphabetical. It's got, so corrections is kind of down, 10 down, C, and they've got total full-time equivalents, 977, and if you look kind of down the line, they've got the Agency of Transportation is there standing alone, but that's a whole agency. And then Children and Families is up there with a high number as well. So Children and Families is the 970 and Corrections is the 977. So they're kind of neck and neck for the largest departments. And then if you flip it over, it just is the historical. It just is going to give you those same tables historically. So you're going to see kind of a change. Yeah.
Beth, may I just ask you, the 977 is the number that they have allotted to them, or the number of people actually working at this very moment?
This is the year-end fiscal 19, so it's this is all June 30th, 2019 data.
And it's actual, not
Not
budget.
positions.
Okay.
Not positions, not budget. That's what they had on staff. So the number of employees and full-time equivalents, which is different if they had a few part-time people.
And do we, just because this is an interesting, as we look at retention and the challenge of recruiting in this department, do you have the number that they are actually allotted?
That is in the workforce. I think the number of positions is probably in the workforce report. I'm not sure that I printed that out.
Okay, but that's a different number, correct?
It is going to be the number. Department of Corrections has a significant number of vacancies.
Right.
Right now,
That's what I'm trying to get.
without even the new positions, they have a significant number of vacancies.
And that is one of the things that that I asked you
Yes.
if any thought about why that is, what we do about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in the next one is just the department size over the years, the percentage change in number of people from 20, for the past 5 years. All that information is also available online, the workforce report, and also in our open data on the DHR website. It goes back further if you're ever interested in going back. Then you flip it over to Table 14, which is the most populous classified job titles in the fiscal year. And as you can see, in the top one is the Corrections Officer 1 at 339. And then shortly down below is Corrections Officer 2 at 120. So those 459, that is actually, Corrections Officers 1 or 2. One's, they're just different levels of, the twos have, bigger job responsibilities and get paid more. But 459 Corrections Officers, so it's clearly by far the most populous job title in state government.
Does that mean just the biggest number?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you kind of the scope of corrections
Yep.
and kind of level set of what it is. And then it's the next page, Table 28. Hires by department by fiscal year, and that's when you start looking at how many people they're hiring Department of Corrections, and it's starting to get into that turnover.
Yeah.
So the number of hires in corrections that they hired in 2019 was 165, and if you look at that, that is by far the highest number. Transportation comes in second at 140. So,
And the 16.8 is a percent of the whole, or is it the percent of the retention? It's percent of the whole. What's 16.8% of?
well, I'm looking at that, and I've got to figure that out, because looking back, I don't see how, I think it's a percentage of the whole.
It's a percentage.
It's a percentage of the whole.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Retention's even higher than that, so.
Yeah, so if you look over turnover by fiscal year on the next page, it's got some, there's next two pages are really on turnover. The highlighted in orange is the ones that kind of have a higher turnover than the general state population, and then in blue is the lower level of turnovers. And you can see from the Department of Corrections traditionally has a higher level of turnover. You know, some departments vary depending on the year and retirements and stuff, but pretty much, as you can see, a high level of turnover building and building and building over the past 5 years.
Yeah, the past 4 years, maybe.
Yeah.
It's grown considerably.
Yeah. So that just gives you kind of an idea. You also look at places like other 24-hour facilities, like the Department of Mental Health. They have the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital. They've got a pretty high turnover. Vermont Veterans Home, I'm guessing, pretty high turnover, especially in the shortness of nursing. So you can look at that.
Well, actually, it's gone down at the Veterans Home.
Yeah.
And it's only gone up in mental health 2%.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know, we have a much more serious, this is beginning to identify the problem.
And then if you look at, we've got the, this is just for 2019, this interesting chart just geographically depicted kind of which departments in general have high turnover rates. And I have corrections is right up there. And you see some of the smaller departments up there might be like Public Service and Lottery Commission. Those are likely more, you know, those are small departments, so it fluctuates a lot more. But when you see Veterans Home Corrections up there, it's expected, but it's kind of good to see it graphically depicted. I think it's helpful. And then I also, on the next page is table 36. It's just turnover rates by classified job titles. So you look at the corrections officer one, it's 32.5%. Some of those are, I believe, going into the correction officer 2 position, but you know, in the correction officer 2 position, those are the more experienced, and you know, they don't have as high a turnover rate.
Mental health specialist isn't doing much. I mean, it's worse.
Yep. So corrections isn't the only department where we struggle with turnover. And then,
Wow.
table 39 is another turnover one where it looks at talks about where the turnover comes from, which is a little kind of breaking it down a little bit more. And when you look at corrections, voluntary terminations are 13.3%. Involuntary is a 1.1 for total turnover. That's when you get the 18.6%. Then you also look at employee movement. That's moving from one department into another. So if a correction employee moves to another department, it's still movement, but it's not, we're still retaining that person in state government. So the investment that we've made is still, you know, stays there. So we just wanted to look at that and add that in. So we've got a total department outflow there. So when you look at, let's look at the agency of administration. The total turnover is low up top there, but employee movement is 16%. So people are moving for a total outflow of 24%, but a lot of those people that are in the agency of administration may move to another place in state government. So if you look at like the Department of Finance and Management and Tax, there's opportunities for those folks in other departments in state government working in finance in those organizations. So you're going to see some crossover there. So it's not always necessarily a bad thing. Then this is kind of the final, one of the final indicators. Oh yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting that the highest turnover in corrections is voluntary. I mean,
Right.
that says something that they're, and it's much higher than any place else in the voluntary turnover, except for mental health is
up there. But
I've also noticed on a couple of these, the Secretary of State's offices, particularly, why would, I don't understand why that might be. I'm not asking this.
I know that we stole
I saw
an
that.
employee from the Secretary of State's office a couple years ago, but then she was an attorney and she was in our firm for a year and she was fantastic, but then she moved to Colorado. But, so we stole one of them. It's a
Okay.
small department as well, so that
So one or two affect the average.
They can
but-
affect the average, but you may want to talk to Secretary Condos about it. It's management style. I'm just kidding.
so,
Just kidding.
do you, Beth, do you include involuntary, well, you have retired,
Yes.
but that's pretty low. So if they were voluntarily sort of choosing to retire early with,
That would be, if they're eligible for retirement benefits.
They'd show up
they're
in
retired.
retirement.
But if you work there for 5 years and you're vested, that doesn't, and it's not going to count as a retirement. Someone's going to be leaving with some type of a retirement benefit.
so this is voluntary and not staying in state government.
Yes.
Yeah, I quit. See ya.
Well, but once you're in the state employees system,
Well, you can't retire until you're eligible to retire.
No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is you're walking away from all of that. You're not going elsewhere.
Well, and I think that's one thing that I look at. That's our retirement system. It really encourages longevity.
Yes.
But that's not what many younger people are looking for when they're starting a new job. They're looking for something else. I'm not thinking about that benefit. So once you've been in for a while, I think I have this many years and I got to stay. If I stay 5 more, I can get full retirement and that's really great. But that's not something that's really going to keep the newer, younger worker there. It's not enough of an incentive.
It may not be enough, but I have a 30-year-old and I have a 26-year-old, and both of them are really proud of their retirement benefits that they have and speak about them, which stuns me.
Some of us are well past our retirement age, and we never did anything
That earned us.
positively about it.
It's a mobile society, people move all the
Yeah,
time.
never thought we'd get old.
Yeah. And well, we're also working really hard with the Treasurer's Office to really promote not just talking about the defined benefits and defined contribution plans, but also to talk about savings and the 457B plan and the benefits of that. So we've been working really hard. We have a lot of there's always an update in the DHR monthly newsletter, the HR Connect newsletter that goes out that encourages people to, participate in retirement seminars or savings seminars. And we also have in our employee wellness incentive program, like people will get points for participating in a retirement seminar or doing a activity that is related to financial well-being. And our employee assistance program also does financial consulting too. So there are a lot of resources. And I think that one of the important things to do as a leader is to really educate newer employees and educate employees about saving for retirement and the importance of it and being financially, looking at those things financially. So, yeah. And then beyond turnover, cash overtime by departments. I've got the 4 or 5 years, and then I have also the change in fiscal year. So you look at there in the corrections, I can highlight there. They do have the highest dollar amount overtime.
Just think of how many employees we could hire for that.
Of all state agencies and departments. And the change is increased this year by 20%. So if you look at the, just in the next one is kind of another one of the pictorial graphs where there's a change.
Can I just ask a question? What's isn't overtime, what's cash overtime versus what other overtimes are there?
You can, I say you work extra hours, you can also get comp time for those.
Oh, okay.
So if you're going to put those for comp time, say you're also a newer employee that doesn't have a lot of vacation, just like to take a lot of time off, you can put those towards comp. In corrections, I think lot of it gets, most of it probably gets paid out by, I didn't take the comp overtime there, but comp overtime is not their big thing. I mean, they're getting a lot of cash overtime because it's hard for them to take time off.
I was
They're
gonna
so-
say, in a department where you're
Right.
so short-staffed, it's hard to take comp overtime because somebody,
And I'm not
Maybe it's
sure,
time.
I don't even know, maybe Mr. Howard knows, but I'm not sure of the corrections contract, how much cash, or if the default, I think the default for them is cash overtime. They may have the ability to ask for overtime.
So the other thing that would be interesting to know is what percent of the corrections of the 977 or whatever that number was
Yeah.
at the beginning, what percent are overtime, are using overtime? I mean, what percent of the 977 are,
of the employees,
yes,
Well, I would say at least 459 of them, corrections officers that are in the facilities, are probably all having to have to use their overtime if they're.
so
because we
over
know-
400 of the 977.
Yeah, so any of those, I mean, they have mandatory overtime in the facilities, so they're all working, from what I understand, a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the images of these people sleeping in the parking lot because they only have 4 hours between shifts is a little startling.
And then the next 3 pages are just all key metrics by department. You can look at age, male, female, minority percentage. So those are just all there, and I just thought those would be kind of good tables to put. But this is, of course, my annual plug for all the information in the workforce report. You have the link to it. So if you have questions on that, or if you want more data, we love to work on. We love to present that. It's one of the best reports in state government, I think, because it really just gives everybody a big picture of what's happening in each organization and some of the statistics. So it's a good tool.
So what data in it are you most proud of?
What data am I the most proud of? Ooh.
As the director, as the
Yeah.
HR director for the state, what data are you most proud of?
What data am I most proud of? I want to point out actually something that I'm not saying that I'm proud of or not proud of. It's looking on, I didn't print this out, it's table 31 on page 37, and it's an overall turnover and a historical turnover table. So if you do have an iPad that I can show you, but this year in 2019,
my iPad.
we have the highest level of employee turnover that we've had since 2016, 17, when we had the retirement incentive, but without that retirement incentive, which we didn't have, it's right up there. So this right now where we are, that employee turnover is driven by retirements primarily, and it's, as the baby boomers age and as people are aging, we are continuing to see that retirements grow, and with not as many people entering the workforce challenges that we're seeing in state government are reflective of the overall workforce. So I just think that that's a very
Or table 31, it's
It's
page
table-
43 of 86.
It's page 37.
well, it's page 37 here, but in online.
Online, it's table, you said table 31?
31, yeah.
It said it's on page
Mine says.
43.
Yeah, it's of the PDF.
But it says
You're both right.
page
You're right.
37
You're both
on the
right.
page. Yes, okay.
Isn't it nice? I love it when I
Very difficult.
share that with
They are both right.
So,
I just thought that graph is very telling to me about just the kind of the characteristics of the workforce. It's not, it's kind of, it is what it is. It's not, I just think that it's a very interesting statistic, and for our human resources, when we think about how we're going to staff and what we're going to do going forward, just the whole state government, not specifically corrections, but what things can we do to attract employees to our workforce? What are the things that drive people? Is it the Infants in the Workplace program? Is that helping? Is that, what other things do people want? We have, we do have a work at home program. Are people taking advantage of that? Are appointing authorities encouraging that in the workforce? Or are they thinking, no, I want everybody here at my desk? So, and is that a reason why somebody moves from one department to the other? Oh, if I work in that department, I can work at home 2 days a week, and that works better for me. I don't have to use the commute. I don't have to waste gas on the commute. I don't have to waste time. I don't have to,
Dress up.
it's better for the environment. I don't have to stay in my pajamas. whatever makes people excited about working.
So are there tables here that reflect those accomplishments of programs and benefits and opportunities you've put in place?
That's not in the workforce report. That's more in our budgetary report. A lot of that stuff's in our budget.
And where is employee satisfaction?
We do an employee engagement survey.
That's different.
That's different than, and that's available online. I didn't bring that today. But it talks about, one of the things we did this year with that is we did an overall engagement score. So that talked about kind of different levels of employee engagement. And one of the things that we really found is because state government is really about serving the public, some of those people that are really in very high mission-oriented departments, you can tell by the overall engagement score that they just love their jobs and they love what they do, and they're very interested in, you know, their niche, whatever that is. And so that's one of the benefits we have in state government is we are serving the public, so it is service, and it drives people. If people are mission driven, they want to come work for, they may want to come work for state of Vermont. So that's one of the things we kind of promote on our website, about in our recruitment website is kind of the mission and what's the mission and how you're serving Vermonters, and that's very that can be very attractive to young people, and especially in jobs like that, or some of the science jobs that they have, like the state geologist or something. You know, if you can be the whatever it is, you know,
The only state geologist.
right, exactly.
So, just going back
Right.
then to just the whole corrections thing, what do we do about the turnover and the, bye Damien, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, clearly there's some issues there. We know that it's probably a horrible job, and I mean not a horrible job, a really hard job with a lot of pressures. And what, are you coming back, Steve?
Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay. So I really want us to have a conversation about what kinds of things can we do? Why haven't we been able to fill those positions that they're already approved to fill? And
I can speak about that on a kind of a very high level about what we've done to help corrections and what corrections has done themselves. So the first thing they've done is they now have just created 2 new positions, which are full-time recruiters, which are working with the Department of Human Resources recruiters and how to recruit differently and how just best recruitment practices. So those are 2 new jobs within corrections that they have created in the past. It's been in the works for a while, but the 2 people are just on board. So our team, we have 2 full-time recruiters in Department of Human Resources, and those are, you would think we would have had those for a long time, but that's actually very new for the Department of Human Resources to have actual professional recruiters that are helping departments, you know, write the job descriptions so that they're attractive. How do you interview? What's the onboarding process? So really guiding managers through that hiring process, rather than in the past we really were focused on entering the job into the system. It was more just about the process and the system going forward. It really wasn't about how to recruit the best people and where to recruit the best people. So between our new online recruitment software, as well as having the recruiters and changing the way we've done recruitment, we've seen a lot of changes from departments, and I think the feedback from departments is about how helpful that is. So we're helping bring that model to corrections, where it was more, you know, it might not be helpful to just go sit at a table at a job fair. That's just not how you're going to recruit people. I don't know. So it's how do you promote that through social media? How do you talk to people? Where should you be going on talking to people? So
I mean, it partly could relate to one of the things that was mentioned in here is that there are fewer applicants per job availability for the state, and the number of applicants is going down. In part, that relates to lower unemployment. There are fewer people looking. I'm not saying there's a lot of good jobs around, but just in general, there appear to be fewer people looking for jobs. So if this is a particularly difficult job to handle, you're logically going to see fewer people applying.
Exactly, and if people are, you know, and if people are leaving because there's other opportunities for them, or maybe they didn't have one because, you know, the what we do is we train the people to be the corrections officers. You can't normally go to school to be a corrections officer. There's not a degree in it. So it really needs to be on-the-job training. So, if you have the aptitude and the desire, we can train you to do that. But there's a lot of jobs like that. So there's opportunities for those people elsewhere too.
So, I think we have maybe a couple different things we have. First of all, what are the qualifications that we need for the jobs? And then how do you recruit for those jobs? And then once you've recruited, how do you retain those jobs? Because you can make a recruitment sound really wonderful, and then you get there and you say, oh my God, I've got to work 32 hours today. So we need to figure out then what are the qualifications that you need to have to be in these positions, because maybe we have that wrong, and then recruiting them, and then how do you retain them once you have people there, because we can see by the turnover that we aren't doing a very good job of retaining, and I don't know where we go with that. And what I'd really like to do is just kind of have a conversation and get VSEA in on this and Department of Labor, and just have this conversation so that we can figure this out, because in issues like this is my personal bias coming out here, but in issues like this, it seems to me that we don't ever get really where we want to go when we have somebody testifying and then somebody else testifying and then somebody else testifying, and instead having a general conversation about where we go and what the issues are. So
I think you're right. I think it would be great to have a dialogue, because I think all these things lead to leadership. You have all these problems when you have poor leadership. So if leadership is not strong in corrections, you're going to end up with exactly where we are. It's culture and leadership. As I have listened in the last month and a half on this issue, culture and leadership. If you're recruiting from the National Guard and there's a poor culture there that's being passed on to the poor culture and creating and fostering more poor culture, culture and leadership. So I think I'd love to have all three of you address culture and leadership and how we change it. And I think Jim Baker is off to, it sounds like a productive start, but he's not staying with us beyond April. So that's heartbreaking, because he's done such a great job in so many places in state government and in municipal government. So
I am going to say, though, that I think that it's more than just leadership, because I think, and I may be wrong here, but I thought Andy Polito was making some good moves. I think Mike Touchette was moving. No? Okay. This is from my experience in judiciary and working on corrections issues, and they didn't. There's more than, you have to have good leadership, but you also have to have the right conditions so that leader, because if you could have the best leader in the world, but if you don't have the people in the positions where they should be, the leadership isn't, they're still going to have to work overtime. We need to make some real systemic changes, and that isn't. And part of that is the funding. Part of it is so it isn't. I just wanted to go on record saying that I think that it isn't that we have had really bad leadership. I think we've had people who in different positions that may not have been in the best position they could have been, but I will go on the record saying I think that Mike Touchette was making some really, really important changes with the corrections. And there's an inmate population, and then there's the employee population, and you have to make the changes with both of those. So, yes.
I tend to agree. I think there are certain occupations that if you're miscast as an employee, you immediately have a situation. So that speaks to a recruiting issue where you almost have to line people up so that they know what to expect in the job. And some people just would not be comfortable or particularly effective in that job. I mean, officiating as a poor example, but if you can't take getting yelled at, then don't put the shirt on. It's really sometimes that simple.
And we have made changes in our corrections system over the years so that we now have the same, I think, issue in corrections that we have in our psychiatric hospitals. The acuity level of the people who are there is much higher. It is a much more demanding job than it has ever been, because the people who, we have reduced our prison population from where it would have been if we had followed the same trajectory. It would have been 2,700. We're now at 1,700. So those 1,000 people are
In-state.
No, that's our incarcerated population. That's our incarcerated
Including our
population.
200 out of state.
Yes, that's our incarcerated population, 1,700. And the Department of Corrections works with the people out of state as well, so they're part of our population. But so the people that are there now are a much different group of people for the corrections officers that are working in the prisons, and we have to acknowledge that and maybe change the way we think about who corrections officers are and how we deal with them. It's a very different population now.
I think it's a complex problem.
It is.
And I think it's going to take a totally systemic change to, and I agree, I think you can have a good leader with a lousy culture, and that undermines leadership. On the other hand, great leadership tends to, over time, right all those challenges. And one of our challenges in corrections is we have not had consistent leadership for a long stretch of time. It's a tough job, and people burn out. People move on. We have not been able to keep our heads of corrections. And I don't know what the turnover rate is for the heads of each prison itself, for the leadership per prison, but it'd be interesting to see what those are. I think it's a tough job, but I think it all works together. But I think I'm a daughter of management, so I actually do believe most things come from the vision and the leadership at the top, and but it is clearly a systemic change we have to make in corrections to serve Vermonters, our inmates.
So what are those corrections that we need, those changes that we need to make? I think that's
right.
So do we have the right qualifications for the right people? I mean, have the jobs changed enough that we're still using a qualifications and a definition of the job from 1970? Do we need to change that? Do we need to look at how we reimburse corrections officers? And mainly you're talking about the corrections officers, I think, in the prisons, right? Where the biggest problem is, not in the field staff. Is that right, Steve?
Well, there's two different fronts.
Just identify yourself.
Steve Howard, Executive Director of the SBA. There is talking about culture in general.
Right.
There is one thing you'll see it's very clear in the DHR engagement survey. There's a massive disconnect between central office and the facilities in the field. The two do not exist in the same planet. And there's a lot of resentment by frontline workers of central office.
Central office meaning the commissioner's office.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people in central office, but
so I would say there's two problems. There is all of the issues that are happening in the facilities, some of the issues you've talked about. There is a feeling among our members, I think, that one positive thing the legislature could do is review every single exempt person who works in central office, figure out where they came from, how they got there, and what they do. Because that's a mystery to a lot of people what they do is sometimes a mystery to a lot of people in the field. And how they got there is they're often superintendents who needed to be moved. So for instance, Jennifer Spratsky, who's another superintendent who mentioned the 7 Days article that started this stuff. They were the superintendents who presided over this facility during that time period. They both work in central office. So our members say, well, I'm on TRD, then I'm in trouble. Why does management keep moving people around? Why do they keep landing in central office? So that's part of it. And then there's the idea, I think, that the vacancies come from, for some people, it's not the right job. But, and the hiring standards used to take a test to be a correctional officer. You don't take a test anymore. And I remember I asked Mike Touchette, Commissioner Touchette, where he was going to fill those 30 positions first that you approved last year. And he said, anywhere I can find someone. And he wasn't lying, he was just being honest. That's not how you want to do it. So the overtime is the biggest driver of the reason people leave, the life-work balance, the difficulty of being exhausted and having the most difficult offenders you've ever had, the most violent offenders you've ever had to supervise. But then there's all these other things that come down from, our members see it from central office, some of it comes from the legislature to central office. We're asking too much from the system as it exists today. They don't have the resources to do what the legislature wants done. And part of that you saw in the Justice Reinvestment Report. Corrections has been level funded for many, many years. And that really essentially ends up being cut because costs keep going up. So we are in a mess because of that. It's going to cost more to get the correction system the legislature wants. And it's not just that we have to pay people more money, and we have to do things like provide child care because they are ordered over all the time, and they're going to leave to get their kid today if the school closes. You can't tell a mother or father, a single mother or a single father, or any parent, if their kid's going to have to sit in a snowstorm somewhere because they can't find somebody to go pick their kid up. Our members are disciplined when they do that. They refuse an order. So we've got to, if we want the correction system that the legislature wants, it's going to cost more money.
But you have to be more specific, for me anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but you have to be more specific because we're asking too much, and it's been level funded, and that is true, and the number of people in beds has gone down. So you don't want to fund it at, if we have 1,700 people now, and Justice Reinvestment is in this very first round, they're looking at decreasing the number of beds 106 to 135. So you don't want to budget for 1,700 if you're going to have 1,550. I mean, so you have to be more specific about what the changes are. For me, anyway, I don't know about anybody else in here, but you have to be more specific about what we're asking too much of the system. What is it? Is it that we don't have the proper space? We don't have the proper programming? What is it exactly? Huh?
Well, I'll give a good example, I think, from our members' perspective.
Yeah.
The medically assisted treatment program.
Yes.
It has been, from our members' perspective, a complete failure and a disaster.
Which treatment program?
Medically assisted treatment. Mm-hmm. And partly it's because they were not consulted in how to implement it, or whether it should be implemented, or how the discussion never included them. And yet they're the ones who have to stand there for 3 hours while people go through the med lines. And they're the ones that have to be there at 3 in the morning and work overtime for a program that has left them without any. There's positions in the correctional facilities called floats, who are there to basically relieve people at different posts. And the most important thing for our members that a float does is they come and react. They come and help when there's an emergency, when there's an attempt by inmates to overtake a wing, for instance. Floats would come in and help reinforce. The floats are all on the med line. So they're not getting breaks. So that's a good example of a program that I think was well-intentioned, but because we don't have the staff resources to do it, we have created an atmosphere in which people don't want to work in the department anymore.
So how would you have changed the MAT program?
I would have started very small.
Like with who?
Very short. First of all, I think Colonel Baker said it this morning. He said it in a panel last night. There was a panel last night that Beach Baker did, which I emailed Dan and said, it's a great panel. You have nobody on that panel who's ever worked in a Vermont correctional facility.
It was Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
It was the 4th.
And that's the problem. We are talking about corrections reform. We're talking about all these things without talking about the people who actually are doing the work. We're talking to people up here from Ohio and New York and wherever, but not from the people who go to work every day in these facilities. And what you hear is the worlds are completely different.
Right, so go back to MAT, how would,
So I think the way the commissioner started it, Commissioner Menard started it, was maybe the best way to start it. Very small, last 6 months of your sentence. If you were going, you were prepared to go back out into the world. And then you could have expanded it as you addressed the staffing crisis. As you got people, as you filled the positions, and you kept people there for longer than 6 months or 2 years, and you actually got the overtime rates down, then you expand that program. And I think we were asking too much of the corrections system with the staffing levels we had to actually be able to implement that program. And so somebody had to, I think one thing that makes our members upset is that, and I try to tell them, the commissioner did try to tell the legislature no. And it's hard to tell the legislature no. But it was not a program the corrections department at that time or now can do or could do.
And it seems like you're never going to be able to do new programs or creative programs or systemic change in the programs if you don't have the people to do the work. It doesn't make any sense. You're just going to keep moving people around, and something that may be really nice to do may ultimately be good. It's going to fail because people are doing it are burnt out.
Yeah, and I also think there's that feeling of not being listened to, of people not understanding what the real world is like. And then there's the sense with this population that it's very difficult to manage, that they don't have the tools to maintain order.
So that goes to training
No, it goes to,
and resources.
well, it's that, it's training, it's resources. It's knowing that if you make a decision to use force, the management's going to support you. And if you need to send someone to segregation, which is a tool that our members feel is very effective, you're going to be permitted to do that. Excuse me, one second, I'm having a little trouble with my throat, so
do
I keep coming back.
you need a cup of
No,
water?
I'll be right back. But I think let me just go. I'll come right back.
Would anyone have off the top of their head what the current Department of Corrections budget is? What was presented in the governor's budget?
I have no idea.
It's over 200 million, right?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think that's what I vaguely remember. When I came in here in 2005, it was 89 million. Just when he talks about level funding, it has grown like topsy, that budget. That budget has grown faster than any other budget I've watched in state government.
So while we're waiting for Steve, I can just talk about a few other things that that we're trying to do to assist corrections, and some things tools that we haven't had as much in the past. The new, in the past probably 3 years, they got a learning management system that was an online system that can track employee training. You can upload online courses. We just bought a whole suite of online learning software that's available to all state employees. So one good thing about that is, people still need to do on-the-job and classroom training, but if you want to push out a new training, like, okay, everyone's going to look at this sexual harassment prevention training refresher, you can push that out and assign it to everybody, and they can all do it in a month, and everyone can get it done. So I think that's something that just having that system and having the broad course content, which is more generic in nature, but it has those things that they can assign and employees can do, so employees can do that. So that's just a positive thing that I think can help. It's not certainly, it's just a little bit of something that can help the culture, but it's a tool that's provided and it's available now. So I know. Poor Steve was sorry.
So I just wanted to say something about the MAT program and how.
Can I just say one thing quick? I ate something that I'm clearly allergic to, and my throat closes up, so I may have to keep running back in and out. I'm fine right now.
Well, that was very silly of you.
I don't know what I ate, but my throat keeps closing up. So when it happens, I'll leave. But
I have an EpiPen.
To follow you in case
No.
you do.
Yeah, do we?
It happens.
Don't go to the bathroom and pass out.
It'll be probably fine. It'll pass eventually. But
Okay, we have
if
a lot
I'm
of-
foaming at the mouth, that's why it's happening.
Thank you for that. So, the medical is right behind
Just
you
right
there.
there. I'll
That
be
white
fine.
thing.
Happens every once in a while.
So I think that some of the problem is the lack of clearly communicated goals that might come from the legislature to the administration and to the employees. My understanding of the MAT program was that if you are on an MAT when you're in the community and you're arrested, we will continue that when you come into the system because you don't want to stop people right away. So then by implementing it so that it didn't happen that way, it was the last 6 months of your stay, you got to do that to prepare you to go back, then all these people are saying, well, wait a minute, I deserve to have it too because I was having it in the community before or I need it now and it just blossomed. So over half the population now, I believe, is on the MAT program.
If you don't want to get sent to Mississippi, you find a way to get on the MAT program. Right?
Well,
Whether you need it or not. So we have inmates who are sentenced, have life sentences, who weren't on. They've been in jail for 5 or 6 years. They were clean. They're now on the MAT program. They didn't have a problem, but now they have a drug that's been provided to them by the state.
Yeah.
They didn't need it, but they knew how to answer the questions, so they wouldn't be sent to Mississippi. And that's the kind of stuff that I think that a correctional officer will know, that somebody in central office may not know, somebody in the State House may not know it, somebody from New York, Ohio, wherever, whoever's on the panel may not know. But somebody who's in front of an offender every single day, they will know. And they'll know why people are doing what they're doing. And the things they're seeing are in the prisons that are related to the MAT program, I think are disturbing to them.
Yeah.
So I think we have to rethink some of that stuff and say, okay, we have a staffing crisis, we can't fill these positions. In some ways, I do, what Senator Clarkson said is right. A lot of it is leadership. And I think you'll see, one thing I would look at, I haven't looked at this because there's exempt employees, but I would look at the turnover in the superintendents. It's quite rapid in many places. Where we have some of the biggest problems. Springfield, I was just there yesterday.
Yeah.
Met with a bunch of our members who they've had it. And that's a position, that facility has the highest amount of overtime. Turnover in superintendents is like, it's a revolving door.
And why is that?
Well, it is one of the toughest prisons. It's where some of the more difficult offenders are found. But I think the department's very political, and it's hard to. It's hard to maneuver. So it's not just the culture in the facilities; it's the management culture, and it's got to be looked at.
Well, that sets the vision and the tone and the value. I'm sorry, good leader sets all those things.
It's that, our members are willing to do what, they were not resistant to change. So the department testified last year in the House that one of the problems with the MAT program was just that philosophically our members, PSC members, didn't agree with it. That's not true. I mean, there are some members who don't agree with it philosophically. But it was an example of, you're asking us to do something that we don't have the resources to do, and you didn't bother to even ask us what we thought about it when you implemented it. And I think that's part of the problem. So it's the management culture, and what is central office doing, and who are all those people up there, and why do they not seem to understand what's happening out here? And then it's also the added stress that you, I think, point to, Madam Chair, the most difficult offenders we've ever had at the same time, without all of the tools you need to maintain order. And I think clearly there's a role for social work in a facility and in the field. Probation and parole officers, the case managers that help people plan for reentry, they do serve a role as social workers. And our members are willing to be trained to do whatever you want them to do, but the number one priority of a correctional officer is to maintain the safety and security of that facility. And if they don't, either they're going to get hurt or get killed, or other inmates are going to get hurt and get killed. And so they can't do that and social work at the same time. You're going to have to supplement that with another group of case managers, more social workers if you want it. But you need to have people maintaining safety and security because that is their first priority.
So we need to have, are the qualifications, the right qualifications that we have for a corrections officer? Is the training the appropriate training? And I hear you saying that if a correction officer decides to use force or seclusion or whatever it is, that's the decision and they should be backed up. But there also has to be some accounting for why they did it. I don't think that you can just say, if a correction officer uses force, so be it, that's the way it is. You have to have some oversight of that, so there has to be some looking at it, because otherwise, and I'm not saying that our corrections officers are bad, but there could be some rogue people out there, and we need to make sure that those decisions are the right decisions. So how do we balance that?
I think that training and de-escalation, I think, and our members would say that they, especially the more seasoned ones, the more experienced ones, they want things to be done the right way. They want things to be implemented the way they should be implemented. And they will work with younger correctional officers to help them get there. And the training, I think, is really important. And it's a lot of complicated training. I don't know if anyone's ever looked at PREA, but PREA is like Prison Rape Elimination Act is one example of it. It is a ton of training, it is a ton of requirements, and then you've got a lot of other stuff on top of it. They don't want things done improperly, even with the use of force. But if in their professional judgment they need to do that, or they need tools like seclusion to maintain order, they want management to support them and to say, yeah, you're the guys on the front line, and you're the ones that know what works, and we're going to support that.
I think that's important, but I also think there needs to be a check on that, because you can't just have
That's
people, so there has to be some, we see the same thing in the mental health.
Yeah, I think our members would agree with you, Madam Chair. They do think everything should be within reason. But we had a commissioner in a labor management meeting, and it's just a conversation back and forth. When the seasoned folks, there's two things that I remember from this meeting. There was 2 or 3 people there who were 25-year, 30-year veterans in Department of Corrections. And they were talking about what they thought needed to happen in the facilities. And the commissioner said, well, that's not what the research shows. And I said to him afterwards, do you realize how insulting that is to somebody who's worked in a prison for 30 years? That you think a professor in Ohio knows more about it than he does? And he left that meeting deflated, thinking, I've been working here for 30 years.
And they're not listening.
And you're not listening. You're saying this person in Ohio who's in a very nice professor, research lab is telling you that, is having more influence on you as the commissioner than I am. And I've been standing in front of offenders for 30 years. So that's one thing. And then the other thing, in that same meeting, members were told, well, you need to use incentives. You can't use anything there should be no stick, it should be all carrot. And our members who work in these facilities said, that does not work. That is not a successful strategy. And we're telling you that. Well, that's what the research shows. And I think we've gotten too much carrot, not enough stick, but there does have to be a balance. I think those are the two things I remember from that meeting. I felt so badly for that guy because I thought, oh my God. And I don't think the commissioner meant to do that, but that was the effect. Saying, 30 years of this doesn't matter. This person in Ohio knows more than you're doing. So I think that's a good example of how people feel and why they don't want to work there.
Well, it also sounds like what I hear you saying is that we need to recruit. If leadership is one of our big challenges, and the perpetuation of a non-healthy culture, which sounds like it's sadly embedded in this department, it sounds like maybe we need to do some recruiting of leadership out of central office, from outside, I mean, it sounds like we need, it sounds like we need, hopefully, a new commissioner who will be outside our system and come into it, sort of the way Jim Baker has, with fresh eyes, no preconceived, really ready to take on the whole system and work with HR to redesign it. Because, there must be best practice, there must be successful prisons around the world, not necessarily in the United States, but around the world that we can look to that will provide us with much better models on how to do this better. This is not rocket science. This is, we have, one of the things just a simple thing, but a major thing, that we traded a good road up to the Springfield prison for a workforce development training building. It's heartbreaking. We have all those people there now that are not learning any new skills. There's no workforce development CTE center, which there was supposed to be at that facility. They spent all the money on engineering that damn road. Well, that we don't have, that we aren't, we have, one of the things I see is we desperately also need them to feel like they're learning new skills, developing skills, being able to.
You're talking about the prisoners. You're not talking about the employees.
That's true. I am.
There's two. There really are two sets of people here that you're serving.
But there are two parts of the culture, and one part needs to feel like they're actually progressing towards lives being corrected.
Yes, but sometimes I think those two are at odds because we can put lots of programming in place for the prisoners, and if we don't
well, we need fine leadership for everybody else.
I mean, we need the employees to be in a culture that they feel is safe and respected. Because so if we have wonderful programs for get ready to push the button.
Yeah.
So anyway, Brian.
Well, I'm sorry he left.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
I know, but he might agree, and I don't want to take issue necessarily, but just suggest there's an alternative method. And I've seen this work backwards. When you bring someone from the outside, there are certain advantages, certain benefits that you get, and you mentioned fresh eyes. But there's also the theory that when you promote from within, you get, and to Steve's point, if the frontline folks feel they're not being listened to or supported, what better way than to take someone that's there and put them up and have them.
Absolutely, that's an option.
And that's maybe another way.
I actually heard his comment, not the issue of recruiting from central office into those positions, but the backward, taking superintendents who had been disciplined and who were a problem and putting them into central office. So that was so. Chris, did you have a question? Or are you just twiddling your thumb?
Was waiting for my turn. The thing I was thinking about was what we just went through with GUARD and the new Adjutant General, where they had a real challenge to address and sort of a culture change. And I'm just looking at that as maybe a model that we want to consider. What happened in the last 4 years there, and how, because it seems as though that they're on the right track in a way.
They are. The main difference is that the people that are in the GUARD that they're talking about are there because they want to be there. The people who are incarcerated are not there because they want to be there. So, and they're confined in this space, so that some of the leadership issues can be the same.
I think they're talking about the employees, not the.
Right, I'm talking about employees and leadership, and like where did the new AG come from? What was his relationship to the people that he's now in charge of managing? So
he was there.
Come from entirely outside. He knew firsthand about things, but he was responsible to that.
And he came, and he's improving the culture. I mean, that's clearly what he's beginning to affect.
Got it. All that stuff. A message from the top down.
So now, if I could ask Steve a question. And take all this other stuff that we've been talking about, the lack of feeling supported and the leadership challenges, but overtime still seems to be a big issue for
massive
day-to-day, God, I gotta get up and do this again. if we could find the 30 people that we had talked about at one point, is that enough to relieve a system-wide overload in terms of overtime? I mean, how many people do we need?
I heard the other day, I'm not sure what the current number is that the commissioner had. Somebody told me, somebody who works in corrections, told me there are 68 vacant positions in corrections right now. And that's before the 15 positions. So there's going to be, in budget adjustment, there's going to be 15 positions from last year added to that number.
Well, and we've given them 30 in the budget FY20,
So
which have not been filled.
Administration asked for another year to fill those positions. And I think the deal that's been struck between the two appropriations committees is that they'll do 15 this year, but the commissioner can't sweep those positions.
So why can't we fill them? Do we need to have different qualifications? Do we need to have different recruitment, which Beth was talking about? Do we need to have, why can't we fill those positions?
I think it's a variety of reasons.
All of what you're talking about.
The biggest thing that I will tell you that I think does hurt, and I heard this just yesterday, and I've heard it over and over again from people who've been there a long time, is that current employees will tell new potential employees not to do it.
Well, that's kind of biting off their nose to spite their face.
Well, they'll do it. They'll just be quite honest with them, and they'll say, you have a family, you'll never see your kids, you'll be asked to work ungodly amounts of overtime. No one's going to listen to you, and you're going to be in a pressure cooker with very violent offenders. So that's the biggest problem. If you want to fix recruitment, you have to create an atmosphere in which the people who work there will say, this is a great place to work, and you can make a career of this. And I understand what you're saying.
But it's like a cycle.
It does.
You're not going to do that until you have more employees, because they're still going to have to work the overtime until you have more employees.
It's absolutely true, but I think in good conscience, if somebody asks them, what do you answer honestly, like how do you feel about it, they'll say, if you want to stay married and if you want to see your kids, this is not the job for you. So, and then you look at the national statistics that the federal government just did, and I'm looking for this actual data, just did a report that shows what the suicide rate is among correctional officers.
Very high.
Life expectancy, they're expected to live 18 months after they retire. They die at age 56. So that's the other thing, is we're not adequately supporting the people who are there. You know, they see some very crazy things, and they put up with a lot. And I think that has an effect on them.
So training and support, ongoing,
Training,
everyday support.
Inclusion in decisions. And I think, you know, I'm a little jaded because I was just in this meeting yesterday, but we've got to get control of politics. I mean, politics is everywhere, but it is very political, and people are aware of that.
You mean the facilities or the
Department, facilities, central office. It's very political, and it's.
And do you, by political, do you mean cronyism, nepotism?
Yes.
What do you mean by political?
I think people feel like if management likes you, management will reward you, or if management doesn't like you, they'll come after you. And you know,
I don't think that is political, but.
I mean, maybe it's not the right term, but you know, we did have. I'll give an example. So Southern State's a good example. I don't mean to keep just picking on them, but just a few superintendents ago, you know, we had a situation there where there was a superintendent who had a team. Are you on my team? And if you're on his team, you got treated really well. And if you're not on his team, you didn't get the promotion. You didn't get, you know, anything you were looking for. And we pushed really hard to get that guy out of there. Fortunately, at some point, central office interest and DSEA's interest merged. And we both wanted him out of there. And he was out. But that's a good example.
Okay, yeah.
You know, politics maybe isn't the right term, but.
So I don't want to end this conversation, but I'm going to, just because we have, because Betsy. We don't want you to die in here. Okay, go out there and die.
To get the turnover rate for superintendents.
I don't know. I mean, we should probably be able to get that for superintendents. I did also look at, while Steve was talking, there were 60 vacant positions in the Department of Corrections as of June 30, 2019.
Okay. So the reason I'm going to is because Betsy has to leave us at 3. And she's here for another.
I have a couple of just like 2 one-sentence things.
Yeah, and no questions.
Right, this is just updating you. Secretary Smith is hiring a law firm or consultant to do a full review of the Chittenden County Correctional Facility and other cultural things across. So that is well underway. The firm has been engaged, and we're working for them to provide the documents that they need to do their work. And then we are working with the Agency of Human Services Secretary on recruitment for the permanent superintendent. So that's just starting, and hopefully we'll be posting that job pretty soon. So they are
The commissioner?
the commissioner. So they are looking at a national search, and they really want to cast that net wide, and hopefully, there'll be somebody that is actually interested in doing that job. I mean, as Steve said, that any job in the Department of Corrections is very difficult, and there's burnout, and there's burnout at all levels, at the superintendent level as well, so at the management level as well. So it's not just the rank and file employees, it's all employees, and I think that's because it's really, really difficult work.
Thank you. So we're going to put this on again for, and hopefully we can have some concrete things that we can begin to look at it. And if anybody has any interest, look at the justice reinvestment, because some of this is kind of happening, because some of the changes that will be made in the corrections and judicial system will also impact employees. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, we have it, I will tell you when we're going to look at it. We're going to look at it next Wednesday at 3:15.
There's much I can share with you about measures we're taking.
Yeah.
And recruitment and
Good.
retention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry if this is a discombobulated conversation.
No,
but
it's good. I just wish I could keep going. I'm sorry I keep getting up. I think I'll make it.
Yeah, just don't die in here, okay?
You go, my dear.
Thank you.
Betsy, I wrote, I see Paul has given us some language. I also wrote to Betsy this morning and gave her my language. So if you want to share that. And I apologize, it was really rough language that I gave you that was...
I bet she was unfazed.
So yesterday, we pulled this bill back because there were some suggestions about some other things that we might ask the commission to look at and come back to us with, and we wanted to be a little more directive to them. So this is what we came up. This is what I gleaned out of our conversation.
Good. For the record, Betsy Ann asked Legislative Council reviewing with you draft number 1.1, a potential amendment to S-198, which is an act relating to an enforceable state code of ethics. This bill, as introduced, has several sections. The first one is just a purpose and intent section, that being to require the commission to propose an enforceable state code of ethics, and the intent being that the General Assembly intends to consider it and enact one into law next biennium. Section 2 of the bill is introduced, contains the proposal language. Section 3 contains the year extension of the commission's funding source, and then Section 4 is the effective date. This potential amendment would only be a new Section 2 about what the proposal would need to contain. And this is not edited yet, and you may have more revisions for me, and whenever you have a final version, I can run it over to the editors. But what you have in front of you here is, Madam Chair, based on your notes that you provided to me earlier today. So this language would say, for specifically the Commission's proposal for an enforceable state code of ethics, it would require the Commission to work with all three branches, including the Office of the Secretary of State, and with advocacy groups and the public for the commission to propose to the General Assembly for statutory enactment a state code of ethics that would cover all 3 branches of state government, including exempt and statewide office holders. Subdivision A2 says, also working with those groups, the commission would also need to recommend options for enforcement and implementation of that proposed state code of ethics. And subsection B is the deadline to make that proposal to the 2 GovOps committees, being that a date provided in the bill is introduced, which is November 15, 2020.
And I'll just tell you why I put that second, the first one, because we assumed that the commission would be working with all those people anyway, and we didn't need to tell them, but thought it doesn't hurt to tell them, to make sure to work with all those people, and to make sure that it covers everyone. And then the second, the 2 that I put in there was, instead of being specific about what the issues that they should look at, and assuming any kind of conclusions that they came to, was just recommend options for enforcement and implementation. So those options could, and they could say, we think it should be implemented and enforced just exactly like it is now, or we think that there should be a fully funded commission that has investigators and police and, I mean, they will come up with some recommendations to us for the implementation and enforcement.
The one thing I'll note, just Madam Chair, that differs from the bill as introduced is this proposal would bring in the judicial branch, and I do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we.
I think there would be constitutional concerns with that because the Supreme Court has exclusive disciplinary authority over the judges. And it has its own judicial rules of conduct. So I would anticipate that the judicial branch would express concerns about. Okay.
I wasn't sure. So what?
But that's just the judges. The whole staff, they only look at the judges. They are not looking at the staff.
The Supreme Court also has, by the Constitution, administrative control over the judicial branch. And so I think if you do want to pursue this to be applied to the judicial branch, I would think you want to hear from at least the court administrator on the judicial branch's perspective on being wrapped in potentially to an enforceable state code of ethics.
Well, this goes to our discussion yesterday where we said if we had a base state code of ethics that everybody engaged with and owned, each area, each branch could have an additional overlay, just like we allow municipalities to have more regulation, but we set a statutory minimum that they can't have less of. So why couldn't it be work constructively together to establish that and let them do something additional?
Because in the Constitution, it says the Supreme Court shall have administrative control of all the courts of the state and disciplinary authority concerning all judicial offices and attorneys at law in the state.
So the only thing that controls the legislative branch is a constitutional provision. That's why you can control municipalities, because you do have statutory authority over them. What I'm expressing here is that I have a feeling that the legislative branch does not have statutory authority to enact a code that would control the judicial branch.
Got it.
And for the legislative branch, and we didn't put this in here, but it's for non-core responsibilities only, and we didn't put that in here, but I don't know if you want to put it, because it would cover the 2 branches, and but for legislators, it only covers non-core responsibilities, and that was clear in 198.
Yeah.
Meaning voting. It doesn't cover.
Right.
And I don't know if it's necessary to put that in, or.
I think it's up to you how you'd want to phrase it. Whenever that proposal did come back to the General Assembly, we could have further conversations about what the commission, from a constitutional perspective, could have ability to regulate as it relates to the legislative branch.
I would prefer to see it in there.
Making it clear.
Yeah.
Just because it would
Anticipating questions.
Yes, okay.
But we're keeping the Secretary of State too.
would also mean they didn't go investigate all the non-core stuff, I mean, all the core stuff, and then and present something and we say, well, that's not what we want you to do.
And we're keeping secretaries.
Better be clear
Well, it
from the
says
outset what you're hoping.
working with them. This doesn't,
Yeah,
this
including
doesn't,
secretary. Okay.
I mean, they would be, the commission would work with the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the Secretary of State, and advocacy groups, and the public.
Yeah, well, this goes to my hope that we would be more explicit about our ownership and create opportunities for us to, as legislators, to engage in this work during the course of the fall.
Well, anybody can do that.
Betsy, why does it say including exempt and statewide office holders? What do you, I mean, I know what exempt means, but why does it say exempt there?
Because I put it there.
Well, did we not think they would, this means exempt employees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they not covered before? I mean, I'm just confused as to why that has to be. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just wondering why it has to be.
I just wanted to make it clear that it applied to statewide office holders, and if exempt employees are considered executive branch employees that would be covered under here, we don't need the word exempt in there, but I think we do need statewide office
Yeah, I
holders.
agree with the statewide office
Okay,
holders. for
we can
sure.
take out exempt.
I wasn't sure.
I don't care.
And then I have a broader question, or not broader, but I'm looking at what Betsy brought us, and I'm looking at what Paul Burns brought us, and I'm just wondering whether there's a way to mesh them. They don't seem in some ways that far apart. There's different language, but I mean, the first one seems taken care of. The second one, report outline proposed enforcement powers, is sort of implied because it says recommend options for enforcement and implementation. Public transparency could be integrated into number two.
Into the implementation, right?
I just want,
Yeah.
does that make sense? Can we try to do that? I mean, I'm looking at you, but I know it's not these folks. You could probably do it language-wise.
I don't know that we need to put in a transparency plan, a public transparency plan. That should be part of the implementation, how they're going to implement it. I would think. Paul, do you want to weigh in?
For the record, Paul Burns, Executive Director of EPIRD. So I had not seen your draft, Madam Chair.
Well, I just made it up at 11:30.
Well, me too, but I think they are largely overlapping in interest, so I appreciate that, and I think though the language is a little bit different in several points, I wouldn't quibble with that. I think the language that you have for subsection 1 and 2 is fine. I put in potential costs if you don't want them to make an estimate of costs. It's not the most important thing for me, but I think that will be a question that would soon come, obviously. And then the third point was just one, it would be a demonstration of a commitment on your part for public transparency for certain of these proceedings, like when a violation has been found, you think that should be public. It's not a drop dead requirement for me, and certainly we're going to press for that kind of thing. I don't know. That's the one thing that's kind of not in your proposal. And then this is the last one, and I'll be quiet. But is you mentioned an opportunity for the public to be engaged, and I think that's probably fine as is. I just want to make sure that there would be an opportunity, not necessarily for a public hearing, but for public comments to be given. And I think that's basically implicit in the language that you suggested. So that's fine with me. So we're largely there. That transparency would be the question.
My comment about that would be that would be part of the option for implementation and enforcement. And I am not sure. I think that by putting that in, you are raising so many red flags because first of all, I don't know if I agree that every time there's a violation, it should be public. I don't know that because I don't know what kinds of violations there might be that are confidential or shouldn't be public. So I'm not going to. I
and until it's adjudicated and you know that it's actually been a violation.
Well, even if there has been found to be a violation, I'm not sure that all violations should be made public. So I think that would be part of the implementation recommendation. That's my only. That's why I left that out.
Could I ask why the Office of the Secretary of State is called out? I mean, why not?
It's just including.
Yeah, but it's the only one that's called out.
Well, because, no, working with the executive branch, the legislative branch, and because the Secretary of State's office is bull on this, right? I mean.
Well, all right then. I say aye.
As long as there's a good reason.
I don't, because they're kind of part of the executive branch, but not really part of the executive branch. And so I put them in there because, I mean, we could have put all the statewide offices in here, but I think that the Secretary of State's office is the one that is the most concerned about this. We could have put the auditors, because they're not really part of the executive
No, I
branch.
understand. I just find it prescriptive.
They are, but
If, and assume it's Larry, if whoever is the executive director, I think if they're going to do their job, they'll do that.
right. Well, we can take the Secretary of State's office out
I
and
would
just say
say-
executive and legislative branches.
I would prefer that.
Okay, I'm fine with that. You have to, I was doing this at, trying to get it madly to
So
Betsy.
executive and legislative.
And advocacy groups in the public. I do think it is,
And you probably want to change, I'm sorry.
sorry, pardon, go ahead.
On line 10, change 3 to 2.
Pardon? On line 11.
I'm sorry, 11.
Oh, yes.
If you're
yes,
going to
yes.
exclude the judiciary.
Yes.
And you want to put that in there for non-core legislative duties
Yes.
someplace. I don't know where that goes.
Sure.
How you do that.
Sure. Can you use the language from the bills introduced and also VPIRG's proposal? VPIRG has a new name? This is.
No,
No.
let
No.
that issue for me.
Okay. One thing that was interesting that was raised in VPIRG's recommendations was the staffing that would be necessary, because I do think it'll be important to understand what the staffing needs will be. Because we had a conversation about the prosecutor and who that should be, the investigator needs, what the executive director's current role, what the proposed role would be. They had also requested administrative staff, whether that would be necessary, and then potential contracting with an administrative law officer for hearings, et cetera.
You mean to do the,
Enforcement.
well, but isn't that, wouldn't they come back with a plan for enforcement and implementation, and they'd say we need to have 13 staff members, or we need to have none? I don't think, I don't want to put in here that, because that is part of how they would implement it.
Sounds good.
I think.
You could argue that.
Well, I think if you go back with it, I'm not opposed to putting in more words in there, but if you're coming back with a plan to implement, you're going to say, this is how we're going to implement it, this is what it's going to take
Right.
staff-wise to implement it, so it does seem it's part of the
Yeah,
implementation.
I think it's important.
Well, but, you know.
I agree.
You agree that we should put in there, they need to come back with staffing recommendations?
Yes.
That isn't what I said.
You said.
I said it is.
For enforcement and implementation. Implementation implies staff, or you
Right.
couldn't.
The suggestion was that we put in here, including staffing and cost
Oh,
recommendations.
I don't think you need to
Okay.
define.
Okay,
I think
that was-
that's assumed.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't take out implementation,
No, we're not going to put out implementation.
because that's like, how are we going to do it?
Right, but we don't need to.
You don't need to be too
Yeah.
prescriptive, as you would say.
So we have this scheduled again. We thought we were done, but we have it scheduled again for,
When you say this is the first.
when do we have it scheduled for next? Is it Thursday? Is it this Thursday? No. Today is Thursday. Oh, today is Thursday.
I'm a little.
We have it scheduled for some time.
Anthony?
Oh, I know when we have it scheduled.
3.
Thursday is local government day.
Oh, right.
And what we thought we would do is sometime, we go up on the floor there, and sometimes they keep us up there for many hours because they have so much to throw at us. I don't think there'll be that much this year. I don't think there's that much controversy that they have with us this year. So what we thought is after, if we get done up there in a reasonable time, we'll come down here and finish this up. Does that? So it would be just kind of flexible on next Thursday.
We might even do it in front of them.
Well, the House Committee will be there also, but I
Those people.
right.
Oh, that fabulous group.
Oh, no, wait
partners
till I
in the
tell you about
House.
my
That's what I
dream.
meant.
I didn't tell you about my dream yet about House members. Anyway, okay.
Our partners in the House.
I'm actually-
will
I'm a
be
little-
valued and treasured.
What?
I really thought we were going to put this out as the first bill that came out without any amendments. So I'm a little
I know.
disappointed.
So you are the reason.
You're the reason.
May I ask why, if we're taking it back into committee, Betsy Ann, if we're taking this back into
We
committee,
didn't-
why we're,
Okay, I'm sorry.
sorry, I thought we took it back into committee.
Yes.
So I don't understand why we have to do it as an amendment.
We don't.
Okay, so let's not,
No, let's just do it as a.
let's just incorporate it.
Let's just do it as a strike all and do a
Right.
new bill.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because we don't want the original language in there if it conflicts with this language.
Yes, exactly. I would rather have
Yeah.
a clean bill, and it doesn't, it confuses everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you would just want to strike all
Yeah.
form? Okay.
Thank you, that was my point.
Sounds good. So you want to maintain, though, the purpose and intent section in one?
Yes.
And the extension of the funding
Yes.
source?
So does
And
that
the-
mean there will be a bill without amendments?
What's that?
Does that mean
Yes.
it will
It'll
revert to
be
being a
a
bill
strike
without any amendments?
But it will be an amendment to the original.
Nobody's going to know that except us.
No, they will know it up there because you have to say, can I speak to the bill?
This is very transparent.
We'll see.
Transparency?
You can speak, introduce it as, you know.
Okay.
Maybe-
Thank you, Betsy.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
Huh?
We're not done. Where are you going?
Just a little.
Do we have a minute break so we can get some tea?
If we can be back here in 3 minutes.
Okay,
But
I
that means
can.
we have to leave right away and get the tea water and get back here.
And I do not have to leave, so it's
Okay.
been rescheduled.
Okay.
No.
Allison, don't talk.
Yeah.
Go. Yes.
It's impossible.
If
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So Bernie Sanders has easily won the Nevada caucus on Saturday. And whatever you think about the importance of the Nevada caucus in terms of what does it mean for the future of the primary, what does it mean for the future of these candidates, it was a clear and decisive victory for Bernie Sanders. Bernie came away with the victory with 96% reporting. Bernie had 47% of the vote as of about a half hour ago, got 13 delegates. Biden got about 20% of the vote and 2 delegates, while Mayor Pete Buttigieg got the last single delegate with 14% of the vote. This is, by the way, a good example of how you can get the majority of the delegates without the majority of the vote. Bernie got 46% of the vote, but ended up with about 81% of the delegates. We've talked about that before. I'm sure we'll talk about it again. But what I want to focus in on is the way that MSNBC and other establishment media reported on Bernie's win. You would have thought they were coming to you with the tragic news of a terrorist attack. You would have thought from the tone, tenor, and analogies that were used on MSNBC, and including by some sort of center-left establishment types on CNN, you would have thought they were commenting on the tragic death of 1,000 children rather than the victory of a progressive Democratic candidate who happens to be Jewish, and that'll be relevant as well. I've said before, MSNBC is more like Fox News than you might think. They are both huge corporate profit-driven media channels. One is radically and cartoonishly right-wing editorially. The other, MSNBC, is establishment Democratic, or you could call it center-left, period. They have many of the same motivations, Fox News and MSNBC. They have many of the same structural characteristics. Check out some of these absolutely wild reactions on MSNBC to Bernie Sanders' win. First is Chris Matthews equating Bernie Sanders' win in Nevada to the Nazi invasion of France.
I was reading last night, Brian, I know you're a history guy too. I'm reading last night about the fall of France in the summer of 1940. And the general, Renault, calls up Churchill and says, it's over. And Churchill said, how can it be? You got the greatest army in Europe. How can it be over? He said, it's over. So I had that suppressed feeling. I can't be as wild as Carville, but he is damn smart. And I think he's damn right on this one. Joy.
The number of times that Jewish Bernie Sanders is being compared or likened in some way, shape, or form to Nazis on MSNBC is starting to become a concerning number. Nazis killed family members of Bernie Sanders. MSNBC has at least twice, if not more, made references to Nazis in talking about Bernie or Bernie supporters. A Jewish man wins the Nevada Democratic Caucus, and Chris Matthews thinks that's kind of like when Nazis stormed France. Something is very wrong here. And whatever your opinion is about Bernie's Medicare for All plan, right? That's not what this is about. This is too far. There are now countless calls for Chris Matthews to resign from MSNBC. I wouldn't hold my breath. But the insanity of Chris Matthews equating the win by a Jewish candidate to Nazis invading France is stunning. Next example from MSNBC's coverage of Bernie's win in Nevada. Here's Brian Williams saying they might kill Bernie. What is he even talking about?
And the point Chris made that they're going to kill him, but they may not stop him. Come Monday, they're going to kill him. They may not stop him.
It's true. What on earth is Brian Williams talking about? And what is the prudency of starting to allude to wanting to kill a candidate who will no doubt, if he is the nominee, partially because of his ideology, partially because of his Jewish heritage, will be extraordinarily targeted by very violent factions of the political world. Here is example number 3, Chris Jansing, an MSNBC reporter, with an audible, dramatic sigh of disdain as she realizes that at her particular caucus location, Bernie has the lion's share of support. Listen to that sigh.
That these, again, are people who work on the Strip within 2.5 miles of the Bellagio, largely people of color. Of those, the majority are Latino, and they are clearly, at least from eyeballing it, strongly in favor of Bernie Sanders, with Joe Biden coming in second.
And I could do more and more of these. I could do 5 or 10 minutes of highlights of, Joy Reid making absolutely no sense with her establishment theatrics. But this is what we're seeing. And the reason we're seeing it is it's because of the fear that establishment center-left media has if Bernie Sanders were to be president, even if Bernie Sanders were to be nominee. If it's Trump who's the president, center-left obviously is opposed to Donald Trump. You've got a clear and concise and narrow, direct path as to what your editorial policy will be for maximum profit. It's all very cut and dry. If you have a center-left nominee like Biden or Buttigieg, 2020 version of Buttigieg, 2018 Buttigieg was much more like Bernie, but if you have 2020 Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar, somebody like that, Bloomberg, it's very clear what you do. You support them, and they are not really going to do anything to radically challenge your place of privilege in society and in the economy. So that's very clear. What does the establishment center-left media do? What do these bloggers and people like, Jennifer Rubin and others, what do they do if you have Bernie Sanders, the nominee, or even Elizabeth Warren, the nominee? What do they do throughout the general election? What do they do if someone like Bernie or Warren were to become president of the United States? I actually don't know the answer. We're on the left, so we're against the right, but we also don't want the progressive left. What do? They are seeing the potential crumbling of the entire infrastructure that supports their model could crumble, and they know it. So the Democratic establishment knows it. The center-left legacy media know it. They don't know how to position themselves. I anticipate it will get even weirder just during what's remaining in the primary. And then once we get to the general election, it's going to be an absolute madhouse. We are starting to see the preview here. Sometimes in the political world, when you are an exception to the rule, you get a lot of attention. And oftentimes that attention can become weaponized. For example, most Black Americans are pretty liberal. So when someone like Candace Owens, a right-wing Black woman, supposedly right-wing, I think it's partially a character she plays, but whatever, she presents as right-wing. She gets attention. She gets a ton of attention and is able to spread dangerous misinformation, which is welcomed with open arms by right-wingers. Most American Jews are liberal. So when you have a conservative Jew, they often get more attention for their views than they would if their identity was different. And another example of this is that Hollywood and actors are overwhelmingly liberal. So when someone like James Woods, the actor, who's a right-winger, starts sharing right-wing talking points, he gets more attention because partially of his identity. And this is very dangerous. The same applies to college kids and people just out of college, or people who would be just out of college if they went but maybe didn't, who tend to be more on the left. So when someone like Charlie Kirk is out there, they get a lot of attention and they can spread very dangerous disinformation. And case in point, over the weekend, James Woods and Charlie Kirk both shared a supposed analysis, and using that term is almost a joke, of how Bernie Sanders would handle taxes and paying for Medicare for all. And it is riddled with not differences of opinion, which are fine. It's just riddled with disinformation. And unfortunately, the posts caught fire. The Trumpists love it. These have been shared hundreds of thousands of times across all the people who have posted them. The graphic that James Woods and Charlie Kirk shared claims that since under a Bernie Sanders administration, everybody gets at least $15 an hour for work that they do. Anybody working full time, of course, not taking any time off, would earn $31,200 a year at a minimum. And the graphic that's being shared goes on to say, Bernie is going to pay for Medicare for all by taxing people making over $29,000 at the rate of 52%. Now, this is completely wrong, but according to this viral image, that makes the effective after-tax hourly wage of someone getting paid $15 an hour and paying 52% in taxes, which of course is a lie, they end up only taking home $7.20 an hour. Charlie Kirk shared the same thing with the additional message, socialism sucks. added to the bottom. Now, it's actually difficult to know where to start with this, but it's a good opportunity to really get a good understanding of how Bernie's plan would work, how Bernie's tax plan would work, how he'd pay for Medicare for all. Now, we can have reasonable fact-based disagreements about Bernie's Medicare for all plan. For example, you could argue, I don't believe it's fair to rich people to do what Bernie wants to do. Okay, we could debate that. That's a great conversation. You could say, I don't think it's fair to poor people or middle-class people. You could say, I think Bernie is too optimistic in how cheap the delivery of healthcare will be under his plan. Great. I've made that critique. We can talk about it. But we have to be arguing about the real world. We can't be arguing about these completely fake disagreements based on viral right-wing disinformation. So let's dig into it. First of all, our tax rates are marginal, number one, meaning you only pay the highest rate on income for the money earned above where that bracket starts. So in Bernie's tax brackets, a single taxpayer would pay 52% tax only on income above $10 million a year. So someone earning the $31,200 mentioned in this viral image would pay 10% on their first $9,500 and then 12% on the amount they make between $9,525 and $31,200. Now, remember that there is a standard deduction of $12,200, which would drop the taxable income for someone earning $31,200 to just $19,000, which means they'd end up paying a little over $2,000 in taxes. They would then get their additional 4% for health care on their income-based premium that Bernie has proposed. And this means if you earn $31,200, you end up with an effective tax rate of 9.1%, not 52%, and that includes your payment towards health care. Imagine being this financially illiterate and still having a voice in the political discussion, like James Woods or Charlie Kirk. And the disinformation being spread argues that all sorts of people would be paying 52% tax, when in reality, the 52% applies only to incomes above $10 million per year. In 2014, that would have applied to only 0.02% of taxpayers. That number presumably is a little bit higher in 2020. So there's plenty to debate about Medicare for all. You need the Senate support. AOC recently said, Bernie can't wave a magic wand and make Medicare for all happen. I said it months ago. I was crushed for it. AOC said it. She was welcomed mostly with open arms, but she's right, and it's a very real question about Medicare for all. I believe Bernie's plan understates the cost of care. But Bernie doesn't want people earning $31,000 to pay 52% income of their income to taxes. And they are either fundamentally ignorant to the reality of the plan. That's one possibility. They just don't get it. Or they know that they can't actually argue against the plan on its merits, so they resort to spreading disinformation. And it works because these bogus numbers were shared hundreds of thousands of times by the various people that posted and reposted and retweeted them. We can't let them control the information in this way because they are weaponizing call it ignorance, call it gullibility, call it whatever you want. It is being weaponized by the American right very successfully. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at dpacman. We'll be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Jane Chambers and Andrew Baylog. Jane and Andrew, thank you for your support. I also want to say thanks to Jan Peter Karstensen, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day, a member for almost 5 years. Grab a membership. It's quick, it's cheap, it's easy, it supports the show, and you get some great perks, including the daily members-only bonus show, by signing up at www.joinpakman.com. Okay, so like with most things in the world and in politics, the reality is rarely completely black and white, although in many cases it's a pretty dark shade of gray. And along those lines, today we have to talk about the talking points that are spreading about undemocratically stealing the nomination from Bernie Sanders compared to actually building consensus within the Democratic Party. Now, as you all know by now, there's no doubt that the Democratic establishment does not want Bernie Sanders to be the Democratic presidential nominee, just like was the case in 2016. Now, you don't have to support Bernie Sanders in order to believe that. You would have to be quite naive at this point to deny that, everything from the MSNBC coverage in the aftermath of Bernie's win in Nevada to the DNC considering allowing the superdelegates to vote on round one at the convention. All of this stuff is evidence that the Democratic establishment doesn't want Bernie to be the nominee. Okay, now, there are a couple of ways that Bernie could end up with more pledged delegates than anybody else, but not end up with the nomination. Not all of those scenarios are equally problematic in the context of how nominations are decided. Now, listen, I know there are people who are going to see this video and they're going to dislike it and say, David's advocating for this, that, the other. I'm not doing anything other than informing my audience about how this works and allowing people to have the information to decide for themselves when something is or is not undemocratic. Now, this is really important because like 80% of the commentaries I'm seeing from the left about how Bernie may have the nomination denied are accurate. 80% are accurate. There's 20% that are missing the mark. And what I want to do is distinguish between the two scenarios that are the most likely so that we can all be on the same page. If you don't like that, if you want to punish me and you want to dislike this video on YouTube or write me a mean letter, go ahead. But I'm going to do the show the way I think the show should be done. And informing people about this is really important. So let's look first at the cartoonish, obvious, and disgusting way that Bernie could have more delegates than anybody else and end up not being the nominee. If Bernie Sanders gets a plurality of pledged delegates in the primaries, and then there's a first round of voting at the DNC, and nobody gets to 50% plus one delegates, then they do a second round of voting with superdelegates, and Bernie could lose. This would not be Bernie losing because there was consensus built between the delegates of different candidates. This would simply be a completely undemocratic process, a mirroring of the 2016 scenario, except with superdelegates voting in the second round instead of in the first. It would be completely shameful. I'm against the inclusion and use of superdelegates altogether. It's undemocratic. It's an establishment centrist perversion of what should be a democratic process. There is also another scenario that could deny Bernie Sanders the nomination, and we may not like the outcome, but it does reflect a sort of consensus building that is often a requirement of the political system working correctly, even if we don't like the outcome. I will lay it out for you. Imagine that Bernie Sanders has a plurality of the delegates, but not a majority, which seems quite likely at this point, although things could shift and Bernie could end up with a majority. Let's imagine Bernie has 35% of the delegates heading into the convention. It is completely conceivable that in advance of that first vote at the DNC, superdelegates aren't involved, three centrist candidates might combine their delegates and get to 50% plus one. It would be a negotiation between the candidates and their supporters. Imagine, let's make it really specific. Imagine that going into the convention, now we'll use other numbers. Bernie has 28% of the delegates. Pete Buttigieg has 21%. And Joe Biden has 16%. And Amy Klobuchar has 14%. I believe that when you vote for a candidate in the primary, you are voting for their decision-making ability in total. And if you vote Amy and she decides at the convention, my policies are more likely to be enacted by Biden than by Bernie. And she says, hey, Amy delegates, go and vote for Biden. And if the Buttigieg people do the same thing, they could negotiate for all of those delegates to support Joe Biden, and Biden would get 50% plus one. Bernie had more delegates than any one other candidate. But of course, most of the delegates were for other candidates, and you could see that negotiation take place. It's not super delegates coming in from above and undemocratically handing the nomination to someone. Now, if you don't like that, you can argue there should be no such negotiations possible in advance of that first round of voting. But the problem is, in a field where, imagine you have 15 or 18 candidates, the candidate with a plurality might only have 9, 10, 11, 12% of the vote. In that case, do we want a system that says even with 11% of the vote, if it's a plurality, that candidate must be the nominee when 89% voted for somebody else? It doesn't sound completely right to me, even if it leads to an outcome that is not the one I want. So now let me be absolutely crystal clear. I'm voting for Bernie Sanders in the primary. I believe superdelegates should not decide the nomination, but we need to disaggregate the two scenarios. Imagine it going a different way. Imagine Bernie gets his 37% of the delegates, okay, going into the convention, and Elizabeth Warren has 14%. We know if Bernie doesn't get that first ballot nomination on the second round, superdelegates give it to somebody else. Elizabeth Warren could direct her delegates, her 14%, to vote for Bernie. 37 plus 14 is 51. And that gets Bernie to the nomination on the first round. It's a progressive consensus building movement. It's not, practically speaking, different than the delegates of 2, 3, or 4 centrist candidates doing the same thing. We may not like the system, in which case we should lobby for it to be changed. But that scenario is not the authoritarian, undemocratic nightmare of superdelegates coming in and simply saying nothing. There's no negotiation, there's no consensus building. The superdelegates just vote for Biden or for Buttigieg or whatever. Let's maintain credibility and consistency. Let's acknowledge that these are two different scenarios, and let's work to ensure that working within that, no superdelegates. The first process there that I mentioned is the undemocratic superdelegate one. We're against that, but let's work knowing that the second scenario could happen to build consensus and to do what needs to be done for the candidate we want to be the nominee. If you think that this is a distinction without a difference, I disagree with you, and I want to hear from you. Tell me what's wrong with my analysis. So there's a significant portion of my audience that is also going to be furious that I'm even covering this next story. And again, I don't care. I've decided, if you want to do whatever you want, dislike my videos, whatever, this is an important story, and we're going to talk about it. The Bernie Sanders campaign has been notified that Russia is, quote, trying to help him, similar to their effort to help Trump in 2016. That's the assertion that's been made by intelligence to Bernie's campaign. They've also briefed Trump about this. Now, there are people on the left who believe the entire Trump-Russia story is totally fake, and they believe this story is also totally fake. You and I don't have very much to discuss. The case I want to make today is that, of course, Russia prefers Bernie to be the Democratic nominee. Basic geopolitics would dictate that. And instead of weirdly denying it, progressives should instead say Russia always has preferences, and they have really slick ways of acting on those preferences. And we should be glad that Bernie reacted to this in exactly the right way. He is doing this the right way, as opposed to how Trump did it the wrong way. Now, before we move on, I don't want to ignore that it's problematic, that there are people that think it's a problem that I'm even talking about this. I get that's a problem. It's hugely problematic. I just don't have time to deal with that aspect of it today. We're in the middle of trying to remove Trump. We're falling behind on climate change. People are dying from not having health care. If you want to dislike the video, go ahead. If you want to say, I never should have talked about this, go ahead. I'm doing the stories that I want to do, and I'm going to do them the way I want to do them. We can disagree respectfully. That's great. Diversity of opinion is fantastic. So here's the situation. U.S. officials have warned Senator Bernie Sanders that Russia is attempting to help him in his presidential campaign and are, generally speaking, interfering in the Democratic contest. Trump was informed about this. We don't yet know all of the ways that this is being done. Social is a big part of it. We have a report we're working on. Our own subreddit, the David Pakman Show subreddit, has been plagued by pro-Bernie sock puppet accounts recently, accounts created an hour before that then post the same divisive pro-Bernie messages to 40 different subreddits. We're getting hit hard by them. That's a piece of it. Now, Bernie Sanders reacted the exact right way. Bernie Sanders, when told about this and asked by the media, said, I don't care, frankly, who Putin wants to be president. My message to Putin is clear. Stay out of American elections, and as president, I will make sure that you do. Notice the difference between reactions from Bernie to Trump. Trump is told Russia prefers him. He denies it sometimes. He says Putin said it wasn't true, even though Putin has publicly said it is true. He then asks Russia to find Hillary's emails. He then lies about contacts with Russia. Bernie's told Russia's helping him, and he says, I don't care. Stay out of our elections. And when I'm president, I'm going to make sure that you stay out of our elections. Instead of wildly denying that this is a thing, progressives should say, Russia has an angle. They are known to do this all over the world. We're paying attention to the Democratic primary right now. Bernie is handling it the right way, and Trump handled it the wrong way. Now let's talk about the Russian motives here. Of course, Russia wants Bernie. Russia's priority is always to push for what will be most destabilizing, what will be the biggest shakeup to the status quo. They are experts on sowing chaos and confusion. In 2015 and 2016, the Republican establishment didn't want Trump. Russia recognized that reality show host Trump would destabilize the Republican Party. It would turn the primary into a sideshow. If Trump was the nominee and then was able to defeat Hillary, it would be embarrassing for the U.S. It would be hilarious chaos for the U.S. It would allow Putin to maybe look more powerful and strong geopolitically. In 2016, during the primaries, the most status quo challenging event would have been a Trump nomination, a Bernie nomination on the Democratic side. Once it became Trump versus Hillary, supporting Trump would obviously be the most destabilizing thing or event that Russia could support. This time around, the only thing as rattling to the status quo as a Trump re-election would be a Bernie nomination and or Bernie becoming president of the United States. This doesn't mean Bernie will do bad things if he's president. This is just what will most shake up the status quo. So we look dumb when we just deny the reality that it's obvious why Russia would prefer Bernie be the nominee. It's not secret. Check out the book from the 1990s, Foundations of Geopolitics by Alexander Dugin. This is not a show that's going to feed you conspiracies or whatever. I don't know what anybody else is saying about this Bernie Russia thing. When we look at this, which Democratic candidate would most rattle the Democratic establishment? It's Bernie. That's why a lot of people are supporting Bernie. Recognize that that's why it would be attractive for Russia to try to help Bernie. Which Democratic candidate becoming president would throw the U.S. into a situation that would be the most different from the status quo? It's Bernie, right? An actual social democrat, calls himself a democratic socialist. Which candidate did Trump actually say would have been the toughest to run against back in 2016? Bernie. If you're Russia, you obviously support Bernie in the primary. And then in the general, you have your pick, right? I mean, if Trump wins re-election, it's another 4 years of international embarrassment. If Bernie wins, you get a real shakeup to the status quo of the types of people that have been presidents of the United States. Bernie does a lot of good things that I agree with, but Russia's goal is change the status quo, destabilize. Look at how the centrist Democrats are going crazy about the possibility of Bernie being the nominee. Of course, this is what Russia wants. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with supporting Bernie. Would not make a Bernie win any less legitimate. And Bernie is handling it the correct way. Let me know what you think.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Tom Rivett-Carnac, who is co-author of the book The Future We Choose, Surviving the Climate Crisis. Tom's also a leader in the fields of international diplomacy, energy policy, and climate change. 3 areas, Tom, that are relevant if you're going to be involved in the negotiation of the Paris Climate Accords, which you ended up participating in. How did that even come about?
I did. Well, it was a great privilege to be so closely involved in the Paris Climate Accords. I was actually working in New York, where I am right now, and I was working at an NGO called CDP, where I was helping companies identify the types of strategies that would make them more effective to deal with the climate crisis. And in that position, through a friend, I got to meet Christiana Figueres, who's my co-author on this book, and at the time was the executive secretary of the UN Climate Convention. And we spent a day together in New York walking around. And what was clear was that she was obviously surrounded by many brilliant people inside the UN, but there tends to be the emergence of, not groupthink might be a little unfair, but sort of the same solutions to the same problems that you've been struggling with for a long time. And she knew that she wanted somebody in there who could think about the political challenges in a new way. And so that's why she hired me to come and run the political strategy a few years before Paris.
So one of the common, I guess, refrains that I hear from people who take as seriously as we should be the issue of climate change about the Paris Accord is that the final result feels sort of underwhelming. In other words, all of this negotiation just to say, well, we'll commit to limit the increase of temperature above pre-industrial levels. Can you talk a little bit about what the negotiation is actually like and why just looking at the outcome ignores a lot of what goes into even doing this in the first place?
Sure. No, I can definitely talk about that. But one contextualizing comment, because you're absolutely right in what you said, is negotiations and outcomes are pathways, and they're only meaningful if they're followed.
Yes.
Right? That's where it gets interesting. So for many years, the negotiations had been mired in this issue of fairness, right? So developing countries said to developed countries, you caused this problem. And what's more, you said you'd sort it out in 1991 when the UN first started thinking about this. So go away and do something meaningful about it and then come back and we'll talk about a global agreement. Whereas the developed countries would say, well, the world is different now. Many of the emissions actually come from developing countries. India, China, many other places are developing very rapidly. This now needs to be an everyone, everywhere type of an endeavor. And the challenge is that both of those perspectives were correct, right? And both of them were justified and very defensible. So for a long time, the discussion in the climate negotiations was about, well, whose responsibility is this? And it became mired in this sort of zero-sum mentality of this was a burden that nobody wanted to take on, and everybody was trying to pass around between each other. One of the things I think we did in Paris, or at least we took serious steps towards doing, although it's unfinished business, is we flipped that. You know, dealing with the climate crisis is, of course, an urgent challenge. It is also the biggest economic opportunity. It's the biggest opportunity to improve the quality of our lives. It's the biggest opportunity to improve our biodiversity, our quality of air, et cetera, et cetera. And we started to think about it more around less as a burden to be shared and more of an opportunity to be captured. So that changed the nature of the negotiations to a degree where every country would agree collectively we need to solve this in the long term. And for the next few years, I'll put down my plan as to what I'll do for the next few years that's consistent with my politics, that is of benefit to me as a country. And that enabled the spirit to begin to change, which was the real breakthrough we needed.
So there's a whole range of estimates that are made about what might the planet look like in 5, 10, 30, et cetera years. There's not wholesale agreement, although there are straight out bad faith actors. And then there are just sort of like reasonable disagreements within the communities that are appropriately dealing with this in good faith. In the book, you outline, a possible scenario where we just fail to deal with this issue and what 2050 might look like in that scenario. And then you also talk about moving in the direction by 2050 of carbon neutrality, regenerative economies, and moving in the right direction, so to speak. Is part of the problem on this that even for people who believe the science, it's sort of difficult to really believe that nightmare scenario because it seems so horrifying, and that may cause some sort of paralysis in actually getting going on it?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And I think that there has been this massive discrepancy between the world we see around us, which until recently has largely carried on as we've more or less known it, and these sort of very challenging, very alarming predictions of periods of time that are just a few decades in the future. And I think for many people, it can be difficult to bring those two things together, particularly when the solutions that are proposed seem small, right? They seem like small iterations on your life. Sadly, it's becoming more and more possible to imagine what that negative future might look like, right? I mean, just in the last few months, if we look at the terrible devastation of the wildfires in Australia and the unbelievable loss of life and property and the heartbreaking loss of biodiversity, we look at the disappearance of coral reefs around the world. We look at the warming of the oceans and the hotspots. We look at the burning of the Amazon and of Siberia and of California, the floods in England, the melting of Antarctica. Unfortunately, we are getting sharper relief of what it could be like. And these early signs should wake us up because science tells us we still have time, right? This decade, I would argue, will end up being the most consequential decade in the history of humanity. Now, that's a lot for us to take on board, but we have to face that, and we have to face it now if we're going to have the kind of impact that we need to have to improve the world in the way that we still can.
So on the personal versus structural, we've talked before about how, putting a disproportionate focus on plastic straws distorts the reality that a vast majority of what we have to deal with is actually the output and waste from large corporations, particularly in certain industries that are the disproportionate contributors. So if you talk about plastic straws and making sure that you're sorting your cardboard boxes the right way, that it unfairly puts the burden on individuals when in reality that's not where the burden is. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because it seems, from the book, it seems as though you say that there needs to be structural action, but individual action is also important.
Sure. So in the book, we set out what needs to happen in order to get us on this trajectory to create a future that we still can, right? And as you say, that's a variety of actions that we can all participate in. Now, there's 3 types of actions we talk about. One of those is actually who we are as human beings. Living through this fundamental transformation is not easy for us to embrace that. And we talk about how we can dig into some of the deeper elements of the human psychology to prepare ourselves for that and to be positive actors for a great future. The second thing we talk about is our own activities. So it is true that we are economic actors, we're political actors, we're citizens, we're consumers, we're parents, we're employees, we're teachers, whatever we are. And in all of those roles, there's a huge amount that we can do to create a positive future. And it's very meaningful, right? Every day counts now, whether that's changing your diet, whether it's changing the way you move, changing the way you heat your home, etc., or reimagining your role in the world so that you can actually do something that has a more positive impact or less of a negative impact. And that's really important, right? Individuals have a major role in pushing systems to actually reach tipping points. But we also say, and this is the third category of action that we outline in the book, we need to use the power that we have in relation to national governments, in relation to corporations, in relation to regional governments and state governments, to push them to participate in civil disobedience, to vote in a way that is consistent with the kind of future we want to create. We've left this so late that we can no longer say it's the responsibility of business or investors or governments or individuals. This has to be an everyone, everywhere type of initiative. And I think the problem with that dialogue of where does responsibility lie is it can be cyclical, right? You know, one time it's fashionable to say it's individuals, another time it's fashionable to say it's governments. The truth is it's everyone, and it's urgent, and we need to be on this now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that in a way it's sure it can be about recycling and plastic straws and maybe looking at an electric car or something like that. But at the same time, it's about the ability of a population to, at a certain point, say, unless you're seriously going to deal with this, we don't vote you into office.
Right, exactly. Or more than that, you know, we go out on the streets and we shut down operations until, you know, the first duty of a democratic government is to protect its population.
Yes.
By that metric, most governments in the West are failing their most fundamental responsibility. Some are failing reasonably badly, some are failing really badly, and some are doing a reasonably good job.
We've been speaking with Tom Rivett-Carnac, who is co-author of the book The Future We Choose, Surviving the Climate Crisis. Also, the podcast Outrage and Optimism, which you should absolutely check out. Tom, thanks again for your time. I so appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Donald Trump had a completely whacked out speech at a rally in the conservative stronghold of Colorado Springs. Now, it's a story for another day. Colorado Springs, Colorado is a fascinating conservative place, fascinatingly scary, I guess I should add. But I do want to highlight a moment from this completely absurd speech and focus in on Donald Trump actually bragging that his followers are completely cult-like and divorced from any critical thinking whatsoever that would even conceivably allow them to say, maybe Trump did something wrong and we should hold him accountable, just like a cult leader. And the more I watch interviews with Trump supporters, I'm reminded more and more of the book Road to Jonestown by Jeff Gwynne that I read. It's about cult leader Jim Jones. Drink the Kool-Aid originates from Jim Jones. And I recommend the book to you. It's an aside, but Trumpists are reminding me more and more of Jim Jones followers. And more and more, the term cult is actually being used to describe the supporters of Donald Trump. And Trump is bragging about this. Let's take a look at the clip. A visibly sweaty and orange Donald Trump bragging about his cultist followers.
Fake news CNN went up to a woman. What does it take for you to leave the president? I'm not leaving him. There were 10 women. The one woman, beautiful, they're like incredible women. And they had their bandanas, they had hats, Trump. And stupid CNN, they go up, what does it take for you? And then he goes, look, he said one time that his people are so good, they'd stay with him if he shot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue. Do you remember? Right? Would you stay if he shot somebody? This is actually an answer, something to the effect. Would you stay if he shot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue? And the woman looks, well, it depends why he shot him. I thought that was...
So Donald Trump there was ridiculing a question that is essentially a defeasibility test. It's what would it take for you to change your mind about Donald Trump? This is a really great question that I've talked about before, and it can be very easily used to determine whether someone is actually thinking critically and using facts to come to a conclusion, or are they first coming to their conclusion and then just post facto interpreting the facts to fit that pre-existing notion that they have. If there is nothing a president could do to make you re-examine your support for them, you are not operating in the world of facts and critical thinking. If someone came to me and said, David, what would it take for you to support Donald Trump? I could very clearly tell you, listen, if Trump came around on climate and said he was wrong all along, he's committing to fight climate change. If he came around on trade, if he stopped using the presidency to funnel money into his own pockets, if he apologized for all the disgusting behavior, if he fixed his tax plan, it's a long list, but I would consider saying Trump might be better than some of these Democrats that are running. I'm at least trying to operate in the world of thinking critically and behaving rationally. So Donald Trump is not only criticizing CNN in the clip for asking the defeasibility question, he's actually bragging about how his supporters are essentially cult followers. They've decided to support Trump and will, after the fact, rationalize anything Donald Trump says and does. It might sound like they're applying some critical thinking when Trump says, well, they'd keep supporting me if I shot someone, depending on why I shot someone. But that entire discussion has already rationalized a president even talking about shooting people on Fifth Avenue and not losing support and not having his followers abandon him. So this clip should serve as a reminder to us that given the cult-like nature of Donald Trump's followers, convincing them to change their minds about who they're going to vote for in November is so utterly and obviously futile. It is not a strategy for winning the election. What we have to do is mobilize people who don't have to be convinced, who aren't part of the cult, and Trump bragging about it is just an additional reminder of that. Trump bragging that his followers are essentially cultists. Let's now get to some other clips from some of Donald Trump's recent rallies. So we already talked about the visibly sweaty and orange Donald Trump bragging to a Colorado Springs crowd about his followers essentially being cultists. I want to take a few minutes now to mention more generally that at that same rally in Colorado Springs and at the following one that he did in Las Vegas, Nevada, Donald Trump looked and sounded more unwell than we've seen in a really long time. And the things he was saying were concerning. The way he looked was concerning, and the way he sounded was concerning. And people are noticing. The International Business Times reported Trump reportedly looks bad at Vegas rally. POTUS suffering from mental, physical decline. A number of other articles asked essentially the same questions. Let's look at some examples from two events. Again, it's the Colorado Springs rally and then a Las Vegas rally. Trump, again, visibly sweaty, very red. Upper Trump in Colorado Springs, downer Trump in Las Vegas. Maybe Trump arriving sort of late East Coast time for the Colorado Springs rally, maybe needed a little something to get him going for that one. Wouldn't be surprising if he was giving himself a boost with something. Check out Trump, unable to read his teleprompter in the context that the speech is written, slurring about the Rocky Mountains, making no syntactical sense here.
Beautiful place beneath the majestic peaks, that's true, of the Rocky Mountains with thousands of terrific, hardworking, great American patriots.
Trump then started wildly reading totally out of context numbers with no reasonable inflection where you can even understand what on earth this guy is talking about.
Nice one. Look at this. Look at this. Trump 70%. Next one is 18%. Next one is 7, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. Trump didn't do well in the debates. See, they're fake news.
Then Trump slurring and attacking someone, not exactly sure who.
Now I feel good. Now I feel good. She's a third-rate journalist. Let's go. We're standing up in defense of our Constitution.
And then Trump started mixing up conflicting conspiracy theories, which was really weird. Try to understand this and look at how he takes like 2 or 3 words from different conspiracy theories.
And, you know, we're working with a cloud. We're working with these people. They want to take you out. They want to change the results. They got caught spying. Let's say it like it is, right? They got caught spying on our election fake news. Hey, fake news, take your cameras for a change and show them the room and show them behind you. Go ahead, show them the room.
The cloud, spying, fake news, election, like it's completely dissembling in front of our very eyes. Then he starts talking about Mayor Pete, and I guess now he's referring to Mayor Pete as Buddha Touch. Buddha Touch. Listen to this.
Alfred E. Newman, Buttigieg. Little Buttigieg. I said, I've had you up to here. They had little Buttigieg leading Donald Trump in Texas, these people. But very close. He said, it's too close to call. This is a poll where Buttigieg. So a friend of mine from Texas, a big, powerful, strong guy, real Texas, he's got the cowboy hat. I'd love to wear that hat. I wouldn't have to comb my hair so much. I wouldn't need hairspray, right? I'd love those Texas hats. I don't know if we get away with it in Washington. That's my only problem. But I love them.
Then Trump really struggling to say the word statistics.
I'm telling you, within a very short period of time, you're going to see some statistics coming out on one. Statistics. I got to do it right. Otherwise, they'll say, what's wrong?
I like that. Statistics. So this is already bad enough, right? This is Colorado Springs. But then we go to Las Vegas and things get even worse. Trump trying to talk about some healthcare plan he was supposedly going to do already, but then it never happened. And he sounds like a used car salesman. Notice that Trump in Vegas, this is now downer Trump. Trump in Colorado Springs was upper Trump, red, talking quickly. This is now downer Trump talking about we're going to give you brand new pre-existing. Now you might be saying there's got to be some other word missing there. Yeah, but Trump's talking about brand new pre-existing.
For Obamacare. But we're going to terminate it. We're going to give you your pre-existing 100%. Otherwise, I won't do it. We're going to give you brand new pre-existing, and we're going to have a great health care that's much less expensive.
Then Trump mocks Joe Biden for his stutter. That's a disability. It's like mocking someone for having diabetes.
And Biden is angry. Biden is angry. Everything's anger. Gee. Like, and that's what happens when you can't get the words out. No, it does. That's what happens, right? When you can't get the words out, you get angry. You get angry because you can't get the words out. Might happen to me someday. Can you imagine if that happened to me? Man, would I be a bad guy.
And then this is the height of megalomania. Trump claims and maybe believes that if a plane crashed with 700 people on it, media wouldn't cover it, but instead they would talk about Donald Trump.
You know, cable was supposed to be obsolete, and now they're doing the highest numbers they've ever done. If an airplane goes down with 700 people, they don't cover it. If it's not Trump-related, they don't cover it. It's got to be Trump or Trump-related. So if a plane goes down and it's total devastation, if a ship goes down, if the Titanic equivalent went down, they wouldn't cover it unless I was on the sucker.
And then, of course, the capstone, the slurring begins to take place in Vegas. Remember, Trump was upper Trump in Colorado Springs, Trump downer Trump in Vegas, and downer Trump often does the slurring.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing President Alfred E. Newman. But see, nobody knows because you're all too young. Nobody knows who Alfred is. It's Mad Magazine.
It's very bad. It's very bad. And people around Donald Trump are continuing to privately sound the alarm. And at this rate, if this continues, the debates are going to be something else. It will be like nothing we have ever seen before, no matter who the Democratic nominee eventually is. I presume that upper Trump would be better for the debates than downer Trump. And so we would expect more the Trump that was in Colorado Springs than the Trump that was in Las Vegas, Nevada. Let me know what you think. I don't know what to make of it at this point. We have a voicemail number, and that number is 2192 David P. I don't know where people are getting these ideas, but here is someone alleging that the David Pakman Show and the Kyle Kolinsky Show are receiving DNC funding, which is as untrue as it is laughable, and I'll tell you why in a second.
Hi, David. My name is Michael, and I was just curious because I've heard from some progressive outlets that yourself and individuals like Kyle Kulinski have been taking large funds from the DNC. I'm curious to know whether or not this is true, and if so, why do you do it? Another thing I wanted to know is, what are your thoughts on a Libertarian Progressive Alliance?
Okay, I don't care about Libertarian Progressive Alliance. No, we're not getting any DNC money. You know, I don't know if the DNC supports media outlets that are not like the big corporate legacy ones. But if they did, I don't think they would support the progressive ones where the hosts have said they're voting for Bernie Sanders. Something tells me that that's not the wheelhouse of the DNC to start throwing cash around. On the bonus show today, we will talk about Elizabeth Warren's reaction to Michael Bloomberg's NDA pledge on those non-disclosure agreements. We will talk about a daredevil flat earther who has died after attempting to launch himself with a homemade rocket. And we will also talk about the Supreme Court taking up a religious liberty dispute on the issues of same-sex marriage and foster care. All of that and more on today's bonus show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So, Brattleboro Planning Commission, monthly meeting called to order, February 3rd, and it is 6:06 p.m. Are there any announcements?
I have 2 announcements for you. Stephen Dodson, the Sustainability Coordinator, started today.
Right.
He is currently at the Energy Committee meeting, and he will be coming, he's going to stop up here afterwards. So.
Okay, great. Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more. Sorry. Andrew and I met the Green Mountain Power people out at the substation today, and we got some clarification on a couple of things with that development. So the lighting that they have on site is only in the event of an emergency. So it's not on in the evening. It's just if there was power issues at night and they had to have workers there, then the lighting would be on.
If it was on, is it pointed down and not, or is it just lighting up the whole site?
It's not necessarily shielded. It's kind of, they're on a post, and so they are kind of
They're
down
both pointing
over the
away
site.
from the house.
They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're both like angled. The house is back here. They're both like.
But there are a couple of lights that are on the fence, kind of like they have now, that kind of go straight out, but they're down lower. And so it's really only for emergency.
Did they speak to the residents about that?
I don't know that they spoke to them about.
Because I know when they came to the meeting, they had been trying to contact them. They had been the residents, them being Green Mountain County.
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
That was one of the main. Is Ian filming right now?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe they'll see this and.
Well, we'll reach back out and just say.
I
mean, they seem to know that the neighbors had wanted the temporary fence during construction, so I assumed that they had had a conversation.
Okay.
Certainly, we should not be assuming anything. The erosion control at the 45-day plans, they don't necessarily put them on the plans, but they will be in compliance with the Vermont low risk handbook for erosion control. So there definitely will be erosion control measures during construction. Stormwater, it all flows to the north, which is kind of towards the Veterans Bridge, and there is a very wide kind of riparian vegetated buffer there. So they aren't proposing any treatment other than it'll run off the parking lot into that it's about 100 feet to the West River, and that is also, that's consistent actually with our regulations in that there's a little bit of impervious surface, but not enough to trigger stormwater. So they are thinking about it. We, even when we were writing the letter, we knew that we had no teeth in the land use regulations because they're under 500 square feet of impervious. The area inside the yard is considered to be impervious because they use this gravel that is, there is kind of a containment berm in case there's any oil releases, and there's this product in there that basically if oil hits it, it kind of, because there's drains out, and so if there is oil in it, it blocks it up so that the oil doesn't release.
Then they have a protocol for coming and stopping that?
Yes. And they actually did do testing at this site for pre-construction, and the soils were clean because they would have to manage them if they were taking soils off site. So they were clean. So that's good. And then the last piece of it was the landscaping on Putney Road. So there is some vegetation that's existing. It's pretty mature kind of bushes. It's not, it doesn't look like much at this time of year because it's deciduous. Tree-wise, there isn't room to plant trees because you need about 10 feet. There is some overhead lines, and then you hit slope up to Putney Road. So we preferred what was there as an effective kind of screen, but we're not going to get any street trees on there. They seemed open to planting street trees, but the two issues were they need to, they would have had to take out the vegetation that exists there, the bushes, and they kind of need those because they need to prevent people from climbing the fence and the pool berm. So I think that if we pushed the street trees, they would have been willing, but with the overhead wires and the need to protect the fence and the area with a 10-foot clearance of this, it seems like what they have is okay.
Everybody satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Never.
I just wonder if, to get really entertain the thought of getting picky, if some evergreen shrubs, exist and could have been.
I brought it up.
We did.
Yeah, we talked about it, because the
That maybe match
Jason
out.
Memorial there has dwarf elder spruce, and it's an evergreen, and it doesn't grow that big. It's not like an arborvitae that will grow pretty tall and kind of stay. It's more like goes out than up.
Yeah.
So, but I did mention it.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah,
I mean, it borders on my getting picky. If we wanted an evergreen there, we could request it. But
Yeah, because if there's anything aesthetically to want to block, it's probably transformers and fences and barbed wire.
Did we ask them about reducing the parking lot size and actually planting the edge a little more so it wouldn't quite as...
we did not ask them about that. Part of their construction is they're using a part of that parking lot to drop a temporary substation. So that current substation is not operational right now. It's totally powered down after the fire. They had to put in some additional transmission wires to kind of connect it and bypass it. But it's not operational at this point, so there'll be a temporary station there, which is on more towards the West River side of the parking lot. And then that will go away when the other one is. But no, we didn't talk about shrinking the size of it. I mean, I think that the equipment gets in there. We could follow up and ask them.
It's just untidy. It's like,
Yeah,
create
it's,
the edges in a nicer way. And when are they doing construction? Like, is this supposed to happen next summer or something?
yeah, so their timeline is they're hoping they'll have the certificate of public good by August, and then it'll be about 3 months construction, so they hope to be done by November. They'll go straight to construction. Yeah.
Are we good? Oh, and were there then any updates to the designs?
No.
Okay.
They will be submitting, so what you saw was just the 45-day advance notice. They will then submit the final package to the Public Service Board, and we will get another copy of that at that time. So if there's any changes, we'll see it. But they didn't talk about any changes that they have to today.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're still on announcements. Is that it? Anybody else got any announcements?
One more announcement.
Yeah.
Stephen walked in while we were talking about Green Mountain Power, so.
Hi there.
wanted to
I've met some of
introduce-
you guys, but not all of you yet. Happy to be working for the town now.
Welcome, Stephen.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, finally. Okay, public comments.
No comment?
Nice job, guys.
Can I give you a piece of paper and write your names down for the minutes?
Yeah, we should have. It's like 2 minutes late, so.
If you want to, I'm still working on my computer, that's why I'm standing, I apologize.
Okie dokie, no public comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for doing that.
Approval of the minutes of January 6th, 2019. Did everybody get a chance to look at them, or you need it? All right, take a few minutes.
I'm trying, it's not like, it's just stuff.
It's copies of them, I'm not gathering.
I have a question. My memory was that the scoping study for the bike
Yes.
plan on High Street would be from the intersection of High and whatever the other road is where the old gas station or something used to be, but it's actually gonna be from Main Street all the way to exit.
The scoping study is gonna be Main Street to exit too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's.
1 mile.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're working on a RFP for that
Segue between, segue just is SEGUA or something like that. That segue is the one you ride on.
Is that you ride on?
That's a trademark. They get like autumn, must be autumn. SEGUE.
We'll get to
Yeah,
that.
that's it. And then what is that? SU for the state, the range.
SEG. Segue is like the connection from one to the other.
Or I could use it differently.
That's a mile too.
Segment.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. One second. All right.
Are we good?
Yep.
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. As amended. Okey dokey. Discussion, land use regulation amendments.
Yes.
Over to you.
We had a very nice couple slides to show you to talk through this, but this is just what's going on here.
Well, can you put it down here and we can just peer at it?
No, because it's not getting off the screen.
Oh, stinker.
Yeah, there was some updates today. It was kind of crazy. A little bit crazy. We put some software on it,
we got
so I don't
JS
know if I
in there.
totally
Oh, that's it. So it's on a
crashed
little
the
vacation.
computer.
It's got too much stuff in it.
So we can do this the best we can.
Okay.
Walking through it. It's fun.
Do you want to skip to act and go back? Well, that's the Hinsdale Bridge side.
It's up to you. I don't know that that's gonna kind of resolve itself, to be honest.
We can soldier on without it.
No? Oh, for the noise.
What we do, we can always send it out if you guys want to see that PowerPoint.
And you have the notes, so that'll
Yeah.
help.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
They're not the full detail, but at least it's a nice guideline.
So what we wanted to do was kind of go back to kind of the basics, which some of you might be more familiar with than others. And we just had a couple of graphic representations to let you know where our zoning came from and kind of what everybody had decided on at the time. So do you want to go through your slide,
Sure.
through it, or
I'd love to.
start with that?
So we did kind of get to the basics of what zoning is. I'm pretty sure you guys all understand what zoning is, but just to kind of rehash at its core, it's just the dividing up of land, obviously, into different uses. And then the regulations and laws that regulate land use and structures that can be built upon that land. And zoning is a regulatory tool to implement the town plan or any plan. That's a tool to promote what that plan is. The purpose of the plan. And then going to, I guess, the purpose of zoning, one of the things is to protect negative impact on adjacent land uses, and then provide for orderly development. I think are the two really kind of at the heart of that. So
And I
doing
think
that.
the first part, kind of protecting the properties, it's really down to health, safety, and welfare. So if you think back to its origins, it was big industrial plants, popping up in neighborhoods where, people were living. So there's, pollution and other things that were of concern. Or it was big buildings crowding out the light on other buildings. So it's really, its origins were health safety.
The big case that upheld it was Euclid versus Ambler. One of the bigger land use law cases.
Yeah.
So that,
It's like the 19th.
zoning is a police power that the municipality can use. And then I guess going on to the types of zoning seen specifically in Brattleboro, I get Euclidean or conventional zoning, which is more of the traditional focus on segregation of land use types, permissible property uses, and the controlled development intensity through dimensional standards. Performance zoning is a type of zoning that specifies what may or may not be done in terms of the end result. instead of getting detailed regulations on the exact form of development. And then form-based code adopts predictable build results based usually more on physical form as an organizing principle with a lesser focus on land use. And we kind of see, we have like a combination of all three.
Yeah, we have a hybrid.
Is that common
Yes.
nowadays?
Yeah, so today. And then go into some limitations of zoning, because they're not all perfect. They can be controversial. Specifically kind of going to the idea of private property, what you can and cannot do with your land, and then the scope and limits of government's ability to regulate land. It can be hard to define at times. Land use law, potential legal action can occur, and then obviously zoning cannot force a certain type of business or housing to show up just because it states it in what in our regulations say you can't put there. I mean, the market really defines a lot of it.
And on the flip side, we can't force somebody to leave. So even if we have a zoning district where there's a non-conforming use in it, we can't make that use leave. You can have rules that once that use has terminated, if it's ceased operations, then it can't reestablish itself. But we definitely, can't force somebody to leave while they're still operating.
Yeah. Zoning can't guarantee good design.
Yeah. So we do have design regulations in our regulations, and still kind of it can be up to somebody whether they think it's good architecture or not.
Stepping back to the part before that, were you referencing grandfather?
Yes,
And
grandfather.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or non.
So when a new regulation comes, if there's things not conforming to it, then
Right.
Or that's good. Right. That's okay.
Yeah. And then zoning cannot regulate the number of certain types of uses.
Right. So the kind of a good example would be types of retail. So you might not like dollar stores, but you can't say no dollar stores, but allow other types of stores. So a lot of times you might see like one liquor store pop up and another one starts popping up, or fireworks stores or whatever. So you can't say, oh, no, we're only allowing 2 and the rest of you need to go, or only 2 Dunkin' Donuts, one on this part of town and one on the other, and no more. So it's by use, not operator or business.
Don't we have rules pertaining to liquor and the amount that we have liquor licensing?
That's a different thing. It's different, not
zoning.
zoning.
Yeah, exactly. That's town ordinances or whatever.
Yes.
And then zoning can add to development costs.
Just because of requirements, because it could be design, it could be environmental requirements, certain types of stormwater systems or landscaping that we require can all add to costs.
And then kind of bringing this holistically to the town plan back to how the zoning is trying to implement that. We do follow a comprehensive plan process in Brattleboro, which we're lucky to have. And basically we have those regulatory tools in zoning, and then we also have programmatic tools, which would be like the neighborhood development area. That would be a programmatic tool to implement our comprehensive plan, our town plan. And then, I really wish we had that PowerPoint for this next part, but that's all right.
Can I just jump in on the town plan? Are you gonna get into the transects?
Yeah.
Okay, we can always split up in a minute. Some of the things that our town plan guides us about land use is like we're pretty explicit that we are trying to encourage growth in already developed areas. So, we kind of define that as kind of pretty much the north-south access, so east of exit 2, but then there's West Brattleboro Village and those areas. Out in West Brattleboro, some of which are constrained by the floodplain. But yeah, so we're definitely pretty clear in the town plan that we really want it in existing areas that are sewered and watered, have sewer and water. We also want to encourage, we think that there'll be over time, some redevelopment in the neighborhood areas that are around downtown and up Canal Street. And so we want to continue to encourage a mix of housing. So if we could get up and operating. We've kind of been working on for one of the future meetings, looking at how many units are in the houses around downtown, because they're not single family homes. Some are 2, some are 5+. So we want to continue to encourage that development pattern that exists.
So the PowerPoint presentation was for this conversation? And
Yeah,
you
just
mapped out or something?
we had some visuals, we had some
I wish it
visuals.
was working, I wish I could see what you guys, I think I get it, I think I'm following, but no, can you email?
I will, I'll email it.
Yeah.
Especially when we get into some of the examples of
Yep.
looking at lots, because we're gonna get into the CNU memo. And so looking at some of the lots where we know something's wanted to occur and we haven't necessarily been able to accommodate it.
So I guess looking at, Brattleboro at a transect level, so there's something called transect planning, which actually stems from the Congress of New Urbanism. Some of the principles of that came up with this idea, but just looking at it, like here's Brattleboro, and just imagine that there's this line that went across it from west to east. So you would have what would say rural or natural landscapes going to more of the working lands like agriculture, to more of the suburban pattern. This, cul-de-sac development,
Stockwell Drive, some of those, I think 1980s, maybe late 70s development.
And then kind of moving towards 91, you get more to the urban center areas to our downtown, which would be the urban core, the most density.
I would also say Putney Road is suburban as well.
Here. And then obviously somewhat urban south of downtown. So that would be the transect scene in Brattleboro. But the whole idea is that you kind of move across that continuum. And the idea of, protecting the natural landscapes. And then you can still preserve that compact walkable pattern of, the growth area, which would be the downtown and, as they call it, urban south. Which I think in a way is kind of corresponds to like our neighborhood center, and that we have that's at exit 1 and then right off Putney Road. So there's some similarities, but it's just another type of planning and concept.
And it kind of works. I mean, when we were doing the zoning districts, we weren't necessarily thinking about doing it as a transect, but we were aware of the development pattern that, Canal Street development happened in the 1960s. It's kind of the 1960s commercial development, where Putney Road was the 1980s commercial development. And so we were thinking about the needs of each of those areas, and like Putney Road, which we have zoned as the service center, we're like, okay, that's the bigger buildings, it's primarily commercial, but we really want to make that, infill it with residential development. So there's certain rules for out there.
Well, I was going to say, and I think the future land use map, which is right here, kind of also dictates that as well.
Dictates or portrays?
Or portrays of, where, the darker purples are more, dense, and then you can see how it transitions out.
So, because what did you guys call this?
Transect.
It's a transect.
Transect.
How do you say it?
Transect.
Transect.
Yeah.
It's just to encourage development in already developed areas.
Well, that's what we laid out in the town plan, is we really wanted to encourage development or redevelopment. So infill development or redevelop the existing properties. Because from a municipal standpoint, it's got road, we put a lot of investment in those areas. So there's water and sewer lines, and there's roads, and sometimes there's sidewalks. And so,
can I ask a question? Are we certain that our existing infrastructure could withstand growth?
Yes.
Water, sewer, all that stuff is
yes.
Any growth, or is there a limit to the growth curve that can sustain?
I think we're only operating around half the capacity of the wastewater treatment system, treatment plant. It might be a little on the low side. But yes, we can withstand growth. the water treatment plant is due for an upgrade in the coming years.
But it's only going to have capacity right now.
Can I see that?
Are there are there wells in town as well? Like, is everyone?
There are backup wells. Well, do you mean for
public use or for private?
We have backup wells in the retreat meadows area.
No, I mean, like, do private people have wells?
Private,
If you
there
go
are
there,
private.
unless there are private wells.
Oh, sure,
People
there's-
using them, or are they?
In which part of
Cheaper not
Denver?
to.
Or which part of the town are you talking? The rural areas are,
more wells?
pretty much this RR, and the two greens are pretty much, on well and septic. And that, so the zoning in the rural residential is, 1 unit for 1.5 acre. Or, just said, yeah, 1 unit for 1.5 acre, and in the rural, it's 1 unit for 3 acres. And part of the reason is if you are building new, you are going to need, a well, and you're gonna have certain distances that are a shield around the well. And then you're gonna have your septic on-site sewage system, and then you're gonna need a backup for that. So it gets really hard to fit that all in a lot, and keep it on your own property, and have room to build as well. So that's why there are larger lot sizes out there. And especially in the western parts of Brattleboro, there can be a lot of physical constraints too, especially if you're talking about the light car district, there's a lot of steep slopes. So what we do out in those areas is, we're trying to cluster development. So if there was going to be a housing subdivision, we would allow them to build on smaller lots in the subdivision with the hope that they might share some of the septic system, have kind of a common system.
With the hope or with the mandate?
Well, it becomes a mandate because if you're over a certain number of units, then you would have to
Consolidate your sewage.
Yeah. And the state is responsible for on-site septic and on-site well permitting, so we're not involved in that. So in 2018, the wastewater was at 50% capacity, and now it could depend on what kind of load they're taking, like breweries and that kind of thing have different needs that they might need to balance out. And then the water supply has 3 backup wells. It's actually, it's got a capacity to process 3 million gallons per day, and on average, it's at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons per day. So there's capacity.
So why is there such a dire need to upgrade the water treatment plant then?
Federal regulations.
Okay.
Pharmaceuticals is the next thing.
Is it pharmaceuticals?
Yeah, they want to pull out pharmaceuticals very well from our waste streams, yeah, so that's gonna be part of what they keep pushing for regulation.
What is that, like a filtration system or something, or should that include?
Yeah, but that would be for wastewater, not drinking water.
Sorry, maybe I was mistaken. I wasn't following.
We were talking about the drinking water system upgrade, which.
Okay.
As a condition of a state permit to operate a water treatment facility, the facility must be evaluated every 20 years. Let's see, it says that upgrades must be done to the filters and the aluminum sludge lagoons. So, I think it's state and federal.
Do we get in, do you know, given this drinking water upgrade that's coming, there'll be like some public tours or something, or?
I don't know. I will share that information. I mean, I think we're still a couple of years.
Yeah.
For sure. So all of that was to kind of explain the CNU, where that Congress for New Urbanism, I know you had some questions the last time.
Questions. We had more
concerns, critiques of the Congress for New Urbanism, right? So the way that whole memo came to be is that the state of Vermont is looking at they're looking at local zoning regulations and figuring out where are their barriers to creating housing choice in Vermont. And so they picked several communities and said, we'd like to audit your regulations. Well, they hired the Congress for New Urbanism. They have so the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection. It was started by 3 planners, and they've been architects, with the goals of creating walkable communities, having more equitable housing choices, and creating mixed uses. And what was the other one? I'm not sure where it started, but now it's kind of climate change. They're trying to plan around climate change. And so that was kind of what they were looking at. They are very much design oriented, so they're kind of the form-based code. The Congress for New Urbanism is a collection of engineers and architects and landscape architects and planners and whatnot who are involved. So they were hired by the state to kind of take a look at land use regulations and even state planning policy as to what are the barriers to creating housing choice.
And by the state, what agency?
It's the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so I was contacted by staff there. They knew that we had done our land use regulations in 2015, and they said, hey, would you like us to look at them? And I said, that'd be great, because we were talking about some changes, and we knew that housing has been a concern of the select board, and Brian and I were aware of tweaks that we wanted to make, things that weren't working, because we would see projects come in the office and we really couldn't. We thought they were good projects, but there was a barrier in the land use regulations. So that's where this memo came from. I went up, I did a presentation on our regulations and what I thought were some of the barriers, and then they had one of their fellows who kind of spent a little bit longer with the regulations and wrote this memo. Some of the criticism of the Congress for New Urbanism is that if you use the New Urbanist principles as like a marketing tool, that you could actually be creating like new neighborhoods that are detracting from what you already have. That's not like we're kind of the way Andrew and I look at using their principles. It's kind of it is the walkable neighborhoods. It's kind of focusing on the public space, wanting to create a mix of uses. I'm thinking of an area in. Come on up, Jessica. Come on in. There's a big project in Londonderry, New Hampshire, where they're trying to like redevelop, or I think they're creating a new interstate exchange, and they're trying to create this new development with new urbanist principles, where you're going to create a new downtown and neighborhoods around it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to take principles and figure out how can we create that infill housing for more choice and make it walkable and reinvest in our developed areas.
So can you define housing choice? Like what is that? Is there a definition for that, or is that just we work it out by knowing what housing is and knowing what choice is?
Well,
or do they mean something specific when they?
No, I think that's my term that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
A mix of housing types. So, multi-unit housing rather than just single family, which we already allow, but accessory dwelling units, anything that might meet. I'm going to use the word that's probably going to raise some hackles, but might meet market demand. So our zoning regulations right now, because we say, you have to have a footprint of this size for the building, and you can only get, 12 dwelling units per acre on it. We're saying, we're kind of dictating what a builder can build and what their market is, because all of a sudden that in itself can raise housing costs. Where we know we live in a community where there are a lot of single person households. So, say you have a 12,000 square foot building and you're getting 6 apartments out of it, so you're pretty much looking at 2,000 square feet. This is just hypothetical. Obviously, most apartments are not that big. But we're saying at 12,000 square feet, you're only getting 6 apartments. So that cost is going to be spread among the 6 units because they want to maximize what they can get to help bring down the building costs. Whereas if we said, okay, we're not going to put a cap on the density, or we're not going to say what the building footprint is, we're kind of letting, in my mind, we're letting the market say, okay, well, this is Brattleboro, like we need single bedrooms or we need studios, so maybe we can fit more in it than these larger apartments. Am I explaining that well?
Yeah, no, you are. I mean, I guess the general term housing choice makes me think, I mean, somebody could choose to have a big old house on a big old lot. And that wouldn't necessarily go to our desire, right? I mean, so when we're talking about housing choice, we're actually talking about more units on less space. That's what we want the choice to be.
Well,
we're at least allowing it. We're not mandating it.
Diversity of options,
so that it's not all one kind. It's like you can.
And the demand would, if there's demand like you described, then it would veer it more towards small studios than a big old house on a big old lot. Even though
it
that
wouldn't prevent.
It
wouldn't prevent somebody from building a single family house. That. Right now we do have a maximum building footprint. So in like the residential neighborhood, the biggest you could build is 4,000. That's a very big house. Because then it can be 2 stories. That is a big house. But so I had examples. The building on the corner of High and Oak Street that is in the residential neighborhood zoning district, that's the yellow building. I don't know exactly how many pictures from Google.
Used to be a nunnery.
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really cool.
Andrew, do you recall what the building footprint on that was?
It was over 4,000.
It was over 4,000.
4,400.
You're on Google Earth.
One that's a school now?
No, it's across the street from the school.
Yellow.
Northeast corner.
Apartment.
Oh, it's
house.
apartment. Yeah.
Another example. Yeah, that one.
Trees in the way.
Yeah, that.
Right
there. Another example on the housing front. So, cool. In the village center, out in West Brattleboro Village, we have a maximum building footprint of 6,000.
But so the example with this yellow house was that wouldn't conform now?
Right.
Oh.
You couldn't build that because the footprint is bigger, and also it has lots of units in it. So I feel like that is about a 1/4 acre. Is that what we figured out?
Wow.
So
probably 12 units in there.
Yeah.
Probably something like that. So under our density regulations, you could get about 3 units in that.
Wow.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. So
When was that built?
I don't know.
But before zoning.
Okay.
Well, and when was it considered to have all those units?
Yeah.
After that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question to ask is if that seems to be working well, then we shouldn't disallow it. But if it's not working well, I haven't heard any complaints.
I think that it's under good management, and so the parking issues are resolved. But at the same time, it's close to downtown, so you could rent that out and conceivably have a permit in the transportation center or use the high street lot or something like that.
I know someone asked a question about the choice of larger properties, larger parcels used for single dwelling. Should there be something in there because we want to increase walkability about maximum road frontage for a parcel like that?
So that is something that we could do as well. They didn't pick up on it in the Congress for New Urbanism memo, but what I would say is our frontage requirements are pretty suburban. Like a village center is a 60-foot minimum frontage requirement. You could set a minimum and a maximum so that somebody didn't assemble a bunch of lots, tear down And
all this is
you could
trees
because
protecting
that
my
would-
beautiful house.
Yeah, because that's not consistent with the development pattern. So we might want to drop what the frontage requirement is to maybe 30 feet, and then set a maximum of 150 or something like that. I've seen that done as well. To prevent that kind of thing,
And
knocking down.
would the choice impact, sorry if you've already gone over this, but like setbacks from property lines, and so that there is room between?
So setbacks is another thing that we could tweak. I was gonna show you an example. So one of the things in the Congress for New Urbanism letter is they talk about how you can only have one principal number of buildings per lot. So there's an example out here on Grove Street where it's a lot.
Beauty Grove.
It's right back here. Where we're gonna use this as an example.
What's the address, 80?
Yeah, everybody's got computer.
It's kind of like an L-shaped lot, so it's got wide frontage, kind of like a reverse wide lot. So there's a multi-unit building here. There's a driveway here.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you go the other way, and so,
Where's the street?
it's Grove Street.
No,
It-
I mean on your map.
Oh, Grove. Can't remember what the lot size on this is. But the idea was, okay, you've got a multi-unit building here. What if we wanted to stick, this looks a little probably narrower than I should have drawn it. But I will tell you, it's 50 feet there. What if we wanted to drop a kind of a tiny house or a cottage or something there? So, and just keep it on the one lot.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, yeah, and it kind of goes back deeper. You can see it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So here, our regulations basically say, in order to do that, you either need to, one, create a planned unit development. And I can tell you right now, we have no planned unit development that would fit that type of development. Or the other thing you could do is you could put another residence on there, but you need to double the setback on the side that it would share. Because we wanted orderly development, and therefore, you know, somebody might do that now, but in the future there's going to be problems and they'll want to subdivide the land. At 50 feet in this zoning district, you need to have a total of 25 feet. So you could have 15 feet over here, and then you need 10 over here, but then you need another 10. So you end up, and at 50 feet, you end up with maybe a tiny house you could fit on there because they're pretty narrow. You're probably not going to get a cottage or, you know, maybe something that's 500 square feet or something.
Would it be in our best interest to do away with setbacks? Like how, I mean, it's starting to sound almost as if we'd have to do this on a case-by-case basis, which obviously we can't do.
There's a couple things. I mean, we could look at it, and Andrew has started to do some analysis to figure out what is the appropriate setback, and we did do it at the time that we did the land use regulations, and you know. But if you look all over the place, you're going to find different things. What I think that maybe needs to happen is we've got these dense housing around downtown that is all in one zoning district. So whether you're on Stockwell Drive or whether you're on Grove Street, you have the same regulations that apply to you. And I think that it's not really respecting the compact development nature that exists here. And so maybe we need to look at dropping the setbacks to 5 feet. You know, we have to figure out what is people's tolerance. There are definitely homes that are right up to the property line, but if you have 5 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other, and the property line runs through, then is 10 feet acceptable? Are people comfortable with that?
Well, it's also been us to talk about creating more than one residential zone. Because you're talking about like what's in West Brattleboro compared to what's, on Green Street or, Elliott.
Right, so the yellow is what we're talking about. So we're looking at, and let's leave out this because this is Mountain Home Park and it's a bit different. But, the development pattern here, these are 1980s subdivisions. Where this is, what rings downtown is, 1800s development. So it's like we have one size for both of those and it's not really working. And on the other hand, we also want to consider, are there other things we need to do and move away from some of that Euclidean zoning? That is really about the separation of uses.
So the question is who here is deeply concerned? I'm not. I personally am most excited about if we're inducing development. I'm most excited about developing in areas that are already developed. Instead of for environmental reasons, instead of encroaching on natural habitat of wildlife and stuff. Is anyone here concerned of the development concepts of inducing or inspiring developers to focus on in town, like Felicity, you're asking, the boundaries or setbacks 5 or 15 or 30 feet or whatever. If we're all on board for this, it's not ever going to be a perfect plan. So 5 feet, it makes, walkable Brattleboro not really doable, in some areas. So I'm wondering, is anyone here deeply concerned of this approach?
You mean cutting the setbacks?
Yeah, or just in inspiring or inducing development to happen in already developed areas.
No, I mean I think we already crossed that bridge, right? That's in the plan.
Okay. Yeah.
The question is how enthusiastic are we going to be vis-a-vis the zoning to support that? I mean that seems smart. I guess I'm just trying to think about continuing to keep the new housing attractive so that people actually move in and live there.
Yeah, and then to still not affect other folks' property values and stuff, to try to make it livable and make everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the sort of case by case is the difficulty of say you're in a down economy and people are concerned about their property values. Having a cheap by jowl neighbor might actually make your house not sellable.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're close to a side of a house, if 2 houses are close and they don't have windows facing each other, it doesn't matter. But if they're kitchen windows and bedroom windows,
right.
So case by case.
Yeah, so case by case, but that can be a huge.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't do case
that's
by
why they're
case.
supposed to be.
That would be
Well,
the
then that's the role of the waivers and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, the neighbors can come
say,
to the DRB
this only
meeting.
apply in this scenario, can we?
I mean, that's another thing. We did waivers that were so strictly confined as to what you could get a waiver to. We could look at the waivers and situations. I think that we need to go through. I think it'll be helpful to have some of the analysis that have been working on, that Andrew's been working on, done. And then there's always going to be that. It's another limitation of zoning. It's not a perfect fit. So there's always going to be the one, unique, or more than one unique situation that you don't have a perfect fit for. And so maybe we need to think about what those are and check our waiver criteria to see if it really works.
But in the meantime, weren't we thinking about figuring out how we could actually make more consistent the neighborhood so that we would be able to make decisions neighborhood by neighborhood as opposed to having to do case by case? Sort of this area is doing this sorts of things, so we want to encourage them to do more of that. This area is doing this, we want them to do more of that. Right?
So does that mean breaking the zoning down? Like when we went through from the last iteration, we broke it from 12 or something to what we have now, whatever it is. So it would be breaking it to even more granularity of zoning districts, or
I don't want to get too crazy with the zoning districts. I think that we might want to look at boundaries. I think that we should consider having a second residential type, maybe a more urban residential neighborhood type that deals with the areas that surround downtown. And then I think we need to look at some boundaries. Well, the mixed use boundary is not really. So the mixed use neighborhood, the mixed use became an area where we didn't really know, we were struggling with where things fit in. So these were areas that had a lot of offices, maybe some commercial. They had building sizes that were bigger than other districts. They were a mix, but it really was more about, we kind of got these uses, we're okay with more mix of uses in there. But I think that in some areas our mixed use is pretty limited. We've got one example that is on Elliott Street, where we've been talking to a property owner. Right across the street is the urban center, and then it goes right to residential neighborhood, and then on Flat Street down below is mixed use neighborhood. And you know, there's some churches and offices that extend down Elliott Street. We really drew the urban center to kind of coincide with the block buildings. But I think that's an area that we should probably take a look at again, because you know, there's parts of Canal Street where one side of the street is mixed use and the other side is residential neighborhood, and there's offices on both sides. And so I find with our existing zoning that we really zoned it to preserve the existing pattern, but not really to be thinking about growth. And it's for the most part, it's worked, but I go back to Red Clover Commons. That could not be developed under our regs now. And I think that most people think that that was a good infill project that fits in with the neighborhood. Wilson's Woods is right behind it, but if you're in Wilson's Woods, it's not like you have this large building that's towering over you. We haven't had complaints, I should say. You know, some people might not feel like that. But if we think, you know, and that's type of apartment building might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's got 50 units and it's in a great location because the hospital is nearby and there's restaurants and retail and pharmacies. And, it's kind of exactly the type of development that we want.
And it's had like almost no like negative impact on the neighborhood too. You know, so like when it was first going up, I was like definitely deeply concerned, but then I was like, okay, just be cool, see how it plays out. It is totally fine. Yeah. Totally fine. Except for we need some sort of traffic calming, especially in the morning. I don't want to say traffic calming, I don't mean to say that. Some sort of something for the mornings when school is in, so that to get people to slow down, especially when there's old folk walking around.
Yeah.
So, but that's not a complaint. I'm still excited.
I mean, we could look at West Brattleboro Village. You know, there's several properties that right now are not zoned in the village. We've talked about the Melrose Terrace property and what happens once that floodplain is restored. Actually, some of those buildings come out of the floodplain. So, you know, what is the future of that? Or even some large parcels that are in the residential neighborhood. I think it's in the residential neighborhood, touch the village. What's the future of those properties? So I think that it's not, some of the boundaries are not calibrated right for thinking about the future and thinking about growth, and it's hard to do sometimes when we're not in a growing pattern. But at the same time, by having it so tight, we might be precluding some growth that could happen.
Well, and this is what we anticipate. I mean, when we we were like, we'll see how it goes for a few years, and then we probably need to go back and like tweak it based on like what comes up, what applications come up.
So how do you want to proceed?
Well, I wondered if we wanted to get into discussing the values so that as Andrew and I are working on it and at the March meeting, I'm not sure we might be doing the downtown plan at the March meeting. But the next time that we come to talk about it, we know what your values are so that like I heard you talk about, you know, being concerned would you phrase it, about impacting other people's properties.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I mean, and they're not. Those are not necessarily my values, but I know that they are concern of some people. So I sent you guys this Just City Index, and I know I sent it like at 3:00 this afternoon. So, but the Just City Lab is at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and they facilitate. I mean, they basically have a sort of values-based system that they're trying to propagate. So they go around and they highlight programs that operate according to their system of values-based planning. Because the premise of the Just City Lab is that you can use planning to create a more equitable society. But in order to be able to do that, the notion is that you have to establish within your community a set of values against which you then measure all of your choices. And the thing that I sent around, or I sent the direct link to, is their value index, which gives you these very large categories of values and then a whole series of defined other things. I think there's something like 52. Is it 52 or 192? Anyway, there are a lot of them. So the point is that you have to, every community is going to be different what you choose to value and the things you choose to highlight. But once you've done it and established your set of values, then your decision-making process becomes easier because you just measure the decisions against what you've established as your values. So I'm not quite sure how we go about doing that. I was also on my way here thinking, are we like allowed to do that? Or do we need to take our values to the select board and say, you've appointed us, these are what we think our values are you going to like rubber stamp our values so we can go forward? Well, right, and so that was I hadn't thought about any of that until I was on my way here, and I thought, I don't know that the Planning Commission is entitled to establish its own set of values.
When we did the land use regulations, we kind of had some principles, especially we call them principles, especially like when looking at the district boundaries. So, I mean, I think it's perfectly fine that you guys lay out the values. I mean, eventually we're going to have to defend the work to the select board, and if they are not on the page with the values and they reject your work, then, I mean, we can always do a check-in with them if that would make you feel more comfortable. But I think establishing your own values as we set about in the planning commission work is fine.
I think as a facilitator and manager of us, that I think it's within your
purview to do.
Yeah,
to
help us understand what we're doing.
Okay. I think it'd take a lot of the guesswork out.
Yeah.
For us, so just
I thought it would also sort of streamline our activities so that because we do want to plug ahead with this revamping some of the zoning.
Can I ask you something, Felicity? Sorry. With these values, getting to these values for us, we're going to involve the public, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because, all right, just wanted to well, just when we're developing them, just to make sure that this is a public process.
Right. I mean, and I would
I don't think it has to be like a completely publicly vetted thing. I mean, that could be a process, that could be a different one.
If it's talking about the Just City, I feel like we can't do this without engaging the public. That's me, coming from my, planner's advocacy hat, so.
Right, because if a Just City does include the public.
You mentioned town meeting, and that's a good opportunity to get a whole bunch of.
Yeah, I don't think town meeting.
We're going to be a Just City.
I think if we're going to do this, I think not at Rec Town.
We just got a ton of this sort of relevant information out of the downtown, out of the.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown designs. The design plan we just.
Oh, yeah, right.
Information out of that.
Right.
Only out of 500 participants. Like obviously that's a lot less than 12,000. But if we could get a little bit more, but we do have some of that information already.
Yeah, and that was our targeted zone.
Yeah.
So this is kind of thinking on my feet, and Andrew, I totally appreciate what you were saying. I was thinking of it more as, these are principles guiding our land use, tweaks. when you and I are working on stuff, we can run it through this and be able to, use that lens for the planning commission. If we are talking I haven't read enough about it, I know you have some familiarity with it. If we're talking about it, establishing it for, for the community, then that is different. That's a different process. But there might be some room as we talk about like what Stephen's role as sustainability coordinator is, and maybe we can take a look at this and see how maybe we take it to the broader community. But I was thinking more on a micro level of this project, so.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on where we want to go with it. They're kind of two different things.
It's also valuable in the sense that that if you establish a really good and strong set of values that has been publicly vetted, new commissioners coming and old commissioners going means that the actual work of the commission is consistent because you're consistently working with the same set of values and not getting new values every time another commissioner comes on board and shifting and changing and doing something different. Which I don't know necessarily, that might be part of the process, a transitional process, but it seems somewhat arbitrary and unplanning-like.
Is it something that we could internally just work on with this one project and see how it works in application, and if we like the system of having values and applying them to policy, then maybe we do a little bit more public outreach and have something that we can then eventually bring to the select board. So best of both worlds.
Is there does our town plan need to be updated on that particular cycle?
Not until 2024, I think. Yeah, so right, it's 8 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a good place.
Not tomorrow.
No, but yeah, when I'm thinking the same, like there's an exercise in understanding how this process would work, and so you could use the planning commission as almost a little pilot training ground for that in anticipation of the town plan. And maybe this is part of that conversation of updating the town plan, is maybe working it through the spring.
I think we can probably do a hybrid to where we do have a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, and invite people to the table, and then so at least have some sort of public process early on. And
do they have like a roadmap for how they have?
They
like
do.
How
They do.
How
They
you
have
might implement
they have
this?
a how-to kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
helpful.
Yeah. No,
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful. So, I mean, if everybody was interested in doing this, we can circulate the how-to kit and then.
Is it free?
Yeah, it's just city, so yeah. Equal access. The one thing is they ask who you are. When you download anything, they just want to say, who are you?
Yep.
So you tell them who you are.
And in the card town plan, is any mention of like values just kind of an afterthought, or not really primary?
Yes, there are. I seem to remember them in one of those side papers, establishing a set of.
I think it's to the beginning of each chapter. I think we value or.
Oh yeah. Oh, every chapter.
It's kind of a value statement,
value
but that was done by the there was an advisory group that we kind of worked on those.
I think the thing that I really like about the Just City Index is that it defines each one of these words. So because as the example of housing choice demonstrates, depending on who you are, you can define some of these words in very different ways. Whereas this, if you establish equity as one of your values, then you have a definition that goes with that equity, and so that's what you mean when you say it. And if somebody asks you, you can tell them.
Is that part of the process then to getting the shared?
Yes.
Obviously,
yeah.
shared understanding, but what if
like something.
You-
I mean, are you using their definition?
You're using their definitions, or if we don't like their definitions, provided we establish a value and then define it, we use our own. The point is that you don't use just the words, it can get transformed into something else.
Let's just say we do establish these like more philosophical values, either a micro or macro level. These kind of values, so every time we're doing some sort of planning initiative like that, we're using that lens to guide what we're doing.
That would be
of all planning endeavors.
That's the idea.
I like that. In school we talk about not the same thing, it's a principle called phronesis, and it's very philosophical, but it's kind of going to more of the epithet, using your empathy to guide yourself, and instead of like the scientific rationale, we're being actually human and we're actually thinking about people. So I that's why I kind of really connecting with this concept, because I feel like it's how we should be addressing the issues we're dealing with today, which is through
thinking about people.
Thinking about people, exactly.
And the environment. So
That has like a rollout plan and
I have
a plan. Do you wanna at the next meeting
So is the work already done?
share with us what you've learned about
Sure.
rollout and
Yeah.
deadlines, and maybe if you guys talk between now and then about who might do that work. But what I would be also really interested in hearing from the rest of the planning board folks is what values right now do you think you represent when you come into this room?
Oh, based on like looking at their
Like just
options?
which ones are you like most often like I'm no. And then there's there's so many.
But like in and of itself, like would help
Just
as we're making some of the decisions about the zoning.
Oh, like right now?
No, not right now, but I agree at a meeting.
But it would be nice just for us to do that little bit of homework between now and then.
Very team building exercise.
Team.
And there are Tom's finding some redundancies. There's a lot of
But they're kind of more tangible than these overarching philosophical values. But I mean, that could be useful, like in the introduction, to say all of this is seen through the filter of the lens of these guiding philosophies, values.
Why wouldn't you just want all these?
I know, it's just gonna. There's some in the show that I went to in New York that I was going to report back to you guys on like 6 months ago. It was 4 different projects that had been done by 4 different collaborative teams, and they for each project they established 9 of the values. And then they showed you. So they had one, and then they said, and so this is what we did. They're short, like 2.5 minute. No, they've got 5-minute videos on the website. You can go and look. And so if you go and do that, if you don't mind doing a little homework, you get the sense of the relationship between establishing the value and then following through with the particular kind of plan design.
So that was that project based?
It was
they
project based.
established them at the beginning of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
So
so I'm just thinking, okay, the toolkit will say your project is updating the zoning. It's not going to be that specific, but we know our project is updating the zoning regulations. So we're going to establish these values for this project.
Right.
As opposed to for all planning projects, because it can. It could change.
It could. Yeah, I mean, it could certainly change. And I think the idea of because you can imagine the process that if you have 52 values that you have to, every decision has to be filtered through 52 values, you'll never make a decision. So for each project, you say these are the most important things. So taking the example of the setbacks, if you've decided the most important thing is property values, that's going to change the decision you make on the setbacks. Whereas if you decided that your value is housing equity, and you need more housing units per square feet, then you're going to reduce your setbacks.
Yeah. So like taking like 3 values per situation.
I like that. I mean, I think it was, I think it was 9. And it made it made a lot of sense. And of course, if you look at the list, none of these are sort of exploit and, rich get richer. I mean, they're all about creating a more just society.
I definitely like that too in the situation of the setbacks. Like, how are we all going to agree? Like, I was 5 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. It's a difficult decision to make. Like, especially to streamline things to where we're not doing it on a case by case basis.
Right.
Because that's no fun either. So.
And I think the other thing is that it enables us to make decisions that don't necessarily double back on what we think we're doing. So contradict what we think we're doing. Because it seems to me that that's one of the conversations we've constantly had. Sort of, how does this get turned around so that somebody can do something we actually are trying to get them not to do? And so if you start from the basis, I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but if you start, I think we can sort of figure it out so that won't happen. I hope.
Yeah, it's interesting to think this through, to look at the values through a frame. It's like a frame of okay, the zoning, right? Certain things sort of stand out. Like, oh, that seems like durability and adaptability. Like they're things that seem like those would be good values for zoning. Whereas if you were looking at
a different project, yeah.
Yeah, or creative innovation. So
right.
Good one for zoning. Cool. So great. Then we'll
bring it. We're
all right. Okay. So you guys your homework is to go through them and
you sent us the link this afternoon.
I sent you a link.
I'm so
It's hard to whittle it down.
It's hard to whittle it down if you don't know what the frame is you're thinking about.
But we're thinking about zoning, and I think what we're particularly thinking about is the notion of the different kinds of zoning that we have, and if we want to redraw the map a little bit to get rid of some of those weird anomalies, how would we go about making those decisions?
And right now, we're only interested in our planning commissioners' values.
Well, for the purposes of homework for the next week.
In the future, I think we want to try to internalize the town plan because that is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and take a look at the toolkit and see how we can do this with the broader public.
Could you mentioned a video or something you saw?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will send you the direct links. All of it is on the Just City Lab website, but I can send you the direct links to those.
Especially if there's inspirational detail. I want to see what you're seeing so
no, they did. I mean, there was one really cool project where they had there was a school in New York City that was sort of, for reasons that they couldn't quite figure out, segregated. And so this collaborative team came in and essentially measured all these factors to try to figure out how this school got segregated when there was no rhyme or reason to it. And they figured it all out, and then they replanned it so that they transformed it and desegregated the school just through planning. Wahoo.
And are the workshops free?
I don't think so, but maybe they are. I was also thinking that, we're getting all this money to do this, that, and the other thing. Maybe we could get a little thing to get them to come here and do a training for us.
I was wondering about that smart. I wonder if we could use that small grant that I had sent you.
Oh yeah,
I wonder. I think it's up to 1,200. Be worth taking a look at. That might be a project we could get a mini grant for.
And there's also the thing that I'm not going to remember because I can never remember words. This developing rural communities. It's this federal thing.
that we were talking about earlier.
Are the USDA's?
No.
Are you thinking of the acronym or the?
Here it is. It's the rural development hubs. Rural development hubs, this sort of notion that the federal government has that in fact we're not paying enough attention to the rural, and so that there is more money to support rural communities in developing. Because the movement, everybody says the current movement is people are going to cities. Mm-hmm. But in fact, there's lots of development and exciting things that are happening in rural areas. And so there's a need to strengthen these rural areas and prepare them for the development and don't keep focusing on the cities. So maybe there's some money through that. This was something that was the Aspen Institute. Okay.
Because this is considering Brattleboro, the entirety of Brattleboro rural area.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not
The
talking
whole
about, like,
state
the
of Vermont is a rural
Yeah,
area as
exactly.
far as the federal government is
Yeah.
concerned.
Except the Burlington.
Really? Oh, yeah, Burlington is.
Yeah, Chittenden County, and that is.
All right, wow, okay, where are we at?
Okay, so I'll look at the toolkit. You guys pick up on your values.
Clean up your business. Soul searching.
And do some soul searching, and then we'll
Workshop and dust out your values.
do a game plan for revising the zoning.
Yeah.
Cool.
That sounds good.
Alrighty, we're on to New Hinsdale-Brattleboro Bridge.
Yes, so, I'm sitting on a steering committee with representatives from Hinsdale and Brattleboro that we've had, kind of oversee the new bridge. There's gonna be 2 overlooks as you cross the bridge. One over the channel that's closest to Hinsdale and one over the channel that's closer to Brattleboro. So you've got the island in between.
You're talking about the new bridge or you're talking about the existing?
The new bridge.
They both face north?
Both the overlooks will face north. Correct. So we've been talking about having interpretive signage in those overlook areas with the idea that Hinsdale will choose the topic of one of them and Brattleboro will choose the other. And so they're so Hinsdale, it's my understanding that they are looking at doing an interpretive panel on the history of the island. So kind of the cultural, social role of the island as fairgrounds and ballpark and all that stuff. Dance hall, yeah. Things like that. And so Brattleboro has been asked to weigh in on what the other interpretive panel might be. And of course, I don't feel comfortable making that decision alone, so we kind of wanted to vet some ideas with the planning commission. And I do have I have a thought of kind of where I think it should probably go, but what you all have to say. So.
Well, this week, the Montastic, the Connecticut River Joint Commission, Montastic Subcommittee, I keep looking for the letter, but I'm not seeing it, reviewed the wetlands permit for the, wetlands impacts. And so one of the things, we submitted comments on that, but one of the things we actually suggested was that one of the interpretive, and I didn't know how many there were, but that some of the interpretive panels would actually talk about the wetlands, riverine wetlands, as you're looking at in the bridge.
Well, my idea is somewhat in that area. I mean, interpretive panels, I don't know if we're going to be the ones to actually figure out what the art is, or like the town of Brattleboro, I should say, and what the message will be. My thought was, because Hinsdale was kind of focusing on social kind of aspects and kind of a human impact on the island, I was actually thinking something more in the natural landscape. So whether I took into Wantasticate and was able to kind of make the Abenaki connection, or it's just something on the Connecticut River watershed, or so I was thinking it's kind of a
species of fish in the Connecticut.
Well, yeah, because you could talk about migration.
Yep.
You could talk about
migration.
the interesting geologic aspect that like is actually two separate
Plates, right?
plates.
So cool.
Yeah, and then you could talk about the kind of immediate ecosystem that you're feeling.
And it's interesting, the existing ones, they're still talking about converting those into bike and pedestrian bridges. So I think in the future, there's more opportunities for interpretive panels. Of course, those will be New Hampshire, but even as you come right across the bridge and you land down near the Whetstone Station, there could be other interpretive panels as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have a history of transportation up and down there.
Exactly, that's originally what I thought I had wanted on the Brattleboro side, but then when I knew what Hinsdale was doing, I'm like, maybe I should go.
Are they set on that?
Nature stuff.
What's that?
Are they set on that?
Set on two? No, Hinsdale, I don't know for sure that they're set on that, but it seemed to be conveyed that it was.
Okay.
How did they make that? Do you know how they made that decision, or like what the?
How Hinsdale did?
Yeah. About the select board or something.
I don't know.
Sure you don't want to have a sign on it, nuclear energy?
There's also
different story. And we do ignore it, but that's.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about the fact that you're facing north.
So basically the view.
Can you turn around? Like, can the sign direct you to turn
Well,
around?
the sidewalk is only on the north.
Yeah, but you could
That
be
makes
on the
sense.
sidewalk on the north side and turn around and face south. So you could actually represent the south on the thing. You just have to turn around and look.
You could, I mean, usually the interpretive panels are like kind of direction you're facing. I guess you could turn around,
Yeah.
but you're looking over the 2 lanes of traffic and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
guardrails. I don't know.
very frustrated drivers staring at that. I like the idea of the wildlife, like a waterfowl or fish.
Ecology.
Yeah. And the geology thing, because it's a New Hampshire, Vermont story, right?
Yeah, that's a super cool thing. I mean, totally.
But also the nature stuff.
And depending on how big the sign is, like, doesn't necessarily need to be one. Like, you can tell the story.
It will be one panel.
Yeah.
The sizes will still to be determined.
How do we make a decision? Do we just advise you, do either the ecology, the waterfowl, or the geology?
If Hinsdale wasn't doing that topic for their panel, what would we maybe propose? If we didn't have
I
a
have, I'm going to acknowledge, I have very strong biases about what I would put on the sign. So I'm trying to just put that on the table and also sort of keep my mouth shut a little bit. So
The Abenaki thing.
the Abenaki thing, talking about downtown Brattleboro, stuff in the distance, if you can see now, it's got any. I'm not saying it's gonna be better, I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah,
I like the island
I was thinking about the Brattleboro, but I think there are other places where we can put some
Right.
Brattleboro signage and we can do it within in a different context.
Yeah, people are walking the bridge to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
there
or
are-
just to get to the shopping across the way. Oh, no, because that would be on the little bridges, so, on the lower one, so, yeah, they're crossing that, they're going for the view and.
Yeah, no, and I think
Yeah,
focusing on either Abenaki history or the fish, that would be my choice. I think going for the nature would be better.
Talking about how the islands, because haven't the islands shifted over time? They're kind of controlled now, but they got deposited and washed away.
Well, once
Yeah, I think
dam,
once
where
it's
they-
dam controlled.
Oh, once it's
Yeah, it's not so much.
It's not even an island compared to what it used to be.
What do we tell you guys? Nature, industry.
Oh my God, we can. Sorry.
I'm down for whatever, but I love fish.
I mean, you we might vet some more with some other people, but I would say the planning commission is definitely on the natural environment.
Can I just make a comment on the signage? I feel very let down by the signage around downtown Brattleboro because it's all different designs, all different colors, all different fonts, all different wholly uppy apparatuses. I don't know how big or visible these are gonna be, but if it's a design that sort of can be carried through downtown or fits with at least one of the choices that's been made downtown, that would be really nice.
I would say it will be different than the design choices that exist in downtown. I'm thinking, have you been to like a national park or it's gonna be kind of one of those signs that kind of is angled, so like you're looking at it and it's kind of.
So it's not gonna be like an obelisk, like the Molly Star.
It's not gonna be like a Molly Star. It is going to be more of kind of this height and it's kind of angled, so you read it, so there could be graphics on it. So that kind of signage. The standing panel signs is another one, but that's not the way we let it. So it'll kind of like come off the rail and come down. I think we're following like national park guidelines, size and stuff.
How much influence do you have on, I mean, I was thinking that if they're doing a historical interpretation of the, carrying it a lot of history, is there, going to be frame in that history? Or is it?
For the island?
Yeah.
I do not believe so.
The history of the island, or white history of the island?
I think it's I will know more in about a week and a half, maybe, about what their plans are. I can call up their community development director too. So I don't know. I could only guess.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm just reading about one bridge over the Hudson River that has interpretive signs, and their topics were about a school of art there and some 19th century painter.
Well, yeah,
I prefer
that's a
our
big.
topic.
That's a big deal.
Well, Hudson River School.
Yeah, it's
Don't let's be not get any painters out here. Nor any art historians who are currently out of work who need to maybe write signage.
Is that all of our?
Yeah, that is the end of our agenda.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Me, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Okay, so we are reopening the Planning Commission meeting of February 3rd in order to hear public comments.
Excellent. Bruce Roseborn, recent transplant from Massachusetts to Brattleboro about 3 months ago. My wife Carolyn. I'm a land developer in Massachusetts, and we have moved here, very versed in zoning, et cetera, where we're from, and it's a lot of the restrictions where we're from won't allow us in our personal lives to do some of the things moving forward that we might want to do for our family, for housing, et cetera. So I thought that it would be nice to stop into a planning meeting like this to get the temperature of where we're moving to, you know. And some of the big questions we're approaching are, let's say we wanted to build a tiny house, which is almost impossible in the state we just came from. If we wanted to do that here, are we subject to traditional zoning? What can we do? What can't we do? And that might be more than this meeting, but I thought it would be a good place to start to see if we could meet with somebody, just talk about kind of what we're thinking, and see what we're up against, where we're from. If it's a tiny house, you're not doing it. And we had a state just north that made it attractive for us to come up and just explore that option. Can I ask a question real quick? Yeah. What temperature did you read on the road? I normally come to planning board meetings with $1,000 an hour guys, just because we're going to get pushback and we know it.
Right.
Our time in Vermont so far has been very splendid, and I expect nothing less. I was going to be as a land guy until I got a good number.
Just real briefly, and I think Andrew, do you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I could be part because you always can come to our office and have these conversations
Absolutely.
as well.
That's me.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
So I'm Sue, I'm the planning director, and
Okay.
Andrew's the planning technician, but he answers a lot of these questions.
Generally, we treat a tiny home similar to a single family home or, another unit. If you have an existing home on the property, then we'll treat it as an accessory dwelling unit. So an accessory dwelling units here in Brattleboro are pretty permissible.
Are the minimum, like, when you started talking about the purpose of zoning, I said, is this possibly a town that has not adopted zoning at all yet? Because those don't exist where we're from.
Yeah, no.
And now then I realize you're amending.
Yeah. So if you were putting, if it was a vacant piece of land, then it would be subject to, if you were subdividing, it would be subject to the minimum lot sizes. But we have a couple of different options to kind of create smaller lots or create like a tiny home.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible to connect to town sewer, town water, or for well and septic, et cetera, or,
yeah, both of those you could connect. I mean, I would say we've had a lot of phone calls about tiny houses and less development of them. And I think one of the barriers tends to be the water and sewer because some of them definitely want them to be the more mobile, where you could pick up and move. And when you are told you have to have a connection, either get a state permit if you're well and septic. And they do allow some alternatives. To having just a leach field.
The very specific obstacle that I face all the time, and I sell land and people ask that question of me. In Massachusetts, unless you get a variance, you're going to be required to build a minimum of 600 square feet. A tiny house might be 120 or 200 square feet or something, you're well under. And it's not permanently attached. There's no way you're going to connect to a municipal sewer system. That's just the way it is. So this is very nice to hear that that's not a steadfast rule, because we're going to be under that, and we're going to be, if we'd like to connect, we're not automatically prohibited from that.
A layer added onto that is I think that regulation is the Massachusetts building code, not zoning. And so in Vermont, the building code is really lax or absent for single family owner-occupied dwellings. In fact, there's almost no regulations for that. As long as there's not business happening in it, or rentals, or daycare, or stuff like that.
Most often, where we're from, you can't be a primary residence if it's going to be for more than 2 weeks out of the year. So you would have to have, in that case, 26 of these, and move every 2 weeks. You understand?
You can't have a tiny house as a primary residence?
Absolutely not. It can be an accessory building. It
must be 600 square feet.
So I was eager to meet with you guys because if you really want to bring people in, I know how to do it. Correct. We can't do it there, but there's been a state knocking on my door for a long time just north, and that's you guys, right? And this just looks like the greatest opportunity in the world because it just makes sense. I hear you talking about what's right for the people, et cetera. Where I'm from, if they allow it in rural Massachusetts, which is not much different than here in most ways, that would create case law or precedent that could be applied to right downtown Boston. Now you have a tiny house next to a skyscraper, no problem, right? We don't have that here. So the motivations are different. This is a state that sounds like it's more is about the people. And if that's your housing choice, you can choose it, right? And we can hopefully find a way within reason. And that's it's all this is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution that I would have is that if it's not on town water and town sewer, we're less versed in the state permitting of wastewater and on-site septic.
And I'm gonna have to
say water.
I'm gonna have to meet with some septic designers here because I'm used to you have to design a home, and the septic system is based on the number of bedrooms. And in Massachusetts, it's a minimum of 2. Tiny home has 0 or 1, right? So we fail again. And so I have to get a little more educated as to how do you create a septic system that's designed to serve, a 200 square foot dwelling with a loft.
Right. And they do allow alternative systems here in Vermont, so that could be helpful.
Nitrogen systems, and I assume
Can you do a tiny house with a composting toilet?
But I designed one in
unless you bring water for that.
Well, there's a weird fact that if you're going to have a composting toilet, you still have to have a septic design that's approved. So you go through this funny game where you go through all the trouble. You spend a ton of money to get that design made up, drawn up, and approved. to not build it at all and put in your composting toilet.
I'm used to hitting ledge at 2 feet down below the surface, right? And we need 4 feet of naturally occurring soil. So our question is always, well, how can we do? You just can't build.
You can't do a mound system there.
In some towns you can, but then they'll typically require 2 feet of naturally occurring. And let's say you get to Gloucester, Rockport, whatever, you can see there's ledge. It's a wonderful piece of land, can't do anything with it. So we always say, well, can we have a tight tank? And it comes and it gets pumped every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And they say, sure. After you get perked and you get a naturally occurring system designed, you can opt to get a tight tank. Thinking, well, that kind of negates the purpose, right? So it's intentionally often set up just to protect home values. We already have everybody in this town that we want stay out, and that's the temperature in most of the areas I operate in. So that makes sense.
Does any of our zoning say any of the districts say a minimum to a single family home?
The size?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No minimum.
No minimum
housing
size. Minimum lot size.
We have yards.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah. Just minimum lot. I mean, I heard earlier 3 acres.
3 acres in the very western part of town.
Acre and a half otherwise.
No, acre and a half in kind of another section of town. But if you're in the downtown area, it can be there's no minimum lot size in the downtown. There's 6,000 square feet in most of the residential neighborhoods that surround.
Okay.
So it varies.
And no minimum frontage when you're close to town?
Only in the urban center.
Okay.
The others are at 60. That was one of the things we were saying. It's kind of
60
suburban.
is very low as far as yeah. So.
Yeah, but it could be lower too if we want to.
Yeah.
Well, what did you call it? Diversity of housing, other than housing.
So if I wanted to just set up, if I had just some quick questions, is it possible? Who would be the best person to speak with just to figure out kind of a roadmap for where we go from here?
Yeah, you have Andrew's card. I don't have any on me, so you can give Andrew a call. He can set up a meeting with the planning
And
department.
we'll probably have Brian Bannon, who's our zoning administrator there too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're welcome to stop in anytime too.
Sure.
We're just in that building right next door.
And is there a GIS system for this town?
Andrew does some work on the GIS, and then sometimes we do consulting with the Regional Planning Commission.
Okay. All right. So I won't take up any more time.
Yeah.
Got the brand new software.
Thank you. And we're not as much amending the zoning, we're more adapting it.
Right.
Yeah. Tweaking it. I like to say.
I have a lot of opinions on that stuff. You guys don't want to talk setbacks or anything.
So, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
How do you do that?
Yeah.
You moved? Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to finally adjourn
I'll second that.
officially.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I feel like I'm.
Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting to order because it's pretty close to 6 o'clock, maybe a little after, but it is school time, so it usually is a little slow. So the real world is probably a little after. So welcome to everybody. I'm gonna go off agenda for a second. If we could, starting in that end, just introduce yourself, because we do have some people in the audience which we usually don't. And we'll go through and we'll introduce the board.
Sure. I'm Lisa Harris. I'm a school board member at Marlboro.
Ken McFadden, representing Newfane for the West River District.
Dan MacArthur from the Marlboro School District.
Mike Foley from the West River District.
Leanne Gilson, West River from Brookline.
Rick Thorpe, River Valleys from Wardsboro.
Al Clausen, Townsend, West River Vice Chair.
And Rich Werner, I'm from the River Valleys, representing Dover.
Emily Long, West River District from Newfane.
Joe Winrick, West River District from Townsend.
Alison Young, Stratton.
Sorry.
I'm standing between two people.
Okay, thank you everybody for that. So is there any changes or changes to the agenda, any additions, deletions from anybody? Bill, is there a West River meeting after this meeting?
Before it's done.
Oh, it's all done?
We're here.
Cool, okay.
We're very
I missed
efficient.
my morning meeting in Townsend. Good Lord.
Wow, thank you. If nobody else, I have a couple things. I'd like to add an executive session for contractual issues at the number 6, and then make number 7 adjourn. And I also want to bounce the agency funding grant fund up to number 3, and we'll put public comments at number 4, just because Lori, who just is gone now. Did she leave?
She did, yes.
Oh, well then we can leave it where it is. Perfect.
Thank you.
So public comments. Hi, public. Any comments? There's somebody in the back corner. Hello. No, you're right in like my line. No, that's okay. I just won't see you if you want to say something.
Gerald wants to say.
Okay.
She's a teacher.
I'll poke you because I can.
Okay, you can see her. Okay,
And
so
I know
we're
how
kind
it
of
is to have
informal, so
somebody behind a
please, if I don't see you, just say, hey, dummy, or something. If we got no public comment, I'm gonna go to old business, and we have 2 things, and we're just gonna review them quickly, because we usually don't vote on these until,
April 1st.
right, after we have our, after the school budgets go through, so that we know that we're okay to approve them. The first one is the agency fund budget, and there should be a copy of that in front of folks. Is there extra copies for guests? So the agency fund really doesn't cost anybody except the schools that use it, and it's been something that Wyndham Central's done since way before Emily was on the board. It came, I think, from Frank Rucker.
That's really mean.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Or how about it? It came
I was
before,
only on one
before
year longer than you. I
before
think.
Dan MacArthur was
There.
ever on a school
Dan-
board.
That's it.
So
Dan was
that's
on
really
before me.
old. But anyways, what it is it's if different schools need like an art teacher, and they're only going to have art 1 day a week, or if they have a phys ed teacher and they only need phys ed 1 day a week, it's a way for the schools to hire a person and give them a full-time job, so we're not just having a person who's 1 day a week. And then we can usually keep people better. And it goes to the central office, and what they do is the central office takes their salary and their benefits and divides it into 100, and then if you have 1 day a week, you've got 20% of that person, so you pay 20% of that bill. It's actually something that schools in Brattleboro have talked about trying to do, and I was really surprised when they had never heard of it. When I went and testified before the Senate Education one time, I told them about it. I thought they were going to cut my head off because they looked at me like I had 3 heads, and had never heard of anything like that. So I think Wyndham Central is way ahead of the curve in sharing resources, before we were mandated to. So what happens is the administrators talk to the central office and give them an idea what, after discussions with their board, what they think they're going to need, and then they give it to central office, and then central office puts together a budget, which you have in front of you. And And we'll vote on that April 1st. We have to vote on it before contracts have to be issued, so there's RIF notices don't have to go out. But we also changed it probably the first time as chairman 10 or 12 years ago, because we used to vote on it in December, and we decided to push it off and vote on it after school budget meetings, so that in case somebody had their budget cut, they weren't committed to the agency fund. And then that way, because the central office has to issue contracts, and once contracts are issued, we can't, they're issued and we have to pay the people. So is there any questions on agency fund? And Lori was feeling a little under the weather, so we can throw questions at Bill if you want. Yes?
Is this available online?
Good question. I see a head shaking, yes.
We usually put it up after the board approves it, but with the board's.
I think you should put it up online. And then it should be available to all your boards, so when you vote, when you go to your meeting for your, when you go to the meeting for the budget for whatever area you're from. Oh, I know you. Yeah, so when you go to the West River meeting, you can ask questions about it there, but it doesn't show up as individual sections. It shows up as just one block for whatever they're going to be doing. Yeah, come on. We won't make you introduce yourself.
Sit right next to Ask.
Yes. Okay, so. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there another one?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I got a question.
Well, hang on. You're next. Yes, sir. Ladies
Has this
first.
been modified since the last West River meeting?
I don't believe it's been It has?
Yeah, we need it to.
Okay.
Oh. So this is different than what we saw in December.
By a .10 FTE.
Okay. Where?
In general music.
Okay.
But that could change.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to, Ken.
Now, real quick, I think this needs to be clarified or changed or something, because it says for professional development for the West River District that we have 49.95 FTEs. Could you explain that?
Probably not well right now, no.
Where's that's not in the agency fund.
That's right on the summary. That's what it says.
Oh, in the summary.
It's on the summary.
For the agency fund?
Yep. Top page.
I will
right smack in the middle.
Rather than give you erroneous information, I will clarify.
Thank you.
You bet.
That is interesting. Isn't it? No wonder the budget's so high. Yours. Oh, really?
Thank you.
They're not getting paid for it.
Yeah, that's a bargain. Can we hire everybody at that rate?
Okay, hang on a second,
That's how we cut
folks.
the budget.
Well, hey, sorry, just so we don't lose it. Emily was next, and if you want.
No, I.
Oh.
All I was going to comment on was that this is always subject to change right up until the date, correct? I mean, boards
Until
can,
April.
right, boards can, so even though we post it, it may change between now and April 1st, and I think it's just really important that everybody understands that. It never is, it's always floating until we actually vote.
That is correct.
And that's again why we put the vote off till April, so that people would have time. So,
No, I didn't.
okay. Just sometimes with the bigger group, if we get off
I was
the
just
track.
making a joke.
No, and I love jokes, so.
It's fine.
You can tell me later. Okay, so if there's nothing else on the agency fund, the next one is grants budget. And again, the grant budget is how we spread around money that comes in from both the feds and the state. And a lot of times federal money comes to the state and then the state hands it out. A lot of it's for our special ed. Some of it's for
Special ed is
the
the
after,
largest part of the consolidated federal.
and then after school programs, we get some grant money. And again, this is kind of money in and money out. You can vote not to spend the money, but then we won't get the money, so it kind of seems counterproductive, I guess.
Yes. So, is this like small schools grant and?
No.
No.
No, those go direct to the districts.
Okay.
And again, there's copies of it, but most of it's a special ed, Title 2A, Title I, Title IV, IDEAB basic, and pre-K, it used to be like our essential early ed and 21st century after school program.
So these aren't necessarily, they're distributed based on the actual need.
Right, so different schools qualify for different grants.
Right.
And they flow through the central office because the state of Vermont, this is what I love. The state of Vermont wanted us to combine, that was part of Act 46. But yet Lori has to report each school separately because they still want to keep track of how much money's being spent in each of the buildings, so.
Yeah.
But this is, and these are again, the grants and the superintendent. We authorize the superintendent when we reorganize to accept grants on behalf of the district.
And this is available online?
It is.
This one is actually online, right?
Okay, I'm gonna get to you second, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if there's any clarification about the budget that's how the money's being spent down at the central office. Like, is there anything in writing somewhere for the public to see how that's broken down?
The superintendent's budget?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is definitely on.
That's online? Okay.
Yeah, that's
And
already
there's a
been
breakdown
approved.
there?
We've already voted.
That's already been approved. We usually
Right, I
approve
know.
that in December.
But I just know that there are people that are having a hard time deciding how to vote because they don't know where to find that.
Okay, you don't vote, public doesn't vote on the.
Right, but they do for the budget.
School district budgets.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Bill, and maybe this is addressed and Lori's just not here, but according to the adjustments we made last time, there should have been an update to the nurse FTE as well as the technology for the shared services.
Okay, that's in the agency fund budget.
And I know I'm back
Right,
with the agency
okay.
fund budget,
We've
sorry.
gone over that. So if you have a
I will
question
double
about.
check on that because
Yeah, it's
we
pretty
did
important.
change it in the West River and I want to make sure that it's changing.
Yeah.
You got it.
Okay, and if you guys see something else on the agency fund, you can talk to the board or give Bill a note, let him know, because, if you look at these numbers, after a while, your eyes get blurry, and then you're not sure what you're looking at. Everybody good with grants? I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
I'm Gerald Julian Cisse from Ukraine. So I'm just double checking on the line here for student transportation.
Okay,
So-
are you on the grant budget or the back
Yeah,
to
I
the
guess
agency fund?
This is the agency fund.
Okay, we've gone past that already, so if you have a question for that, go ahead and just ask Bill after the meeting.
We're not voting on that tonight.
Yeah, and you'll have another shot to discuss that before we vote on it. Okay, so on the grant budget, is there any other questions? Okay. Then I'm gonna move to new business. We have a regional calendar from 2021. And I think, Bill, when do they vote on this?
So you see in your packet, you've got the calendar, and then you'll see behind the calendar is the statute. So I have to vote amongst all the feeding superintendents into the Wyndham Regional Career Center for a regional calendar. It has kind of been a non-issue for the 3 years that I've been because there hasn't been any dramatic changes to the calendar. But this year, the proposed calendar from the Career Center includes a changing of the February holiday week from President's Week to the week after. And so I need advice from the board on how to vote. I'm one of 5 votes. So the Career Center is for this, and we have 4 other votes that will determine what the regional calendar is. The other vacations and days are an alignment with the past. The most important are matching the 3 days in Thanksgiving the days during December holiday, the days during February holiday, and the days during April holiday. There can be flexibility with different professional development days, but those four major need to be in alignment so that the Career Center is serving all similar calendars. So this is the first time it's been different. So.
What happened to Veterans Day?
Oh, hey.
So those are individual decisions by individual districts.
Okay, so Ken, you can go second after Emily.
So, this is then in alignment with what our Regional Career Center wants to do. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, we have done this before. We've gone back and forth over the years, and I think it's really important that we all recognize that we haven't always had it on the week of President's Week. We've often done it to link it, frankly, to town meeting break as well, to lengthen the time, which this is doing. So this isn't outside of what we've done in the past.
It's just different from the 3 years that since I have been
Got it.
superintendent, so I thought it was highly important for.
Got it,
This is-
and I'll just make one, that was my question, making sure that we all understand that.
No.
I have been, over the many years, heard an awful lot of comments about which week we should do it, and frankly, when we've moved it to President's Week is when I mean, you guys all may be different, but I hear a lot more negative around that than having it this way. So, that's just a comment from, anecdotally from what I've heard over the years. I don't know what anybody else feels.
Ken?
Well, I agree with Emily there. We used to have it there and go back right after town meeting, which worked out perfect. And I don't know why they changed it, but they did, and it goes back and forth. And it's funny because it actually, most of schools in the area and over across the border there are all next week. And for some of us who have families that have, grandchildren over on the other side, we'd like to spend some time with them too. But anyway, Veterans Day. We used to have Veterans Day off years ago. All of a sudden, we don't have Veterans Day off the last so many years, and I'm just wondering why. I'll represent the veterans from the district, okay?
Can I?
Yeah.
I have no evidence as to why that was made, but those individual dates can be done at the district level. So since you are on the West River Board, I'd be happy to put it on the agenda for the February 24th for that particular day.
So just a quick comment for people to think about too is, when we switched, we have a couple times gone against the Wyndham Regional calendar. And the problem with that is when parents realize that, parents have kids at the high school and the Career Center and in our schools, they get really ugly because then they get no time off because, they have to be around for the week that we're in session and then be around for the week the Career Center's in session. And the other thing is we can send Bill down with explicit instructions to vote against and do everything he can, but he's one of 5 or one of 6?
One of 5.
One of 5. So unless he, takes some backup, maybe Ken and some other veterans, he may not be able to do it for us anyways. But it seems as though, is there any other comments on that? Yes.
I don't have the piece of paper, so are you talking about changing? Changing from
February vacation.
February vacation. Are you talking about it not being next week?
It would be the week after next year.
Next year.
So, just so we remember that probably conflicts with kids who work at Stratton and count on that week to earn some money.
Yeah. And Mount Snow.
And Mount Snow.
We've gotten beat up for that before
Yeah.
too. Any other comments? So what do you folks wish? Do you wish Bill to go down with the ship, or do you wish him to just march along? Somebody tell me.
I support this.
Yeah, I support this
Okay.
as well.
Me too.
Straw poll, is there anybody who doesn't support Bill to approve this? Okay, Bill, you've got your marching orders. If you need backup, make sure you call Ken.
Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, so, number 5, weighting study. So, if you like to kill trees, you can go online And here's a report, pupil weighting factors report. It's really big, but I can't do the computer. I have to see it in paper and read it in paper. So it's here if anybody'd like to look at it. There's like a 5 or 11-page executive summary, and it's very good. And basically, it's something that in our area, Ann Manwaring was a representative for Wilmington for a while. She had been trying to get something similar to this done. And then Laura, when she became a representative, she really fought for this. And even before, the town of Dover used to support or have a lobbyist and a person working with us to try to get some changes to education finance. And this was, we had some other studies done that we turned over to the legislature. But this is the first time the state actually had a report done. And if anybody didn't get a chance to read it, I'm going to put Laura on the spot and just ask her to give us a brief summary of it. And the reason I asked to have this meeting, and I did check with the officers, was one of the thoughts is if everybody's in agreement, I'd like for Wyndham Central to write a letter to the legislators supporting that they enact this study, or at least review it and allow us to testify, any of us that want to testify. Just so you all know too, though, it's not great for every school. Every town does not win in this, but I think it's part. Yes, they do. But I think it's a fairly good study. So you.
I just want to flesh out your request. I completely agree, Rich. As I understand it, Laura has actually sponsored, I think, 4 pieces of legislation around this. And so I think if we do write a letter, we should write it in support of not only the concept, but these particular pieces of legislation. And I want to point out, too, that as your regional representative to the School Boards Association, we have a meeting on Wednesday, and if that could possibly be done, or at least the action taken around that by Wednesday, I'd like to present it there as well. So yes.
So let's keep that in mind while we'll let Laura present the study. If there's any questions, if there's anybody in the audience that has some questions, Laura's pretty well versed in it, and then we'll have some discussion and decide what we want to do.
So I do want to just, thanks, Rich. I don't know how much time you want me to take, and I will try to be brief.
We're going to be out of here at 7.
Perfect, because dinner is looking good once we get to it. I do want to note that Kelly Paella, who's here, Representative Kelly Paella, Carolyn Partridge.
Oh, it's Kelly. Well, we've saved your seat up here, Kelly.
Sorry, Kelly.
We're going to put you on the spot.
And John Gannon have sponsored that legislation, and I want to be very clear to note that we have been talking with and keeping Emily apprised of all of this, and she is very much aware and working with us.
And Carolyn also, isn't
Is that a fair characterization? Thank you. Okay. Carolyn, if I didn't say Carolyn.
You did.
Oh, she did, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand the weights and why it matters?
Does everybody in the audience understand the weights?
And why it matters? So,
But the people watching might not know.
okay, so very briefly, with that, let's see if it's briefly. Very briefly with Act 60 and the requirement, to fix our education system so that we were providing substantially equitable opportunity for all of our kids. The legislature put in place a mechanism, statewide education property tax, as everyone knows, and the equity. The measure of equity, and feel free, anybody, to jump in and correct me if I go astray. Was really per pupil spending, and we figure out per pupil spending by total number. How much are we spending? How many kids do we have? We acknowledged, or prior to Act 60, there was an acknowledgement that some students cost more to educate, and so they were weighted differently. They were weighted as more than one, and that was high school. There was some special ed and some ESL.
And there's a second language.
Yes.
Explain weight. It's not dollars. It's
Weight is number of students. So, if we have a classroom of 10 You know, if it's 10 middle school students with no special needs, they're all English language learners, no one is in poverty, you know, that's 10 kids. You know, when we start talking about kids with special needs or English language needs, or as this study has indicated, kids in areas with low population density or high poverty, you start saying that child's gonna cost more to educate, and therefore we need to count that child as more. The weights are important because the construct that we have, well, it just, that's how we deal with students that cost more to educate.
Can I just add one piece
Please
about
do.
that? The one time that I remember that a weight changed, the weighting schedule was in place for a really long time, but there was a change made in 2020
For high school.
I can't remember the date, for high school, and it went from 1.25 down to 1.13. And at the time, and I'm pretty sure Laura remembers it as well, but I was sitting on the Leland and Gray High School board, and I felt pretty concerned about the loss of having, you know. So I asked why, over and over and over. How did you come to 1.13? And I, at the time, never got an answer.
I'm sure
For
it was
that. There was no,
I shouldn't
well, I
describe
didn't actually say that, but it felt like that. There was no real metrics that they based it on.
It felt like it was a means of dealing with
Back of
taxes.
envelopes, right.
Yeah. So we have been pushing, as Rich said, for years, saying that it just does not, and we've had these discussions here, it does not cost the same to educate every student everywhere. And you know, the very basic example that we give, or that I will give to other legislators, you know, if you have a classroom of 10 and you have a classroom of 20, and all things are equal with those students, and we're aiming for per pupil spending, legislatively, we're trying to get everybody aimed in the same direction, and it's, say, $10,000 per pupil. This classroom of 10 students has $100,000, this classroom of 20 students has $200,000. If they have good school boards in each one of those classrooms, which I'm certain that they do, they are spending those dollars to purchase as much high-quality education as they can for their kids. And what it means is, over here, they're buying more opportunity for their kids. And when all the residents get cranky and say, you're spending too much, we push down on per pupil spending, the penalties, the excess spending penalties, and we say, all right, guys, we really only want you spending $9,000 per pupil. Now you have $90,000 here and $180,000 here, and that's starting to hurt for these kids. And you know, maybe their school board's saying we have to spend more, and now you're seeing tax impacts there, or maybe your school board's not saying spend more. You know, one way or the other, you've got taxpayers or kids getting hurt over here. We're still probably pretty good with $180,000 over here with these 20 kids. So they're seeing a tax benefit and more opportunity. This weighting study, you know, we've been pushing for years and years and years. And actually, Oliver Olson, preceding Kelly, you know, I can remember him speaking on the floor and talking about the differences in opportunities amongst high schools and alluding to this. This study,
Oliver calling.
yeah, yeah, probably not. I think the education committee, and I think you probably were still on it at that time, we were fortunate enough that the chair really wanted to push on the poverty rate. Really wanted to, Dave Sharp at the time, push on that. And we took a look at all of the weights, with the exception of pre-K. And this study, I'm so ecstatic, you know, with the quality of work that was done, the breadth of information that they considered across the nation, and you know, they've come back with recommendations basically saying the weights that we have, they're historical artifacts, there's no basis for them, and you know, I can see you laughing, but and it's sort of funny, but actually it makes me really angry, because not a lot of people, but some people have known this for a very long time, and a lot of kids got hurt, and taxpayers have been hurt as well. I'm sorry, Al, I'm not meaning, but I'm telling you, I'm really feeling the, injustice in this a lot. So there are,
And on that too, one of the things is, it's been going on for 20 years, so when Leland and Gray started saying, okay, we either gonna give our kids more opportunity, or we're gonna fix the building, we gave kids opportunity, every school's done that. But that 20 years of not doing it, a project that 20 years ago would have cost, $1 million, now gonna cost you 10 million. And it doesn't get better just because, we can't close our eyes to it, and that's one of the problems, it just keeps compounding itself too. And that was one of the reasons of why I really wanted to do something, because I thought it would be important for this legislative session to do something, because we can't just kick the can down the road again. It's been getting kicked for a long time, and it's time to really, bite the bullet and do what's right, and do what's proper.
I think it's important to use the term that they used in the study. There was no empirical evidence to back up the weights as they were in place, as they are in place today. They searched for it, couldn't find it, no empirical evidence.
So there are weights. There are now recommended weights, looking at adding a new weight for, and I can't get to the chart, but presumably you all have it. A middle school weight, adding a rurality, and contemplating a small school, and a very dramatic, as I'm sure you've all seen, increased weight for poverty, EL and ELL. Did I hit them all? Okay, thank you. So, I'm gonna have this. Thanks.
Did you mention rurality?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the first.
Yes.
Big one.
Yeah. Oh, I have that. Thank you. So the weights have been moved forward. Some things that are curious and interesting to know. So this is the second year of a legislative biennium, and that means there was a lot of legislation that was introduced last year. That probably will never be acted on. We put in place, the legislature put in place some mechanisms to, really try and manage that this year, meaning that you had to introduce full, long form bills. When was it, Emily?
January 15th?
No, before then.
December.
Oh,
for drafting.
For drafting was December.
Yeah, December.
In December.
So you can introduce a short form bill at any time. A short form bill, and that's what we have introduced, are just, it's a notion. And the committees can then decide if they want to take that up and flesh it out, or add that language in, but it's a means of putting forward ideas. The ideas that we have put forward are to implement the weights this year, to not make any changes to the education financing system until the General Assembly has fully considered and acted upon the weighting study. It doesn't mean they have to put in what's there, but they have to take testimony, consider it, do all of that. And then the other two are, one is to do a look back to 2000 to 2018. 2000 is the fourth year of implementation for Act 60. Act 60 rolled in over 4 years. So looking at 2000 to 2018 and asking JFO or AOE to quantify the cost and lost student opportunity in those 18 years. And then the other is asking AOE or JFO to look back from 2000 to 2018 and to quantify the amount of excess dollars that some districts accessed and the penalty that other districts have been in because the system has been unfair. The reality on the ground, there's a couple of pieces. I've been told that Education Finance has moved back to Ways and Means. For a number of years it was in the Education Committee in the House. I've also been told that this bill needs to start in the Senate. Senator Baruth has told me he intends to try and act on it, you know, you have to look at how many senators want to move this bill forward. The Secretary of Education testified in the House Ways and Means that this had been done. It points to a pretty significant inequity, an existing inequity for our students, and that the current weights are outdated and they do not represent current educational circumstances or cost. In particular, the variation between the poverty weight as compared to the poverty weight determined through the analysis of the report suggests immediate action by the General Assembly is necessary to address a significant equity concern in the current education funding system. I was standing behind him while he said this to the Ways and Means Committee, and he said he could see no justification for waiting. A-I-T-I-N-G.
Delay.
Nonetheless, and so the other piece of information is the Joint Fiscal Office. 2018 was before all of the Act 46 mergers were in place, and so JFO, Joint Fiscal Office, has been running the numbers for 2020. And I think it's their belief that, I don't know if those have not been
crossed my desk.
Okay. So I believe those, I'm not sure, but I believe those are posted on the Joint Fiscal Office website. And I haven't had a chance to review their memo that goes with that. I think it's their understanding that there are more winners and less losers. Losers being people whose taxes will go up if they continue spending the way that they are.
Good.
So I think that's it. The one thing that I would say, and I said it very clearly, we had a meeting in Dover pretty quickly to let folks know this had happened, this is happening. We are pushing really hard for action this year. It's my intention to push at every single opportunity to bring this forward and try and get some relief. It's my expectation. They're trying right now to roll it in over several years, which makes sense. You know, if my town was looking at a 60-cent tax increase, I'd be looking for rolling it in for the increases, but not for the relief. And so, you know, we're looking for the people who are, you know, not able to access the funding that is necessary for their kids. So looking at ways to deal with that. If the legislature, it is my opinion, if the legislature does not act on it this year, school districts who are not properly weighted and who are not able to access appropriate funding without tax penalty, I believe you should get an attorney. So, and you should fight that. I think it's unconstitutional what's going on. So.
Okay, so are there any comments from the board first? Now, questions, comments from the board, then we'll take questions, comments from the public.
I was going to make a motion. Is it inappropriate to have something on the floor before we start this discussion? Would you rather do that or wait till we're done with the discussion?
What do you guys think? Do we want to discuss it or do we want to have a motion to discuss?
Have a motion to discuss.
Okay.
I mean, basically the motion is just that we're going to support these things here. So I don't think the motion takes us outside of any of the realm of the discussion of the topic. But here's my motion, subject to approval by everybody. I make a motion that the WCSU board supports legislation being put forward by Representatives Sibilia, Payala, Gannon et al. I'm not sure who all of the sponsors are. In the Vermont House relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report that would implement the recommendations of this report for schools in Vermont, and asks the chair to write a letter to the legislature to this effect.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ken seconds it. Don't worry about trying to type it. He'll give it to you, right. Okay, did everybody hear the motion okay? Okay. So is there discussion?
You want a second, please?
No, we did. Ken seconded. So a couple of things I took away from Laura's comments that I would want to include in the letter and just make sure that this is good with you folks is that we want them to implement the weights this year. No change in school financing until the full legislature gets to review the study and discuss it. That they look back between 2000 and 2018 for the lost opportunities, student opportunities, and quantify excessive dollars spent and penalty dollars received or spent by districts that were in the penalty, and that we want to make sure we address we want to address the Senate Ed, we want to address our senators,
Yes.
our representatives, House Ed,
House Ways and Means.
yep, and then Senate,
Finance.
House Ways and Means,
Yes.
Senate Finance.
The Senate Pro Tem.
Senate Pro Tem and
And
Speaker.
Speaker. And I would also send it
Hang on,
to
well, do we also want to talk about no justification for waiting and relief is immediate?
no justification for, waiting.
Delay.
For waiting. The other waiting, not having it. And then joint, so we want to do the Senate Pro Tem and the Speaker of the House, and was there?
I would recommend AOE. And I think you should discuss whether or not you want to send it to the School Boards Association and the Superintendent's Association.
I was gonna say, probably the special educators. 'Cause that's a pretty big piece of it.
Huge.
And the Principals Association, keep them informed as well.
There you go.
Do the Bs.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
What's the timeline on this, like, that you would expect that they would?
Can you repeat it sort of?
What is the timeline for this?
It's not your fault.
So a couple of things to know, which is the legislature can move on a dime if they are so inclined. This is very impactful, and so it's not gonna move on a dime. The Senate needs to move something out before crossover, which, Emily, do you know when crossover is?
Yeah, but I have to pull up my calendar because we just decided on it. Did we actually vote on it?
I don't know.
We did.
It's
crossover is-
mid-March.
It's right after town meeting.
So they would have to make a move on this by that point.
Theoretically. So the Rules Committee, there's a Rules Committee in the Senate, there's a Rules Committee in the House. The Senate, at this point, they'll need to do something around rules if they were to put in a bill, or they'll need to put it in a bill that's moving because their deadline for committee bills has passed.
It's the 13th.
13th. The 13th. Tentatively, there is a public information session on March 11th up at the State House as well, tentatively.
I was just gonna say for financial crossover is a week later, but it has to be impacting things that were in the budget or revenue.
Yeah.
Well, we usually
revenue
got an
would be-
extra week.
So, things that I think are really important right now, your senators need to hear from you respectfully. They need to feel your sense of urgency so that they can convey that to the Senate. We all need to hear from you, please copy all of us if you're reaching out, and we need more voices. So the Northeast Kingdom and this district have already kind of been pinpointed as, they're up in arms. So, that's where the SBA and all the others could be really helpful. So.
So, yes, we will definitely, it'll have to be urgent. I want to do it from Wyndham Central because I think it represents a broad group, but that does not keep any individual board member, especially those of you that have students or family members in one of the school systems, to also write letters. And it doesn't keep other boards from writing letters too, individual like the Marlboro board. But the more letters we got, and it seems like if we could say, hey, we're representing the whole district, the whole area, that it would carry a little more weight, so.
Sorry, I have one more thing, Richard, which
Okay.
is, I would ask if you are able to, I would ask to testify.
I'm gonna put it in the
And
letter.
ask for your students to be able to testify, or your parents or your taxpayers to be able to testify, if you're able to do it.
So I have a procedural question here. I think we're insanely lucky to be represented by so many members of the legislature here at these school meetings. Of the 4 pieces of legislation, 2 are moving forward and 2 are looking back, it sounds to me. Do you feel that the second 2 jeopardize the first 2 in any way? Because I do wonder that. Are there people going to say, I would have supported them if we were just going forward, but because you're sort of asking to look back at who was harmed in the past, I don't know. You
So
don't understand the question.
910 and 912 are the 2 that are looking forward. 911 and 913 are an expression of hoping to get people's attention to the gravity and size of the injustice that's being done. I don't actually hold out a lot of hope that government resources will be expended to quantify that.
Speaking of the gravity and the size, this is kind of to Bill. Lori last time indicated that the red board, or our budget, we would see approximately 60 equalized pupils. That's huge. That's humongous, and it would drop us below the threshold. I mean, that's right now.
No, it would not.
I'm sorry?
She said it wouldn't.
Really? It wouldn't?
Yeah, you're 923,000 away from the threshold. This would only be about 600,000 plus.
It's still
If
huge.
enacted based on the FY18 modeling that you have in front of you, but not the FY20 modeling,
Right.
which is being done in the joint fiscal office.
Okay, so 600,000 would represent about 12 cents on the
Oh, it's a big deal.
tax.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
So if Bill passed out on the back of the agenda sheets, and I'm just picking one, Appendix E, Simulation A-2. Brookline unfortunately sees a 4-cent increase, but Jamaica sees a 39-cent decrease, Newfane sees a 22-cent decrease, 29-cent decrease for Townsend, Leland and Gray, 11 cents.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
This was attached to the,
So
there's
Richard,
several of them.
Richard, I want to make sure, because there are a number of different simulations here.
Right, that's why I said
There are
I'm
some
just,
variables
yeah.
that the legislature needs to discuss.
Right, but from looking at these,
They're
the
close,
difference
though.
is, 2 to 4 cents, so that's why I'm taking,
Yeah.
I'm taking the one that shows the biggest variances
Yeah.
that I can see, and then, Leland Gray's 11 cents, Dover goes up 4, Wardsboro goes down 17, Marlboro goes down 21, Wyndham goes down 29, and Stratton is the big winner, they go up 64.
I have another thing to say.
Yes.
Sorry, it's actually kind of important. So
Okay,
one
go
of,
and then we gotta take questions from the audience.
one of the pushbacks on this that I've heard from analysts and Ledge Council, and they say it in the study themselves, is that there's no way of knowing what a town like, I will say a town not in the supervisory union, but that I represent, what a town like Reedsboro would do with a 40-cent decrease in their tax rate in 2018. Would they have purchased more opportunity for their students, or they have pocketed the tax savings? And in fact, when I testified in House Education, there was a lot of concern expressed about that and whether or not I would support mandating that they use that to purchase opportunity for their students. I want you all to listen very carefully to me. That is happening right now on the other end, where people are over accessing resources based on incorrect weights. And schools that are over accessing resources are making choices to either purchase more opportunity for their students or save their taxes. And so if you are confronted with that, I hope you will push back on it. It's also a justification for dealing with this issue immediately.
But it also allows the public to make that decision when they go to school district meeting. They can say, hey, look, we're willing to accept a 2-cent increase or a 10% or increase in the, or whatever that number is. And they get to, that was part of all about Act 60. the state wasn't gonna just give you a pot of money, you've got to
But
make
that is Act
decisions.
60, and you're not creating that situation by enacting these weights. That situation already exists.
Right.
Can I follow up on that? And I know I'm probably just stating the obvious, but I want to make sure everybody understands. This is about tax rates. This is about tax rates and what
you can buy.
You feel that your voters in your district can support based on tax rates. So if for example, at the West River District, we're over the excess spending threshold, if we, and we're still, the reason we're over is because we have made decisions about the spending plan that we have here, providing the education that we believe supports those values that we have behind us. And our tax rate is, our tax rates are higher because of our decisions around that spending. If there's a change in weighting that Laura's been describing, we will be able to see either a reduction, significant reduction in our tax rates in our communities, most of them, they're all different. Or we can say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to maybe both lower our tax rate and to put the money into something that we've been deferring for quite some time. And I think you can duplicate that in every single district around the state in one way or another, either going up or going down. But I think it's just really important that people understand decisions are still made locally on your spending plans based on your values and what you think the voters in your school district will support for that education. And I just think it's really important we keep that in mind. And so decisions are still made locally around it.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Stratton.
You know, talk to have him, Ken. Ken's very loud.
I can hear
Joe.
him.
Ken's on that.
I'm sorry.
Ken is loud, but Joe's loud enough.
Just tell her. She's got laryngitis awful.
I know.
I'm from Stratton.
Yeah, she's from Stratton.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so before I totally freak out.
Yeah.
We have been told repeatedly that we will work for us as well. And
No, I mean, based on these numbers.
well, no, but what I'm wondering is, because of the years that were when we had an incredible anomaly happen right around this time. So maybe this isn't necessarily representative of what would happen overall for Stratton. Is that an accurate?
So there are FY20 numbers. I think they need to be looked at. This is not what you will see. There's, of course, there will be an immediate impact. There is the opportunity to see some spending maybe come down, because what is the effect of what is happening here are large, wealthy towns without a lot of poverty have been seriously overspending, and that is actually where most of our spending is in the state.
Right, but Stratton's current situation is compounded by 2 years of unanticipated students and being above, significantly above the excess spending threshold.
Right.
And so that's why that number looks so scary.
They're not the only
However,
ones.
since you're a non-operating district, I think your numbers function somewhat differently than an operating school district.
Because I like my hair, I don't want to get scalped.
Oh, it's not bad. It happened to a
But
couple of us.
But I think if this is going to be addressed, you have to look at, right, you have to look at what this does to non-operating districts and see how they function within the funding formula.
That maybe not has been as discussed.
Right, and,
Well, there are some non-operators who go down as well. So, I mean, we have to.
That's true.
Yeah.
right,
So,
and Winhall goes up, not quite as significantly, but also significantly. So, you know, and I know you, the two towns have had kind of mirroring challenges over the last couple of years, so.
So we haven't given the audience a chance, so if any, go ahead and then we'll
I
get.
just had one question. Is this gonna do anything with the hold harmless? Because we can't go, or, like, even if this was implemented today, we wouldn't see these declines because we're held to the, can't go down by, up or down by more than 5% because we merged. Right?
so the legislature can turn things around on a dime, which is great. It's terrifying. So.
So
I mean,
would
I
this
think-
be out, would your legislation be outside of that? Like, so that it could go down, like it went down 29 cents, it could happen? and not be
probably have to
limited
be
by
addressed.
how much it could fall?
I think we have to flesh all of that out by taking the bills up and working on them, as well as the, different, you have all these different scenarios because there are some, options to discuss.
So when Act 60 was phased in, what they did was, they said schools that are going up are only gonna increase so much percentage. Like in Dover, we would go up to this certain tax rate that we were below. And then the following year, we would go up to this other tax rate, whether you spent that much or not. And other schools were getting some of that money, but it didn't fully implement for 3 years or 4 years. And I think that was one of the things Laura was talking about, is they're looking at, so maybe not the schools that are coming down that would see an increase that would be phased in, but, one of the things they're arguing for is those schools that really need help. We can't wait another 4 years to phase it in. We've waited 20 years, let's
Right,
wait.
I was talking about the Act 46, right, where
Yes, you are.
they can't go up or down by,
Right.
yeah.
Which phases out eventually.
Right.
Before you go to them, can I just ask?
Yes, but we're gonna run out of time.
I know, but I'm just, Laura, am I right that all 4 of those bills went to the House Ed?
Even though House Education
So I
is
wanna
not
just
dealing with finance.
clarify that House Education was given, in the 4 years that I sat on it, was given the duty of looking at finance as well. That was removed from them during this biennium. But I would say that House Ed never operated in even those 4 years dealing with ed finance. It was always in conjunction with Ways and Means. So these did get sent to House Ed, and that's a decision that gets made, but I'm not sure what action is going to be taken in House Ed. And here's my second piece to this. You may have an update for me or for all of us, but the Senate Ed Committee has had more conversations around this, I think, than the House. They've taken more steps and showing more action. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
I would say that that's a fair assessment.
But you don't see any path yet.
So last weekend, I sent a letter to, we sent a letter to the speaker and the pro tem, saying it needs to happen this year. Saw the pro tem last Tuesday, and he said, we're running the FY20 numbers, and then we're gonna start talking about, seeing if there's the will to move. And you can check back in next week, which is tomorrow, which I will be doing.
So it could start in the House or the Senate, which is important that the motion gets sent to all both.
But everybody's saying it's gonna start in the Senate. It has to go to both.
Yeah, I just think it's really important.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a couple comments. Patty Dixon from Jamaica. First of all, everybody should write to all of these people, and you can find all their information online. I wrote a letter and sent it to Ways and Means, Finance, Senate, House, everybody. And everybody should, and I got responses from some people too. And my understanding of, I think it was from the executive summary, was the idea is more a redistribution of the original money that's always been there or always been sent, but it's meant to redistribute it more fairly to the places that really need it. Not necessarily to save money on your taxes, not necessarily. The purpose is to make things right, that we have all just agonized about every budget season. It's just, I'm sorry.
Don't get me going.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's divided boards, it's divided communities, it's just been horrific, and everything we try doesn't work. It just, very long time coming.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to comment quick on that?
Do you want me to mention
Yeah.
that? I just think it's also really important to understand that this isn't actual dollars that come into our district. This is buying capacity through tax rates. So when you say sending money, that's actually not true. It's not, and I'm not trying to correct you, I'm just trying to say, people need to make sure they totally understand what this means. It's not actual dollars being sent to your district from the state. It's buying capacity through tax rates. It's reducing or raising.
It allows
tax
us
rates
to spend more.
Right.
without impacting our tax rates.
Impacting our tax rates.
Right. Just one minute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the, go ahead.
I guess Gerald Julian, CSA from Newfane. And so I think when you were listing the items that influence the weighting, you mentioned rurality. So, because one of the issues that I always feel like down here, we should get some kind of a special consideration when we go over our threshold, and then we're penalized because we've gone over our threshold, but we're the second largest geographic education district in the whole state. And so yes, we have, even though we have a small population, we're traveling many, many miles. And so therefore, there should be some kind of consideration for that, that we still, you know, just because our student population lives all over the place and we have to get them to school. So I was looking at the figures here, it's almost $400,000 for transportation. That's quite a bit, and influences how much of that, a percentage of that then is figured into the equalized pupil spending, then we're going over our budget, then we're getting penalized. So how does that fit into there? Can we get some kind of relief?
So that is part of the argument that we made for having the weighting study done. And there is a weight in here that recognizes that rurality.
So we have to wait for these decisions to be made. I mean, just in the last few weeks when we've had our meetings here and having to cut, and we can't cut anymore.
So,
and yet our miles aren't changing. We still are educating the same number of students who live in the same spread out district.
I will just say to you, I would encourage you, cannot wait for people to understand your pain or to do the right thing. We need you to help. We need you to be articulate about what you are facing, and we need you to work with your boards to be articulate about what you are facing and to communicate that. We need everybody.
Any other comments from the public? Drew? No? Anything as a board member?
No, I support the action that was called in motion, and I second the call to put in there that we will testify, parents will testify, board members, we will all march up and testify.
Well, drive is a long march. Go ahead now.
It's a long drive.
And then Ken.
Yeah.
Pardon, Ken?
Is everybody done speaking up
No,
here?
Al wants to speak, and then I'll get you, and then we'll vote.
Just following on to what you said, so is it fair to say that the excess spending threshold is really kind of a compounding of the inequity? I mean, loan sharks don't charge you 100% on penalties.
Right.
It's
Continues to be pushed back on the excess spending threshold from all angles.
Yeah.
right, so I'm just thinking, if we were not able to push this legislation through, at the very least, if we can knock that out.
So that was a
The excess
suggestion that I made to the education committee. We were there, you know, like, I understand that you may need to roll this in, you know, because of, you know, the shock factor for places that are looking at tax increases. And, you know, I encourage them to look for then one-time dollars or something to help us, or look at the excess spending. And, you know, we've been hearing some good ideas about, you know, ways to do that.
Yeah, because you're not taking it away from anybody else at that point.
Yeah.
No, but your excess money's going to
Well,
other places.
one of the other notions that is being put out there, that at this point I've heard nothing to help me not be alarmed by this, is the notion of doing categorical grants instead of adjusting the weights. And so if you don't adjust the weights, you keep the inequity in place, and you put some, you know, temporary, you know, will into categorical grants, which is simply going to increase education spending, which I'm sure none of our voters or your constituents will, you know, weigh in with you
It's
about.
also not adjusting what's wrong.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, Ken.
But it allows
Look.
you not to have to make
I was
difficult
gonna call the question.
decisions.
Okay, well, we don't have to call a question. You guys ready to vote? That's one less vote.
So I have a question. I'd be willing to revise this if my second will go along with it. Instead of saying this clause relative to the recently finished pupil weighting factor report, instead of that, mention House 910, 911, 912, and 913, or maybe leave them both in
No,
there.
just, but that's okay, because you said it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be in there. It just, I don't think we have to, I can reference it in the letter without you having to change
Okay.
your motion.
Okay, unless you feel that the motion would be more more
think.
effective.
No, I don't.
Okay, all right,
Unless he puts
so,
it in.
Yeah, I'll make sure I put it in, and you know what? I'll shoot it over to you, and you can look at it.
okay, sounds good. And do you
Okay.
want me to reread as,
I don't think so. Do we need to reread the motion, or is everybody okay? Okay, so if you're ready to vote, all those in favor of the motion from our gentleman on the left, signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Oh.
feel like I might need to oppose just because this is glaringly awful town.
Okay.
But I don't know if I should do that.
Well, it's up to you. You need to
It's
make a
okay.
decision.
Yeah, it's okay. So I think I have to oppose.
Okay, so we have one opposing. So the motion carries almost unanimously. Thank you, folks. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it. It's really nice to see you here. And then if you have any questions, send her an email. She'll tell you who to write to. She'll give you everything you need. So hang on, we're not done yet, folks. We're not done yet. Okay, we have a contractual, yes. Yeah, you can leave. So we have a fairly quick contractual issue, and we will make a decision after the executive session. So I need to have a motion for an executive session for contractual issues.
So moved.
Okay, so Joe moved it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Mike. It's not about this.
No.
Oh, it's just content.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, Rick.
And I will make a motion to instruct the chair to sign the contracts for Christopher Medina, Director of Operations.
For the email. Email.
Oh, the amount, okay. In the amount of $77,344 for fiscal year 2021.
Oh, say that slowly.
We'll give it to you in a minute.
Okay.
No,
Would you like
we'll
it
give
slower,
to him
Peter?
in a minute. We'll hand them to him.
Okay, great. Director of Finance Lori Garland in the amount of $104,310 for the year 2020 through 2021. For Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, Jen McCusick, in the amount of $106,339 for the year 2020 through 2021. And finally, for the Director of Special Education, Stephanie Beatty Hancock, in the amount of $101,274 for 1 year, 2020 through 2021.
102, 274.
Yeah, we'll give them to you in a minute, Peter.
$101,274.
Okay, second?
Second it.
Okay, Dan seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, we are good to go. So our next meeting is April 1st. Good luck at your school district meetings, folks. And I'll entertain a motion to leave.
You're not done yet?
So moved. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, got a motion adjourned by Mike, and somebody else is so moved. Leanne seconded it, and all those who are in favor say, let's go. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. 6 o'clock by the official timer, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business for this evening is, anyone have any additions or amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, approval of the minutes of the February 3rd meeting. If anyone has any comments, additions, corrections?
I make a motion to approve them.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Jay, you're on, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I apologize for not getting a written report to you. The day kind of went badly. First half of the day, the computer did an update and it didn't get done till 1 o'clock. So by then I was plowing. So, I'm working with Northeast Municipal, and they're going to come up with a proposal to provide us with the procedures for safety stuff and some training at the garage. Dover's going to work with them too, so we're kind of doing it together to see if we can come up with, they haven't come up with a price yet, but I'll keep you posted as they go along.
You have to have certain trainings done, right?
And document how things are supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Within reason. They said to make sure you don't make it so complicated you can't follow it.
Yeah, there you go.
The new lights are all installed in the garage and they look really good. They went up pretty well, so most all of them have plug-ins, so you just swap them out and plug them in, and so that's been done. We may need to buy one more light for a corner that's still dark, but other than that, they came out really good.
And you put in what, LED?
The LED ones.
Yeah, I had a savings of $60 on our security lights on the switchover. Just in 1 month.
And brighter too.
Yes, yeah.
People, I don't think always understand sometimes when it's going to change terrain like this, why we leave a little snow on the road. It's otherwise it turns to glare ice. They like to see it plowed off, but sometimes if you can leave a couple inches of snow, it really makes a difference. So it'll save a lot on sand if we can go back around and plow the ice off with the snow. So other than that, that's all I've got until we get to the sand salt shed part, which I think that's it.
Okay, well, any questions for Jay to this point?
I would just like to say you guys are doing a great job.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Second hour. You want to go right into the salt shed?
Sure. So the plans are meant to be printed out on very large paper, so they're hard to read. He's working on a few changes to it, but basically the footprint would stay the same, so the state's kind of working through all the steps they have to go through with archaeological and environmental and wetlands and all that. So that's all being worked on. We've narrowed up the door for the sand part of it to 25 feet wide instead of having it the full width. Maybe a little less snow might blow in there. So, he's going to increase the height of the door, I believe, to 22 feet from 18. Other than that, it's just the other thing we're going to try to do is backfill the wall so that has a little more support to it. Plus, it seems like it keeps the shed a little warmer in the back if the concrete's not all exposed. So.
Am I reading this map right around the shed? It looks like it's all stacked. Is that like a mounded area? Gradation?
They're showing the contours. They were showing graded off. He's going to make it so that it's actually backfilled.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there is quite a cut though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, looks
There's
like
a lot
it.
of stuff coming out of it.
And that backs up to like the water? Is that the only place?
No, to the right of the shed, as you look in the driveway, to the right of the shed, is wetlands, and then it goes around to in front of the garage.
The wetlands in front of the garage?
The front by meaning the
Meaning
the
the
depot
town
roadside.
garage.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, when they redid the wetlands, they found that they weren't anywhere near as big as the map showed. So now the state has concurred with it, and they've got flags all over the place out there through the woods, so.
What kind of a grant was this, half that, you say?
What's that?
How much money was the grant?
320,000, and we have to come up with, it was 400,000 for the building, and they give us 80%, so we had to come up with the 80,000, they come up with 320. So, now we're just hoping that they can come in at that price. But the guy did say that if it's more, he can go back and try to get more money, so I don't know.
I know, because they got such a concrete work to that, that's, like I said, Stratton's is over 600 grand.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what Townsend's was, but that was right up there too.
Because you have to do what, a concrete base to it, right?
There's like a 9 to 10 foot wide footing
Yeah,
on the
big
bottom of
footings
the
and then
foundation.
to support the walls.
Goes down in the ground real deep and the thick walls, but I mean, there's a lot of cement and a lot of iron in it.
Those walls up to Stratton are high too, when you're inside the building.
Yeah. But I mean, Townsend's is about like what this one's probably is. That's pretty expensive too. Yeah, Stratton's salt shed costs more than their town garage.
Wow.
But there's so much cement in the ground, it's unreal.
And that's for a protector for the ground? They're having all that?
I guess, you know,
underneath?
so maybe if you're pushing against
Yeah,
it.
because when you go in with the loader to pick stuff up.
But if you backfill it all the way around 3 sides, you could probably almost cut some of that back too if you had to.
They claim, according to the engineer, that he can't account for that. It's a good idea to backfill it, but they can't make the concrete less if you do.
They did one over in, by Bennington over there. They used concrete blocks, the big concrete blocks, and they put an arch over it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's other ways you can do them, a little bit cheaper, but I don't know if you'd ever build that thing at 300 and some thousand or not. Guess we'll find out.
So that will all have to go out to bid, right?
Yeah, the state will take care of that.
Oh, the state does that?
They do the whole, between Wyndham Regional is the project manager.
Okay.
And then we have a V-Trans person, and he has to kind of approve everything and get it out to bid, and then you do a scoring thing where you score the different bids that come in.
Yeah.
And then you put them all together, and that's how they award the bid.
So we don't have to do it as the board?
No, I think the only thing they'll do is when they make a decision, they'll bring it to you and say, this is the
best one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And budget it.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, sir. Okay. We'll enter the administrative assistance report.
This report.
I make a motion to approve Jay's verbal road commissioner's.
I'll second it.
Any comments, anything on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, and thanks.
The town reports will be here in the next day or two, and will go out as soon as possible with the help of Carol, Melissa, Doris, and Marion has volunteered to help with labeling as well. I spoke with Jay to get help from them taking it to the post office. I've gone to the last 3 Wyndham Regional broadband meetings. In your packet tonight is the survey they would like us to send out to Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Brookside residents. They have set up an on-site that people can take the survey, but for those that don't have internet service, if we could leave some of the paper survey with the town clerk and have some available at the town meeting, we should hope for a good return. I needed to reschedule the public hearing until the 9th of March for the proposed natural burial bylaw change. This allows for the 15 days needed for the warning of the hearing. So tomorrow's meeting has been postponed.
Just a quick footnote on the survey, on the broadband survey, they want them back by the 17th.
Correct.
So it's a little bit of a push. Encourage people to do it, because then they'll get a pretty good idea of where people have internet, decent broadband, and where they don't, and some idea of how anxious some of the residents in those areas are to get it. So
It's definitely about serving the unserved and the not served.
on and under.
Yep.
And as many people say, people that are underserved might as well be considered unserved, so. Any questions for the administrative assistant? We have a motion on the report, please.
I'll make the motion to accept the report.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to approve the report. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, scheduled members of the public. Erica.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for coming.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. I have two things that I wanted to discuss. One was I was hoping that you guys could add the More Free Library as a place where the notices of meetings and things go out. I think right now they go to WW, the South Newfane Post Office, and the Market. I'm not sure if the Market's on there, but we have a lot of folks coming into the library, and it would be nice to have them be able to have that be a location, especially if it's as easy as you email it to me and I stick it on the bulletin board.
That's great.
That's great. Email it to you.
I think that's an excellent idea. I believe that comes up at the reorganization meeting, does it not?
Yes.
So that's
I'll make a
a little
mention
over
of
a
it.
week away, and the board can then act on it. I think you get general approval. And
When we do the organizational meeting, I'll make a mention of it.
Okay.
it's a done deal.
Okay. And I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the post office, of the Newfane Post Office, but that might be a place to consider. I'm there almost every day because we mail our books out to other libraries and pick up books from other libraries that are mailed to us. And if you wanted to add that to the roster, I would certainly take responsibility of making a copy and sticking it on their bulletin board, but I'm in no position to speak for the post office, so.
You have to get permission from the postmaster to do it, put it in the post office.
So whenever I've asked if I could post something there, she said only if it's official town business.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I know there's posters there now
Either are.
that should not be there because they're community posters, and it's only because I've tried to do that and she's told me in the past, so it would be a good question to ask her what the rule is now. Because there's like 3 or 4 community event posters up there.
Well, the concern here is certainly town business, so.
Yeah.
And I believe that it is up to the postmaster. I don't know how much sway Brattleboro has over what happens up in Newfane and
We have
Livingston.
our
So-
own, every office has its own postmistress.
So I know that, but years ago, I tried to get something posted or get things posted for the town.
Yeah.
I remember.
So it may have changed. It may have changed, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
The
worth-
postmaster here does, Newfane, Williamsville, West Somerset.
Yeah.
She's got 3 offices, and she's
Yeah.
postmaster.
Yeah, yeah. We can ask her.
Okay.
I'm really asking for the library, but
Yeah.
I'm throwing in my 2 cents about that because I think that's a place where, you know, people go.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah,
goes.
it's worth.
And I think in the meantime, if you email it to Erica, that's perfectly fine.
I'll be happy to put it on our exterior bulletin board.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So that was one thing. The other thing is I, at the last minute, I think that maybe some of you know we're having this nuts and bolts of government, state and local government series at the library. And we have a small but very engaged group of people attending it. And the idea behind that grew out of last year's town meeting, where a lot of people were standing up and saying, I don't understand this. I don't understand how to read the town report. I don't understand the budget. I don't understand this whole process. What's this format? Why is this person on stage saying who can talk and who can't talk? So that was really the genesis of this whole series, which grew to also include state government and things like that. And so at the January meeting of that, news to me, there's something called a pre-town meeting that many towns have, and that Newfane hasn't had in recent years, although some people have said, oh yeah, I used to be at the school when the school was here. And anyway, it was news to me.
Wow.
So I talked to Carol, the clerk, and to Doris, like as my friend and not as the lister, to see about a pre-town meeting, and was told if I wanted to put it together, great, put it together. So we, in like a week's time with Melissa Brown, scrambled just to put something together, just to have it. In the interim, a couple of people said, oh, why don't you invite the candidates who are running for elected office to come and also, you know, have a meet and greet. So I reached out to the people whose names were on a list of running that I got from Carol, and I left a couple of voicemails, and I sent email to the people that I had emails for. So I apologize profusely if you are running for office and didn't hear from me and you saw that this notice was here. I don't think it should be the library in any way putting on the pre-town meeting. I feel like that's a function of the town government itself, and I would love for the town government to put on a pre-town meeting next year. But this year, I got it together and it's happening. And I would love it if anyone could come. It's Monday, the 24th, next Monday. I've invited people to come. Everyone's unopposed, everyone's gonna get elected that's running, so it's not like such a huge deal, I think. But I've invited anyone who can make it to come at 6:30 who's running. And then at 7 o'clock is gonna be the pre-town meeting, which is gonna be run by Melissa and by Deb Luskin, the moderator. I don't know who she is. So sorry if I didn't do it in the best possible way, and I hope next year someone else will do it.
I think it's wonderful that you've set it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Anything else?
Not for me.
So it starts at 6:30, right?
Well, 6:30 is the candidates' time, which is just people, you know, people whose term is expiring and they're re-upping, or people who are, you know, running for a term. People who are currently holding elected office that isn't expiring are certainly also welcome to come. And then the actual pre-town meeting part where people are asked to bring their town report, and, you know, it will be gone through by Melissa with questions about the budget and the report. That part starts at 7.
At
And
7?
with Deb talking about Robert's Rules of Order and how the meeting flows. So the two of them will be sort of doing it together.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know I've attended a few.
Those are nuts and bolts.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll be able to attend. Look forward to it.
Okay, anything else? Nothing else on your mind? Any other questions? Comments? Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Mr. Tessier, greetings.
Evening.
Good to see you in here in the dark of night.
Damn,
Usually it's in the bright of day. We started to decided to invite you to come and talk to the board and whoever else wanted to listen tonight, just to get a little better background for some people as to what's going on and what the good things are and what the bad things are about zoning without too many real specifics. There's nothing, I don't think there's anybody has any specific problems. But let me just start off and I guess I probably ought to, for people that don't know this, I was zoning administrator for a long time ago. So I've lost a lot of what was, and what was now is not. So, so I guess my lead-off question is, what do you think is working, and what are your biggest problems? And not necessarily in that order.
Much time. Generally, it's working fairly well. One of the problem areas, perennial problem area, is going to be private roads. The state has certain statutes over the maintenance of the road, and there's no way I can enforce them. Basically, we have to look at it from the point of view of emergency vehicle response. And some of the roads that are private in this town, I wouldn't take a $500,000 piece of equipment up the road. And the people living on that road don't seem to care. But in the end, they're probably going to complain if they don't get the service they think they should get from emergency services. So I need some backup on that from the board. You know, I have to go out and say, hey, the statute says, and basically they show up and back and say, too bad.
Yeah.
Oak Hill was a prime example.
That hasn't changed.
That hasn't changed a bit. Blueberry Circle, well, they'll swallow up almost any SUV now.
Yeah.
The road I live on, not
Well,
much better.
Is there something in zoning that do you think that could be done to change that and fix that or help that?
I think it would require a major rewrite as far as that goes. It would actually be in the town plan or in the subdivision regulations. But we have to have some teeth in it. When I have a zoning violation, I've got to be assured that the board is going to be behind me. If I cite somebody for a major violation, I have to know that I'm not doing it for nothing.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that kind of support.
Well, I think that you know, I can't answer for everyone, but certainly the board should back it. This is the town's zoning ordinance, and which backs up the town plan, and certainly the teeth at this particular point on private roads is the town won't take them over unless they meet certain standards. Right. And a lot of these residents on private roads don't think that at this point they give it. Ooh. But someday, so it's everything the town could do to get them to fix them up would be a help.
Because we already dealt with one that we weren't able to add on. So those that are on private roads, if they wanted to go to a town road over a period of years, I guess they could have a plan of action to bring the roads up to par.
Yeah. For
us to be able to accept it, right?
Yeah, but that in my estimation, that's not a zoning.
Yeah.
problem. It's a problem that zoning has to deal with to, as a secondary effect.
Because a vehicle couldn't make it up the road or something, right?
That's,
Yeah.
Or that's not even the zoning, is it?
no, well, that really
In
was,
the same vein, I seem to have a little rash of people who put up buildings and just forget to get a permit. And our penalty is basically double the fee, which I've collected a few times. But, you know, when you're talking about a minor permit, a fence or pool or something like that, it's maybe a $10 fee, it doesn't have an awful lot of impact. And even a storage building where the zoning fee might be $50 or $60, it's like, yeah, so what? And it takes the teeth away. Go out there and say you're in violation. And the answer basically, so what?
well, can't you take that to the DRB?
What are they gonna do?
Tell them to take it down, among other things. Yes.
The problem would come when it's time for them to sell their property, if it hasn't been approved.
If they don't.
We've been down that road before. Remember up in the hinterlands, a gentleman who was rather rude and obnoxious. He would do what he wanted. And I remember a certain deck that he had it on that kind of extended into the neighbor's property. And the answer was, so what? So I did violate him, and then I paid the price. There was no backing.
I think, do you wonder if people don't really understand that any change on their property should be, they should come to the town, and they're not coming to the town because they don't want to have somebody tell them not to do it, in the majority of the cases. Or they don't know they should come to the town. So, I mean, a shed, you know, so then you say, well, what size is the shed? I mean, is any shed, anything you do on your property, you're gonna come to the town? And then people say, well, it's my property, you know? I'm out in the woods, what does it matter?
But it is an ordinance. It is a bylaw, and it can be enforced. I mean, it's easy enough for a person to come to the zoning administrator, I want to do this, the zoning administrator says, no permit needed, hands him a piece of paper that says that with a signature on it, he's clear. But I think that the town, one should know about these kinds of things, and certainly should back up the zoning administrator and the DRB and the planning commission. Starts with the planning commission, goes on up through. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents worth, which is worth a nickel today.
Is, do you want to set up parameters where if I have a situation, I come to the board and say, I've got this problem. I feel I should issue a violation notice and discuss it with the board before I actually issue it.
That's your call. I think you could. I don't see any reason why not.
Well, that was the problem, that one incident where I basically took the hit.
Well, then when you get pushback, you come to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
did it because the rules say you can do it. And then I caught all kinds of flack saying, why did you do that? And I said, because that's what the bylaws say.
Well, that's when you should come to the board.
When you get stung like that, you kind of remember the sting.
Right.
Yeah, please.
I was just thinking about the fact that Select Board, for example, has various policies that we have to follow, and we've talked about it at our official Select Board meetings, and there's manuals that have all the policies. I think it would be very useful for the public to have, able to be educated in what zoning bylaws are in writing, and also perhaps, maybe not, if it's not too late for this year, but from now on, having a review at town meeting day, because a lot of people might be ignorant meaning the word ignoring, because they don't know what the rules are.
Right.
And so they go ahead and build something and not aware of the fact. And I think that it would be very useful for us to allow the people to be educated on what is approved and what cannot be approved, and who do you go to, and, you know, policy, zoning policy.
Yeah.
Zoning bylaws are available on the website. They're there, so if anybody wants to read them. And I agree with you, education is a lot.
I would suggest, even if it's online, a lot of people don't go online or don't have computers. And I remember, excuse me, when I first came on select board and we had to go up to Montpelier for the workshops, they said at that time that we cannot assume that people are going online.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
And that we have to have another way of also reaching out to the public. So I would suggest.
But I'm sure our zoning administrator is welcome to explain everything to the people if they have any questions.
Right.
I'm sure you do it in a friendly manner when you go up to talk to the landowner, and, you know, like, FYI, you know, this isn't allowed and we're gonna have to figure this out type of thing.
I think the idea.
Now, what is the steps he's supposed to follow when he does that? You don't come right to the select board, it goes to the DBR first, right? Everybody's supposed to go, and then if they don't do nothing, then they come to us?
It depends on the nature of the problem. Sometimes it goes back to the planning commission, sometimes it goes to developer review board, and on occasion it can come to this board. And unfortunately, not every violation or potential violation or question is the same, so you really don't know. I think that, do you have a feeling that there's a need for an update or a major update of the bylaw?
No, not a major. There are minor tweaks here and there.
Okay. Well, Mike, this is me speaking. I think that in a public education situation, sometimes a time when people can come and sit down and find out what that's all about, could possibly and should possibly rest with the planning commission. Planning commission draws up the bylaws, has to hold several public hearings, which is too late, then they come to the board.
Yeah, the whole process.
So,
I understand the need.
I think,
but the process is like
it might be
frozen
something.
molasses.
Excuse me. It might be something that, by itself as a single event, might create more interest and or so. Well, you gave us the minuses. What are the pluses?
We're doing good.
That's what I wanted.
We don't put many houses up, but
Yeah, unfortunately.
which is a good thing.
Wow,
I think
housing stock is getting old.
I will say on my own personal experience working with the zoning administrator was very pleasant.
That what? I think.
My own personal experience working with the zoning administrator was very pleasant.
Thank you. That's good to know. Surprised.
So like if they have the permit fee, and they don't get the permit fee, then you go out and you fine them. So it's just
Find them? Not in my budget.
Now who doubles the?
I have a watchdog.
So somebody doubles the permit cost, right?
Yeah,
So
we
then
have,
if they pay the double of the amount, does that give them the permit now?
some of them I do, yeah.
Yeah.
The listers go out on a regular basis,
Right.
and when they see discrepancies, because they get a copy of every permit I issue. So when they go out and there's an extra garage on the building that they don't have a permit for, they'll come back and say, we don't see a permit for this. In most cases, it's because they didn't look in the right place. It might be like the prior year,
Yeah.
because they don't review every property every year. It's kind of a rotating thing. So it could be the permit was issued 2 years prior
Right.
and building whatever, and they just sort of overlook that. But they do get a copy every time I issue a permit. Which would bring the question up, would you like a copy for the board?
It's available
I've seen
in
it.
your office.
They're right there. You get the quarterly report.
I
Do we?
defer to
I haven't
others.
seen a report from the zoning administrator.
No. No.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you people are in the loop.
Yeah, who do you give it to?
Who do I give it to?
Yeah,
The report?
yes.
You've gotten one.
Oh, we
It's-
have?
It's just a spreadsheet kind of thing.
But a copy of the building permits you post in too, though, right?
Yeah. Give it.
Yes.
And if you want to file the bill fast.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't hurt probably for the select board to have it, just to see what's going on in town.
Yeah, I mean, I checked him out hanging.
But this is almost about like we was talking about that with the dog catcher type deal. There's not enough money in your budgets to cover all if you're chasing people around. So if they don't have a permit, you double the fine, so if it's $10, you fine them 20. Well, they just pay the thing, oh, well, it's all done now, they got the building where they want it, you get it up. Whereas there was more of a, if it was a little bit bigger deal, if you're gonna have the zoning, which I don't really care if we have zoning or not, but, because I'm one of them guys, if it is my land, I just can do what I want on the damn thing. But, if you're gonna have it, same with a dog catcher. You got a guy that they want X amount of dollars to chase some dog. Well, if they gotta go out more than once, you go out and you warn the person the first time, and your town pays for it. Well, he has to go out and keeps chasing that dog, and all of a sudden we're getting $100, $200 expenses. That should go to that guy that owns the dog.
Exactly.
So they pay that expense. Now we have money in a budget that's building itself up to pay that guy to do that job.
Right.
Because nobody wants to do it for nothing anymore. And it's, we don't have that kind of money budgeted. It's the same almost like with this, If it's only another $10,
Yeah.
it ain't worth anybody chasing it no matter what. And
Well, it can be a significant amount, so it's at least worth having it in there.
oh, I know.
Fortunately, maybe in a typical year, 4 or 5 cases. And the amount I collect is, it pays the postage.
Yeah. Well, you're never gonna catch up and you're certainly never gonna get ahead, so.
Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wonder, if I wanted to put up a shed on my property, I wouldn't necessarily think that I needed a permit for it. And if I thought I needed a permit for it, I would think I needed a permit for it because my property taxes were gonna be increased. And I would be disinclined then to request that permit, especially if I now know that, big whoop, I paid $20 instead of $10, don't have to come for a hearing and it's automatically approved. I mean, my concern would be an increase in property value and ensuing taxes. So if that's not the case, if you can put up a shed and it's not really gonna be a major impact, I would wonder why I would need to pay a fee to the town, what the purpose is of that. And I think that it might be helpful to put that information in easy to understand language and maybe put together a packet when somebody buys a property in Newfane. Here's all of that you need to know about stuff related to making improvements on your land.
pamphlet about that thick.
Well, I don't know.
Or even in the town report, you know, if there is an update on the zoning changes for the year, and maybe there is, coming up with our town report. But so there's public information on it.
Because I mean, I find the town's website very difficult to navigate. I really find it hard to find information there. You know, I'm the librarian, I'm not dumb, I'm used to finding information from websites and reading reports and stuff, and I find it very difficult to navigate. So, you know, there may well be people who would like to know what the right thing is to do, if it even crosses their mind that that's something that they need a permit for, and can't find that information. That's my 2 cents.
I think if I might just jump in here for a moment. 2 contacts can answer your question. One with the zoning administrator, do I need a permit? Second with the listers, if I put up a 10 by 20 shed, what's the, it depends on how the shed is, what the shed is built of, how nice it is, how simple it is, and so forth. You can get a rough idea of what it is, then you can decide whether you want to go ahead with it or not. And that, I think, is that pretty much the theory behind it. Again, there's no question that having the information quickly and easily available is the best of all possible worlds. And
I think like Googling that question or trying to do a search on the town's website saying, who do I contact if I want to build a shed, is not going to result in any information.
some do.
Yeah, just
some
simple
don't.
layman's terms.
Yeah.
Versus zoning, like, we're in the twilight zone.
My sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that most people make a query and get a permit and or, so that we're looking at a small percentage of people, whether it's worth,
Right.
how much it's worth going after them is a question that will never be solved, but it's there.
During the season, I probably spend half my time with phone calls, people call, quizzing, do I need?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how do I get it?
Uh-huh. Well, that's good.
Is that something that Carol, as town clerk, can help people with? If somebody would come in person and ask Carol, town clerk, about an issue for getting a permit, can she lead them to the right?
Well, I'm sure she would.
Does. Yeah, I'm sure she does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Carol usually refers people. She says you have to see the zoning
Right, that's
administrator,
right.
which is good.
Yeah, so you can
Because-
come in and ask.
How do we,
Just to do it.
I have a question. How do we know when new people come into town? Like,
stand up by the side of the road and look at their license plate.
I mean, for instance, you know, like a sale of a house and new people move in, you know, as a town, could we?
Records are documented at the town clerk's.
Yeah, but like a welcome kit or something, like welcome to New Thing, you know, here's the zoning laws.
Here's what you can't do.
Well,
Invite us over for cocktails.
many towns do just exactly that.
Yeah,
Many towns do.
yeah.
We have dog ordinance, we have zoning, we have speed limits on certain streets are, and it's all laid out.
Instead of like living here for 10 years and finally finding out what you're supposed to do.
Give it time.
Right, I know.
Anything else you'd like to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you have questions? I've stated different things.
Yeah, I guess, do you go to planning commission meetings to keep in touch with them?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, when you've got a squawk, I think that's the place to go first. And if it festers a while, you come here or go to the DRB. It depends on, you know, if it's a DRB-oriented situation, sure, but I think that I found it was helpful to keep my ear to their ground. Not personal, nothing official. Thank you. Anybody, anything else?
So you might want to just state your hours and days that you're here, just on, if someone's watching.
Yeah, they're on the website, my hours.
Okay, but you're here Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Tuesday, Thursday, 12:30 to 4:30.
12:30 to 4:30.
And I'm budgeted for 10 hours a week. I put in 8 because when a hearing comes up, I don't want to go over budget. So I reserve some time.
I think the schedule for everybody's out here in the hallway.
Yeah, I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
if somebody's watching, they would, it's a good way to advertise yourself.
Thank you. Unless anyone has something else.
I would just have one request.
Yeah.
At some point in the future, I would like to sit down with the board and discuss a policy matter.
Would that come to us?
I don't see any reason why that can't be.
Just talk to one and schedule it.
Check with the boss, see what happens.
Pardon?
Check with the boss.
If you want to be scheduled.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
It would probably be considered an executive session, although I'm willing to do public.
Well, personnel matters are, maybe, let's put it that way, and typically are.
Okay.
Anything else? Anyone? Thank you again, Merle.
Okay.
Anything from any unscheduled members of the public? I don't see anyone that fits the description. Does anyone have any old business they'd like to bring before us at this point?
Bye, Merle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear nothing in terms of old business. New business, broadband. Juanetta has spoken briefly.
Hi, Jay. Happy plowing.
Stay away. Not nice.
But it's winter and it's beautiful.
Okay, under the broadband umbrella, the organization backing this study has asked that we provide them with a letter saying that we were at this point, not are, willing to participate in the study, and that we have an individual who would like to serve as a contact person from here on out. And I think that if we have a motion saying that the board approves of the town of Newfane participating in the study for broadband I'm trying to find the right word, service in the town and the development of a business plan. If I could have a permit, if I could have I got permits on my mind. If I could have a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion.
Could take.
Second it.
Just as background, I've been to all the meetings, and Juanetta's been to all but one, so we've been right in the middle of it, so we pretty well know what's going on. I don't think there's any reason why, if anyone has any particular question, I can't try to answer it or defer to Juanetta at this point before we take a vote.
I do have a question. Like, I saw somewhere along in the information that the town should take the lead on doing something?
Getting the survey.
CUs or something that might,
Well, the
acronym?
survey has been developed.
Okay,
It will be online.
okay,
We will have paper copies available, maybe in the library.
Sure.
And the other thing that we are encouraged to do is to encourage people to fill one out and get it back. Because in the long run, it may, not that it will, but it may help push the installation of broadband to some of our under and unserved areas.
but there's something about to support the cost of it by the towns, was there something like that?
No cost involved
Okay,
at this point. I mean, when it comes
Could eventually
comes
be a
around to
cost, but
putting the cable,
not for the survey.
yes, that's what I was, the installation or something, or,
Probably eventually, but not at this point.
but nothing at this point other than encouraging residents to fill out the survey in
Okay.
whatever way they can.
okay, so we're not committed as a town that we are responsible for doing any of that?
Not at all. This is for the development of the survey and then the development of a potential business plan for getting broadband to the areas that show as a result of the survey who would need it.
So we would have to do a business plan for the town?
No, this
No.
is being done as part of this project.
Okay,
This is a state-funded,
It would be the
Grant
result
to
of
Wyndham
the
Regional.
survey for
Right.
our area.
right.
okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. I will get a letter put together tomorrow on that. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Lynn Forrest has agreed to serve as a contact person?
I believe there's a email in there, in your correspondence to that effect.
Yes, she did send out an email.
Yeah.
Okay. I will not be able to attend tonight's board meeting. Appreciate if the issue can be addressed during unscheduled members of public or as correspondence. We might as well take it now. Per our conversation following the previous select board meeting and also after the Wyndham Regional Broadband Survey meeting, I am volunteering to be Newfane's point person for the broadband survey. I have attached the broadband project summary as well as an article from Vermont Business Magazine. Speaks about the proposed project to get all Vermonters broadband service. Quite interested in the process for a number of reasons. As a planning commissioner, increased speed provided by broadband is an economic development issue. Although many residents have internet through Southern Vermont Cable Consolidated Communications copper, speed is slower than what's needed for business and home office internet users. Personally, it appears that fiber run along Dover Road in South Newfane and Williamsville, but it's not being used. I've emailed WRC asking if the previously installed fiber in Newfane will mean a lower cost for our town. If I'm appointed by the select board, I'll vigorously work toward assuring all Newfane residents and property owners know of and are able to complete the survey. I look forward to the select board's response.
Well, may I make a motion to appoint Lynn Forrest as our contact person in this matter?
You may.
One second.
Is there discussion on the motion now before us? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, thank you.
She'll do it.
Any other new business to come before us at this point? Okay, we'll move to correspondence. We have a number of communications here. first is reference to a piece of property that's available now owned by Frank Mercedes and Sons. At the suggestion of Mike Fitzpatrick sending some information about our property on Radley Hill, Mark thought the town might be interested in purchasing the property for sand and gravel. I know you have the lister's card, but here's a little info on the property. It's on Radley Hill. I don't, the word subdivision is here, I don't know why. 21.67 acres, also referred to as Peterson property, purchased as a 3-lot state subdivision with exempt 4th lot of 10 acres. Parcel was subject to a 25-year right first refusal to A.S. Clark, which was offered and refused. Almost certainly, the non-permitted lot would be able to support a wastewater disposal system for a single-family residence, so effectively it is a 4-lot subdivision. There have been surveys created to possibly expand this to additional lots, but it has not been approved as an amended subdivision. Please let me know if there's anything else you need. Letitia Ashmore, Frank Mercedes and Sons. Asking price is $195,000. So the board would have to do 2 things. Vote to attempt to acquire the property, and if its offer were accepted, to raise the money.
Is that just before River Road on the right
On
hand
the
side?
corner. It's the inside of the corner.
Okay.
Goes all the way down to that last house in the field. I mean, I think it'd make I'm just thinking, you know, for future for the town, for gravel, you know. I think it'd make a good thing, and then when it's all done with it, town could get rid of it for housing or whatever, you know.
Is it off hill or something right
I
now?
don't know, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good sand and gravel up in there. I just don't see a lot of other people getting so enough to get the gravel out. Town has, I think, to do it easy enough.
Is there some sort of an assessment that would be able to tell us how much
Can I see
sand
the
and
letter?
gravel they could get out of it?
There's a lot, there's probably like gravel there that more than having, you know, off of that. I know it'd go cheaper. What I'd do if we ever decide to, I'd like to go into another meeting, we talk on a price, then we come up with it and try to make them an offer. If they offer it, then we go to the town with it.
Because currently we get our sand and gravel and stuff like that, we have to have it hauled in from a contractor that we bid with through a bid process. So unlikely that there's enough of the material in there that would pay for the cost of purchasing it and give you something back more.
You know it too, I mean, you've seen the land, right?
I think that it might be wise if there is further discussion along these lines that the board do an executive session.
That's what I'm saying, for another
Which
one.
is permissible.
I know what I'd offer them, so that's what I would tell you guys that, and we'd figure it out.
I don't think there's been anything said so far that should have been, that is not in the open, let's put it that way, already in the open.
Can we put it on the next agenda for an executive session? Or does it need to be done tonight?
It does not need to be done tonight unless you wish to vote to have a response to this letter saying the board is interested and will proceed with consideration and stay in touch or something to that line.
We could have a quick one,
What's that?
executive session.
You're gonna have to bring it to the voters though, first.
Oh, yeah, because the,
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't have to first. I mean, we could go in and say what we want, what kind of a proposal we would like, and see if he would accept what we're talking. And then from that point, you take it to the voters to get the
to get the funding.
Right. I mean, there's no sense going to the voters and say, you know, we're looking for 190,000, and I just think.
There's a better way.
I mean, if you wanted to do it tonight, I mean, because this is your last meeting, except for the one we have for the special town meeting. Right? There's no other select one meeting, right?
Yeah, it would be
Not until the 9th.
After the,
We have one on the 2nd, which is the pre-town meeting.
And then we have
And then
town
the
meeting
ninth-
and our regular
The 9th
meeting.
is the public hearing, and then we have to have an organizational meeting the
Oh,
week
yeah.
of town meeting.
You ought to have it right off, but that's your problem, somebody else's problem. Well, what's your pleasure? What would you like to do? Would you like to have me put together a quick note, say, town is interested, is considering your proffer, which is what it is, and we will be in touch.
I go for that, just.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
then go from there. We'll start out with a new board.
With the new board and go from there with the new board.
Okay, so I take your inclination as a motion?
Sure,
And
I'll
yours-
make that
And yours
motion.
as a second? Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. From Gloria Cristelli, I'm emailing to say that I will be the town coordinator for Green Up Day, but I might need to be approved by the board, I'm not sure. I doubt they'll object, but Chris Williams has never had a fondness for me. And he might object to my chairing the committee. This is an open communication to the Board of the Select Board from a resident. Let me know the process from here. I'm proceeding as though I'm chair, so at least some work will be accomplished. Gloria.
Go for it, Gloria.
At that point, I will turn it over to the board.
She wants to be the chair of Green Up Day?
Well, I'm making
I make a motion.
Motion.
She does that as long as Chris would be co-chair.
I make a,
Yeah, I make a
you make a
motion.
motion, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and second motion before us to appoint Gloria Cristelli as chair of Green Up Committee. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? She's asking. No.
Well, she put that in.
I know. That was not necessary.
I have an email from Deborah Luskin. Dear Select Board, Phoebe Connolly is working with Leland Gray High School students through their community service program of providing childcare during town meeting. Moore Free Library has offered to host this. I think this is satisfactory for the town question of town liability. Please let me know if you think otherwise.
I think that's fantastic.
I think it's wonderful on two levels. Thank you.
Wonderful of the library to offer to host
I-
and the kids to get some community service hours in.
I don't believe that we need to take any action on this unless somebody disagrees and would like to.
No,
That is wonderful.
Okay, we have a,
you know that came about because it was a discussion that came across my, that we would be liable, so just wanted to clarify with everybody. If we did it, if we took it upon ourselves to put it together as the select board.
got back to the bed where you lost me. Okay. We have here a communication from Prevent Child Abuse Vermont. And I will paraphrase. I cannot, I think, read too much more tonight. Prevent Child Abuse Vermont is a private nonprofit organization that has served families and children in the state for 44 years. Our programs include Circle of Parents, support groups, nurturing parenting, shaken baby syndrome, safe sleep prevention, child sexual abuse prevention, healthy relationship for children 0 to 13. The National Symbol for Child Abuse Prevention is the pinwheel, and we would like to have as many towns, businesses, and organizations as possible show their support for prevention by planting a pinwheel garden, unquote. This entails purchasing pinwheels from Prevent Child Abuse Vermont for $1 each, with a recommended amount being 100 pinwheels, and planting them in the ground during the month of April. If the pinwheel gardens were up for only the day of proclamation, it would make a big impact. So I think what they're doing is they're asking the town of Newfane, or the select board on behalf of the town of Newfane, to put up $100 for 100 of these, and then find somebody to go around and put them up or stick them all out in the
Put
backyard.
them right on the front of the town office. It's a beautiful little one.
Is the ground gonna be thawed?
Well,
Any comments on the proposal?
The wood chop that's in it.
Well, I think it's kind of like an appropriation though, kind of a request.
It is a request for an appropriation of
Yeah.
$100 to Child Abuse Vermont, or Prevent Child Abuse Vermont.
It's a little late for this year.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, sounds nice, but I think your budget is done. So we recommend that they put it in for our appropriation for the following year. And somebody else might want to pick it up, see this, and do it on their own.
yes.
Am I correct?
The information will be with Juanetta if anybody's interested.
We have no motion, we have no action to take
Or
on it.
donations.
Green Up Day donations.
Anything else that anyone's aware of that should come before us under correspondence? Seeing and hearing none, we can move to pay orders. And thank you, everyone.
We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before 1:15. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone check. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there? Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one.
Did we approve it?
We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
Not adopted it, we would have voted to oppose it.
Opposed it. Budget information, other business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Policy. And just show copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, says policy. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. Change the wording.
That complaints.
The compliant was.
Because it was compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant, I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was a problem? So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. warn policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second. Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for us.
to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal with that.
Yeah, all I have is the Dover one, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't
And
see,
it's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. for the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right. I make a motion that we adopt F13, residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then we can work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to change to the new weighting study, which we have, I know why, because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you got that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website.
And I did renew the RVUSD.net domain for another year, because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we have that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to RVUSD.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
RVUSD.net.
Yeah. Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an RVUSD.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site, but all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did. Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better.
Possible.
But not probable. It's possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you, that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
there is here.
There, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it? I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right, that's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good, it was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking, the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns, I felt. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I
and-
think Randy might have said something that was town specific, have Tanny, but I think that was about it.
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did, because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
He did.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon? And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57.5 or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just.
Nice, Mark, that you had some of the tuitions.
Yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice if had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the 2 different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a good.
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March.
Yep.
But again,
$5.5–6 million without too many questions. That all sudden the next meeting comes up.
Yeah, the budget was
1 hour discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes on that?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. That was impressive.
and
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of it. As to how-
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the.
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
They didn't order.
We got my
I thought it was there.
after the meeting.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. I was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us on the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Another can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the CSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people all over, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year?
first?
Next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, wait, so next year is the first one? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year would be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right. It's the night before. Okay. Well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
You said we just say more than a vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
It'd be nice to
nice
get
to
some
have that.
directional information. Just to know, but
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
exactly.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, remind people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we do
The
have.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions
Like online?
prior to, regarding the budget on the website?
There will be on the new site.
Because that might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but, you
I
you
think
never
it
know.
was me.
Just a thought while we're.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question.
Yeah.
And so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
Guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we
Right.
can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video, and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
one
we
of the
discussed them,
issues.
and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to
I
questions.
could do that as well.
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
It's only one of those things we want.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then, but
Right, and
adding
then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people are right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
Okay.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
Yeah.
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. So, but there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school,
Well, they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet and your report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro, but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why I had to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So when people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent, it was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one more page will give us 4 pages.
Right.
Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
Well, we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify. So it's definitely something you want to have your, at least some notes prepared, so you, because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation, but up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the
Yeah,
day before the meeting, so it was last,
Was it
so it was a
10th?
week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and then the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the excess penalty, the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations we hear from, better.
Anybody else?
I don't have a problem writing a letter.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Just gonna be sent?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was gonna add. Yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm gonna make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support the weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think the letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting. In our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting, because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a town with a lot of property.
Yeah, a lot of high-end.
Yeah. But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valley's board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot, because he may not be around.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting we talked about Dover. Had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can we'll get some help with it. So hopefully it'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Just move it to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th.
Consensus.
Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it, there are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? Or do that?
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
set.
16th?
And then,
Oh, if you
but
wanna
we'll,
move- then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person that takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, that means this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
Miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. The meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you can also, like, get on the board. So.
You might not want to come in case.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second? Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move over there.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Randy Holhut from the Commons, and tonight, in conjunction with BCTV, we present this forum for candidates for the Brattleboro Select Board. There are 3 candidates running for the 3-year seat on the board. Elizabeth McLaughlin, who currently holds a 1-year seat on the board. Ricky Rosati, a town meeting member from District 3. And the incumbent, David Scholes. There are 5 candidates running for the 2 1-year seats on the board. Kurt Dimes, a town meeting member and director of Brattleboro Common Sense. Ian Goodnow, who's currently clerking at Costello, Valenti, and Gentry in preparation for a legal career. Good luck. Oscar Heller, who ran last year as for the Select Board and is chair of the Town Energy Committee still. Okay. And the incumbent, Daniel Quip, and Mix Rosati, who is also running for the 1-year seat. Take your pick, or both. So here's the format for tonight's forum. Our panelists are Olga Peters.
I'm running for 2 seats.
Yes, the 3-year and the 2-year, I did say that. Okay. Our panelists tonight are Olga Peters, senior reporter at the Commons, Abby Manunkin from 350 Brattleboro, and Kate Anderson, who's the former chair of the Town Arts Committee. They'll each ask 1 question of the entire panel. Panelists will have 2 minutes to answer. And after that, we'll take questions from the audience. You'll get your chance to say. And then at the end, there'll be a 2-minute closing statement from each of the candidates. So we'll first begin with Abby, and you get the first question. Directed to the entire board.
Okay. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. Climate change is not a future concern for other people to confront. It is here and now. It is an existential threat, and it is of great concern to many, and I dare say most, people in our community. And yet it doesn't affect all people equally. Instead, it disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, including people of color, poor people, as we saw all too well in Tropical Storm Irene and the mobile home communities, and our youth, who will bear a greater burden in the future. This is a global issue, and yet we have a moral responsibility to take local action. What concrete actions will you take on the Select Board? And this is in terms of planning, development, infrastructure, services such as transportation, to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels and build resilience here in Brattleboro.
And we'll begin with Mix Rosati.
I like to go last because I like to hear everyone else's ideas and see what I have to offer that's different. But I'm pretty sure from when I've listened to their campaign so far concerning like that same issue is that none of them have brought up the idea of having our own municipal currency to fund advancing both sustainable technologies and reparations for people, because last I checked, the Federal Reparations Committee is a bunch of white people, and I think they all vote very Republican from last time I checked, so I really don't trust that there's going to be any progress in their lifetime with that system, which is part of why I'm also not seated in front of the American or state flag.
Ian?
Yeah. So I think the first step towards that was the sustainability coordinator, and I really supported that move by the Select Board in the town of Brattleboro. That will help us to coordinate and move forward in a direction that is sustainable for Brattleboro and sustainable for Vermont. It's a difficult question because it is global, but I think that there are some concrete things that we could do, like making the busing more accessible that takes us around Brattleboro, making bike lanes safer and pedestrian walkways safer, to encourage people not to drive in town and to get people using modes of transit that are more sustainable. And then I think also how we heat and the energy we use for our public buildings needs to change.
Elizabeth?
At the time the sustainability coordinator was being considered, I wanted to make sure that the energy audit that was performed for the town was enacted, and we had spent over $1 million on energy coordinating items. Once the sustainability coordinator was voted in, I was on the selection committee, and I was happy to find such an excellent candidate. I'm looking forward to working with him. We've already discussed at the select board an initiative to have buses used not just for people who may not have automobiles, but people who want to use the buses for sustainability purposes as a climate change initiative. I also note that the housing and the planning, that we have made donations from the town budget for Red Clover Commons to get that item out of the floodway. And similarly, the planning department is working with Tri-Park to get any areas that are in the floodway out for that housing. And there are many housing initiatives that the select board is working on at the present time. So I just want to mention that the Energy Committee and the Sustainability Coordinator will be working on numerous items, including coordinating with CEON and other sustainability organizations in Brattleboro.
Great.
Hi, everybody. Please excuse me if I'm nervous. I wouldn't want to think that I come to the select board with an entire ironed out agenda for the climate. But I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has promoted an emergency declaration here in town. And part of that is a provision for frequent monthly meetings at which people can promote their own ideas to the town, and under which the select board would then make emergency ordinances out of the suggestions of the people. We have heard since June of last year many individual proposals, and too many to list. But among them are hitchhiking, licensed hitchhiking as an alternative to driving. The idea being, if people share their transportation in a good camaraderie, it would develop a good way for people to know each other, share a ride, meet a friend, and it would also reduce the use of fossil fuels. Such a system is already, or has been in effect in Czechoslovakia, and it works great. With the use of cell phones, people could record their location and the identities of people involved and make it very safe. Also, we're surveying the people who live in the floodplains to find out what they want, and we hope to institute something according to the results of that survey.
David?
There are a lot of things we could do. I think one of the first things the town should do, the select board should do, is have a look at the state plan for Putney Road. Right now, there's a multi-year plan. It's a few years in the future, but a multi-year plan to put in a series of rotaries and to increase traffic flow. And it's been shown over and over and over again, particularly in concentrated areas, that when you increase traffic flow, you increase traffic. So we're actually going in a direction that doesn't support any of our energy or climate goals if we go ahead with that state project. I think in terms of housing, there are a lot of older homes in this community. A lot of them are elderly people live in them. They would like to, they might want or might consider turning those into multi-unit residences, but they don't have the resources. The town could put together a loan and grant program to help with that process, and the sustainability coordinator could help negotiate the variety of different arrangements that people might want to make with in terms of opening their homes up to other people. I think if the town moves forward with a fiber optic internet or telecommunications network, it'll reduce the need for people to drive to the doctor. They can be diagnosed from home. The quality of resolution is extraordinary, and it's widely in use all over the country. That would be one of the many things that people could avoid traveling for if we had a really high resolution internet connection. I think we should continue to do and extend the energy upgrades, and like someone else said, change the energy source for the town buildings. It took I worked for 2 years to get a majority of the select board to agree to support energy audits, and now they're done, and we've done a lot of upgrades in town buildings, and there's plenty to do. It takes an investment and it takes a will to do it, but it's the only thing we can invest in where we actually get a return on that investment. Everything else we just spend. If it's a road, a sidewalk, a boiler, you just spend. But for energy investments, you get a return on it. Also, all done? 30 seconds. Thank you.
2 minutes can go fast sometimes. Oscar.
Yeah, so there's obviously a lot to talk about here. As the chair of the Energy Committee, this is a big part of what I think about and what I'm working on during the year. I agree that the new sustainability coordinator is going to be sort of the linchpin for the town's strategy moving forward. It's really great to have him on board. I don't know if he's said his name yet, Stephen Dotson. He started at the beginning of this month. If you have a chance, you should talk to him. He's really sharp. So there's sort of two things. One is what's in the town's direct control. And I would say we've actually done a really good job on municipal operations. The energy audit Elizabeth was talking about, all sorts of other projects. The town's been really receptive. I think we're moving in a great direction. The other half of that is what the town can't so easily touch, and it's the bulk of our fossil fuel use, which is transportation and heating in people's private homes and businesses. And that's a lot harder for the select board to have an effect on. There are a bunch of things we can do, but something I want to talk about really quickly that David touched on is density in terms of development and planning. That's something the town can have an effect on. The more dense you make your town in terms of, apartment buildings instead of lonely houses at the edge of town up on a hill, it's almost a silver bullet. There are so many benefits. It's easier to heat because it's multiple units inside a single building. It's more walkable. Public transit becomes more of an actual option because people are more concentrated. And the climate benefits, you have more open land, which is useful for carbon sequestration, which is useful for growing food. So density is something I want to talk about a lot in this coming year.
And Daniel.
Thank you. It's a really good question, Abby. The part that I heard you mention was about climate justice and about equity. All of my colleagues here have mentioned good practical ideas. When I was, as part of this board in this last year, I voted in favor of the sustainability coordinator and against the climate emergency declaration, which might seem to be contradictory positions, but the sustainability coordinator is a concrete action that we've taken and that will yield results for the town through collaboration, through reviving our energy committee, and through making connections in the community with folks that are directly impacted by climate change. I think that we have a long way to go in this state as a whole in terms of making sure that the impacts of climate change do not fall on the most vulnerable communities. We have a large number of people who are unstably housed in this community. Right now, those people experience climate change impacts today. And so one of the things that this board can do next year and moving forward is to make sure that we end homelessness in Brattleboro.
All right, for our next question, Kate Anderson.
First, I want to thank the Commons and BCTV for the opportunity to ask some questions. And my questions will center on the arts. As a select board member, your leadership will be asked to apply best reasoning to problem solving, fixing, addressing, guiding, and approving various measures to safeguard the already good and to improve what needs improving. You will be an integral part of the governing of this community. Our Brattleboro 2018 town plan states, "The arts are essential, not only in their contribution to our quality of life, but also in their enrichment of our cultural engagement. Arts and cultural experience can play an important role in bridging differences between people." My question to you, think as an artist. think and imagine a Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, and things. What does that quality of life picture look like?
And then continuing the counterclockwise theme, you're up, Ian.
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Great. Wow, what a great question. So my fiance, Ruth, is an artist, and I think about art and Brattleboro and how being an artist, how that all exists together. It's one of the reasons that we moved here, because there were so many incredible opportunities and funds available. But as I reflect on what's missing, Ruth and I had to set up a studio in our apartment for her and take up a lot of our space because we couldn't afford anything, any kind of studio space to rent outside of our apartment. And there's a lot of equipment that she uses that we don't own, and there's no way for us to buy it right now. And I think that there's a lot of great work that can be done that isn't because the equipment isn't available. And so I think a cooperative where there is art equipment to be used for free or for a small sum of like a monthly payment would be so cool. And I'm talking about like those like crazy big, she's a fiber artist, so like the giant sewing machine robots. I'm not an artist, obviously, as you can tell. But things like that. And then also how we educate people and how we advertise the funds that we do offer, because I don't think we put it out there enough. And there are a lot of different things, and that would include the this Sunday there is the dinner that I would microloans dinner, and I will be there because she will be there, so you should be there. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Well, I thank Kate for bringing up the town plan. I've played a major role in creating the town plan, and I agree that the arts is a large part of our community, and it's a large part of building community, which is very necessary in our town. We have a vibrant arts community and was recently funded at town meeting and through the select board, and I support that. I also know that they will be giving small grants as well as the museum is. I'm also in favor of the new plan for the museum expansion. I think it will increase school arts education. And I think that the other thing that Kate was involved in was the Arts Atlas. And I think that can be, it's still used and it can be reinvigorated. And I think one thing that the town needs is kind of a generational exchange between older and younger artists, and I think that would create not only more community, but allow the arts institutions to invigorate themselves.
Kurt?
Ms. Anderson, could we all hear the last part of your question?
Sure. Do you need the quote from the town plan or just
No.
the quote? Okay. My question to you is, think as an artist. Imagine Brattleboro that thrives and is dynamic in its use of its resources, people, place, things. What does that quality of life, referenced in the town plan picture, look like?
It is just as deadly as I thought, the question. It leads me to a precipice, a difficulty in my own philosophy, and I am reminded of the rapid transition we made from the questions about the climate emergency to the questions about art, and I would like to bring them together. I studied art as a college student. I've always wanted to be an artist since I was a kid. And now I've pretty much given up my retirement dream, and I wonder about our whole society giving up its dreams, some of its dreams, for the sake of the climate emergency. And so with respect to art, I wonder about completely transforming our concept of art and the way we treat art in the society, transforming it into something that is entirely about the climate. Because I must admit, although I always been an artist and always impressed people as an artist and used to be an artist non-professionally, now I wonder if we can afford the beautiful luxury of art. And I'm quite disturbed at these thoughts that come into me about making this terrible sacrifice. But I think maybe art should be, as our first and essential luxury. In the short term, it's a luxury, and maybe we have to transform it or give it up for the sake of the climate. It's an emergency like that, I think.
David?
Okay, one of the things you didn't mention about arts is the economic importance, and I just wanted to point that out. But when you mentioned lifestyle of being an artist, and what struck me was the peacefulness of it, and the sense of being away from all of these kinds of things, and just really lit up inside, just really feeling alive and alert. And so when I think of that in municipal context, I think about how do we give other people, everybody, those opportunities. And we have institutions like the youth theater and the music center, the public schools have good art programs, finding ways to expand access to those, make those. The school district also already uses contracts with the youth theater and the music center, and the kids are involved, but to expand that more, to make to more public access, and maybe art classes at night. The museum and the new museum proposal apparently includes a lot of classroom space and open gallery space, or what would you call it, studio space. That's a possibility. The Arts Committee and the Arts Council have grant programs that are publicly funded. It's something that the community has decided to support, and the degree to which it supports it is decided by a town meeting. And so I think of the things that we're doing could all be expanded. But I think the main point is to find ways to, and those are just off the top of my head ideas. I have not thought a lot about this. But I think the key is to find ways to expand opportunities for them, to link it back to Abby's question about who gets to participate and who doesn't, and to expand those opportunities.
So if I allow myself to think as an artist and not as technically, not in terms of policy, what I picture is, I think, a combination of four things. And to go back to your other point, two of them I think we have and we need to protect, and two of them we really need to develop. The two that I think we have are a beautiful setting in the natural world compared to other places I've lived, cities. It's a night and day difference. That's one of the things I see when I look 20 years into the future. Brattleboro needs to never give that up, and it's something that needs to be constantly defended. The other thing that I think we have a good amount of is art. There's a great artistic community here. There's a music scene that is pretty healthy for a town this size. I would like to see more. When I think of an arts town, I picture Northampton with the different colored painted crosswalks and the more visible displays of public art. I would love to see us rise to that level. That's a really appealing image to me. And then the two things that I think are missing, one of them is diversity, which I know is something we think about a lot, but it's still a real problem. It's a problem for Vermont. It's a problem for Brattleboro. And I think we need to find more ways to be welcoming and encouraging for people to move here. I've seen ideas about encouraging international immigration to Vermont that I think are really exciting and would only help our community. And the final piece of the puzzle is that I would like to see us push forward on technology. I would love to see a successful municipal broadband program, but I'd love to see solar panels on more rooftops. I think those, in their own way, in terms of what they mean, are just as beautiful as an art installation. I think technology can be beautiful in that way too. So that's what I see.
Daniel?
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Kate. I'm the husband of an artist and also somebody that works at our museum and art center. And so I have a little bit of insight into what it's like to be an artist in this community. One of the things that I know from young artists is that many of them can't afford to rent studio space here or find a place to live that's affordable for them. They also, struggle to find jobs that pay them enough for them to, have that lifestyle. So I think that, we shouldn't view the arts as a luxury. The arts are essential for us to understand our world, and they're one of the ways in which we critique the world that we currently have and invent new ones. I think we need to have a town where everyone can thrive, that's affordable, and we need to have a town that is not limiting the opportunities for young people here. We've got some demographic challenges. We have some challenges with the developments at Marlborough. Many of the folks from that community are struggling to stay here. I supported the creation of the Town Arts Fund at town meeting, and during my work on the board this year, we were involved in kind of taking a look at the proposals that the Wyndham County Arts Committee was coming up with, and I think that those people who are intimately involved in the arts in this community are the ones that are best placed to advise on that. I think that the board's role can be, making sure that funds are available, making sure that zoning is done in such a way that we are not, pricing people out, excluding people from being able to live in this wonderful town.
And Ricky.
I want to start with a question to the Commons. I had called and asked for there to be a information reprint about how this is my second year running, and they printed that this is only my first year. Do you know if that was done or not?
That is actually a question for the editors. Because that's a decision the editors make, not a report.
They just never got back to me, so I would appreciate.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's not your fault. It's their responsibility. So to answer the question, then, I think everyone is born an artist, and I want to encourage us all to continue embracing that part of us and never let that go. And ways of doing that are, I think, through real democracy. Art is expressing ourselves, and we don't have a real democracy here. And so not only should we include 14-year-olds, which is the age when they can start working, but we should give them civil voting classes, like to help them maybe like start like 6th grade elementary school, to encourage them to practice actually voting. And until they become a voting age, what I did propose to the different high schools and elementary schools around here is that they send the select board pictures of what they want government to do, so that their voice is seen and heard here. And the walls here are very white and blank, and we could have a continuing rotating gallery space here, and that would be beautiful.
Okay, and next question to Olga Peters.
Thank you, Randy.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Could I suggest, because I heard a couple of answers from my colleagues that I didn't have even a second to digest. Could we have just like 5 seconds between questions?
We have a lot of candidates up here and a lot of
just 5 seconds. There's usually, yeah, because David said something and I hardly understood it, and then the next question started already. I think it really helps.
Olga.
Do you want?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. In preparing for this forum, I had a conversation with a number of folks from different parts of the community. And it was interesting, in the conversations I had with folks from the business community, they a theme emerged where many of them said, we feel like the town asks a lot of us. The 1% option tax, providing jobs, raising wages, those sorts of things. And yet they didn't always feel like that was reciprocated, that what was asked was not always given back. And so part of the question for you all tonight is, do you see the select board, it's kind of two-part, yes, no, and then answer. Do you see a role for the select board in creating a business positive environment? And if so, what is that role?
And we'll begin with Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you, Olga. There are several things that the Select Board has been and will be focused on in terms of economic development. Number one, we do give small business loans, and I know comes to mind, you know, we recently Duo changed hands, and you know, businesses are changing hands, and we have a role to play in that and encouraging. There's also the new Brattleboro marketing plan, which we just got some feedback. The select board did from the Love Brattleboro program that was apparently very successful. I went to the ski jump and was amazed at the crowd. It was really, there are a lot of people coming into town. While the merchants were quite concerned about the 1%, but gosh, I remember Wendy's comment at town meeting as being so spot on, because really people don't make purchasing decisions based on one more penny of tax. And in turn, what the focus of the 1% tax was to offset the increase of the property tax on the middle class. So in terms of keeping a vibrant economic life and having people shop downtown, the 1% helps in a myriad of ways, and it actually has increased the money that we raised from what was anticipated. So there are many things that the town and the select board does to affect the economic climate.
Kurt?
Of course, the select board has a role. I think the role of the select board is grossly misunderstood by the public. The public makes many demands on the select board which do not indicate that they understand, that people understand the laws of the town, the charter. The town charter is your handbook for running a town. I wonder how many people, could we see a show of hands, how many people have read the charter?
I feel weird.
So when people come to the board and they say, hey, do this for the town, do this for business, do this for the arts community, they're often overlooking the bounds that the select board is supposed to operate under. And I think if the select board does the good job of simply making the town's public services run properly, it creates the kind of environment where people will shop downtown and make a healthy business environment. I mean, particularly, you know, keeping the town clean, that kind of thing is part of the regular day-to-day operations of the town, and that's what the select board is assigned to do: run the day-to-day operations of the town. If you do that well, it'll work out well for the town businesses.
David?
I think the 1% tax is a good example of something that was a deep, great concern for downtown merchants. And it took a long time to convince the community to pass it, and then we passed it, and it's generating revenues better than expected. And there are a bunch of reasons for that. We also, increase the requirements for landlords for property inspections. And in both of these things, we didn't really set up any process for seeing what the impact was. And actually, at last night's board meeting, I asked that we follow up with the downtown merchants and find out what's happened with their sales. Are they seeing a downturn? The economy has been somewhat stable through this time. Is it too soon to know? But we need to follow up and see what was the impact. Is the increase in taxes because because they're selling more things, or is it because we're taxing internet sales now? Really, what's happening as a result of that? I believe we did. The town is keeping, or the building inspectors are keeping track of violations to see if the additional inspections have an effect. But one of the things we have to do is make sure that the rules and regulations that we pass are working, that they're getting done what's done. And I was frankly surprised there was pushback about following up with the merchants. I think we also need to look at ways to expand the small business loans that we make and grants. I'm on that committee. We've made a number of grants. A couple of them, unfortunately, people aren't paying back. So we have less than we had thought. We've supported the Downtown Brattleboro Association and Chamber of Commerce promotional efforts. I think we'll certainly continue to do that. I think the day jobs program that we're hoping will be implemented this spring is also going to help, because it's going to get people that need a little help, a lift up. It's going to give them an opportunity to possibly get some additional skills and be employable. So I will stop because Olga says so.
Yeah, I think there's no question that the select board has a role to play in making this a positive place for merchants, and they're obviously a very important part of the economy and the town. Elizabeth mentioned a bunch of the things that are already going on, the community marketing initiative, the revolving loan fund, and general economic development, I know, is always on the mind of the select board when they're making decisions. And I do want to say, though, that I think there's always going to be some degree of tension between taxpayers and taxes. I saw this very clearly with the landlord, the building ordinance issue. That came out to something like $4 a month per unit as extra cost to landlords, and it was still fought against really hard by a pretty determined group of landlords. So I think there always has to be a balance in this regard. Spending has to be paid for. Some of these programs go to people who don't pay a lot of taxes. Some of these programs help people who do pay a lot of taxes. For example, if you own property, you're likely to see much more of a benefit from the spending that the town does for the fire department. I think that's just a truth about how these things work. So I want to recognize that while we do ask a lot of businesses, and it would be possible to ask too much, I think right now the balance is pretty healthy. If there was an opportunity to do another 1% sales tax this year, I would vote against it. I want to give it 5 years and see where we are. But I think on the whole that was a good decision.
So mostly this week I've been working on this. Make sure the camera can see it. The state of Vermont. That's what I've been working on in my job outside of my select board role. And I think that one of the things that this town can do to have a business-friendly environment is to pay workers livable wages. I think that
what's a livable wage?
I'm not going to take questions from my fellow board members, but we can talk about it. I can provide you a report. So we need to have a town that's affordable for folks to live in. We also need to have businesses that can afford to do business here, right? So my natural side is with the workers, and on the board, I've learned that, I can collaborate with the DBA and talk to people about raising the minimum wage on the same day, okay? Because I think that being in this position, you are going to be asked to collaborate with all kinds of people, and I've shown in this year on the board that I'm capable of doing that, even though sometimes it's not naturally where I'll find myself.
Ricky?
Representatives who are advocating for less than $25 an hour minimum wage, starting wage, are not your friends. The $15 minimum wage is offensive to recommend to people. People are not going to be empowered by that and able to meet their needs. I am against raising taxes and interest rates on loans. I voted against raising the 1% sales tax because I do disagree with how the money is being spent, and I think that even though I'm totally against the entire system of taxes, what we can do is at least give the people who are being taxed enable them to vote on how their money is being spent, and not just have representatives vote for that once a year, but that should be a public domain to vote on. The charter was spoken about earlier, and that's very out of date and needs to be updated. Time.
Can I get the end of the question read back?
Sure. So it was kind of a two-part.
Yep.
One, do you see the select board having a role in creating a business positive environment? And if you do, what is that role?
Yeah.
I'd like to take some of my time back if I have 30 seconds to add. Thank you. So I think we should also decolonize Brattleboro by reclaiming Wanteskok of the Sokoke St. Francis Band as being part of the larger Sokoke County of the Nation of the Missisquoi of the Abenaki Confederacy. And I've been in touch with their council members asking them to become involved with that recognition that has been denied both state and federally. It was approved once, but then rescinded in the 70s because hunters and fishermen complained that they had special hunting rights.
Yep. So yes, absolutely yes. I think the select board does have that role. I grew up in Vermont. I've spent a lot of time in a lot of other towns that do not have the type of small business growth and energy that Brattleboro does. I think we need to promote it and support it. I was in favor of the 1% local option tax. I would agree with Oscar. I wouldn't want to do it again next year. I want to see where it goes, but I think it's obviously been good for the town. I think that we have some good programs that are in the works currently. The youth services pilot jobs program this spring, I'm really excited to see where that goes. But I'll use my time to sort of touch on on one issue particularly, which I think shows where the select board can work on an issue that trickles down and affects everything. So the municipal broadband, I think it's so important for Brattleboro to make itself competitive as a town in Vermont and as a place for younger people to come and live. And that will help small businesses, that will help the business community, it will help underserved populations in Brattleboro. And I would encourage everyone to take the survey that just came out, and you can go to windhamregional.org/broadband. I've already taken it, and you should take it too. So, thank you.
Elizabeth?
Could you repeat the question? Didn't I answer this?
No, that's it. No, Kurt started it.
I could say it again.
Okay. And now that we have the questions out of the way from the panel, now it's time for the audience to weigh in.
Randy, may I ask
Yes?
one more question before we go to, because I think it's a reporter's question that needs to be asked.
Okay. Report.
This is the reporter's question. If you are elected, have each of you looked at any conflicts of interest you might have, any other boards that you're serving on, that could either take your commitment away from the select board or be a conflict of interest with the work you do on the select board?
And we'll start with Kurt.
I am a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, Brattleboro Common Sense mission is to advance the voice of Brattleboro in the community of everyone outside Brattleboro. Our mission is to, if I can remember the exact words, increase public participation in town governance and to expand and amplify the voice of Brattleboro outside. So our mission is directly and specifically about Brattleboro and with Brattleboro's interests in mind. And I haven't received a penny of compensation anyway, so I think the matter of conflict of interest is dismissed with that detail. Today I spoke with the governor and the commissioner of the Secretary of Transportation in an attempt to advance our interests in and influence about the 3 traffic circles that are proposed, and about climate change, and a favorable new tax program that we've been researching. So BCS and my connection to it will have no conflict with my work on the board.
David?
I think, Olga, what you're asking is more conflict of duty than conflict of interest, and I don't think anybody's got a fiscal, maybe they do, I shouldn't say that, but what I'm going to respond to is conflict of duty. I am on the school board as well, and I have been on the school board for, I think, 11 years, and on this board for 7, and I've never had a situation where there was a conflict of interest. There's never been a conflict of duty. And when I first ran, a lot of people asked at that time, Annette Cappy, the town clerk, can somebody run? Can somebody be on both boards? And the answer is yes. They're separate municipalities. They're entirely separate funding mechanisms, and the taxing authority is separate. So there really is no conflict. The policies and the governance duties are completely different. And in fact, the overlap has actually been helpful, because in one really specific way, there are a number of them, but the most obvious one is that we now purchase our fuel oil collectively with the school district, so we purchase a greater amount and we get a reduced rate because of that. So it's really provided opportunity for synergies rather than conflicts.
Yes, I would have to resign from the Energy Committee, which is sad, but after about a year, we finally got the committee back up to full strength. I'm confident they would find a 7th member quickly, and it would continue to operate very smoothly. And I don't know if I would have to, but I would probably step down from the Finance Committee, since it wouldn't really make any sense for me to be analyzing and providing oversight on a budget that I was creating. I mean, it would make it easier. And then I guess I wouldn't bid on the job if the town decided to make a new website. That would be a financial.
Daniel?
I don't think I have any conflicts of interest. I work for Sevca part-time as a crisis fuel worker. So town meeting gives money to Sevca. When I was a town meeting member, I don't know, I don't think that's a conflict. I also work for Vermont Interfaith Action as a community organizer. If we were organizing on something that directly targeted the Brattleboro Select Board, that would be a problem. So my interesting story. My boss is a state senator in Chittenden County. So she does not work on state policy through our organization, because it would be, you know, the lines would get a little blurred. So yeah, I'd do the same here. It's, you know, a little smaller. I don't know. I guess that's about it. Oh, I also am the board president of the community radio station that is currently airing this, because I asked them to. But not because I wanted my voice heard. I wanted as many people as possible to hear all of these voices. So,
frequency is that?
107.7 FM, also streaming at wvew.org.
And your show is 6 to 8 Thursday night.
6 to 8 Thursday night. Brand spanking new.
Okay.
That's about it.
Ricky?
The only conflict I can see is that if I'm elected to all the different term positions I was nominated for, then I would have to resign. And also, I'm totally accepting write-ins for District 2, 2-year term representative as well. I would have taken the opportunity to collect all of the nomination signatures for it if I had known at the time that it was opened, or it had opened after someone had resigned. But yeah, and I can be pretty transparent about how if I am elected to all of them, I would be committed to taking the 3-year select board seat.
Yeah, this is my language. The legal field is full of conflict checks. Yeah, I'm on the board of civil authority as a justice of the peace. I don't think I've married anybody here, but maybe. And I talked to Hillary, and I would not have to resign from that, even though the select board members are also on the board of civil authority. I would take 2 seats, but I probably wouldn't resign because I really, really, really like marrying people. And then I'm the alternate on the developmental review board, and I don't think that would be a conflict either, but that one I haven't talked to Hillary about. The more confusing one would be with my legal work. If my firm were to be involved in anything, that would be a little bit more complicated, but that would have to be a case by case.
Elizabeth.
I was very happy when I was elected to the select board last year, and I got to resign as chair of the planning commission, as a member of the finance committee, as a Wyndham regional commissioner, and a member of the skate park committee. And I resigned those knowing that I had done good contributing work on all of them. So I'm happy to concentrate all my efforts as a select board member, and I couldn't imagine dividing my time in that way. And I'm devoting my public service to the select board.
Now it's time for the public. And using the moderator's prerogative, and also because I noticed that she's got some questions ready, I'll let my former colleague Wendy Levy have the first question from the audience. Anyone else who wants to follow, just line up behind her.
Thanks, Randy. Hi there, I'm Wendy Levy. I live in District 1. This question is for all of the candidates. If you could make only one change to the proposed FY21 budget, what would it be?
We'll begin with David.
Wow, that's a great question.
I have more.
Just kidding. Can I take 2 minutes to think about it?
No.
I definitely want to think about what would be the primary thing. I think,
Well, isn't only 5% of it going to human services?
Will you take this thing?
While you're targeting, we'll let Oscar take a swing at it.
no, I'm kind of ready. I think,
Okay,
I think I would expand the budget for the human resources and the sustainability coordinator. I think the 2 major issues that the town faces are lack of diversity in the workforce, and the other is housing. And I think the sustainability coordinator, as he begins his work and researches the needs and finds out what really is keeping Brattleboro from being sustainable for many of the residents, is lack of affordable housing. So I would want there to be adequate resources to research that and start to develop solutions.
Well, I feel kind of lucky because I've spent the last 2 months basically going over the budget line by line with the finance committee. I still don't really have a good answer. I know that there was nothing in the expenditures that stood out as something I definitely wanted to cut. So I think if I could choose, it would probably, From the conversations I've had, I think I would increase the funding for the Arts Fund. They've gotten a ton of applications. I think there's huge potential for, like I was talking about before, for a greater presence of art and supporting the artistic community in Brattleboro to be something that ripples out in a way that draws people in, that isn't just money that's going to support artists and provide art for us to look at as members of the community, but it's also something that has this larger effect. But really, I don't think I would cut or add anything.
Daniel?
Let's see. So we worked on the budget over 10 meetings, I think. It was a long haul. It was my first time doing it. I'm glad to have done it, and I hope to do it again next year if re-elected. The answer to this question is actually one that we already did make a change on. It was the non-union pay equity review, where we made a decision to compensate town staff who are not part of unions using a step system that took into account the complexity of their job, the responsibility that they have. And if I don't get re-elected, I'm going to be really happy that I did that work this year, and I can rest easy knowing that I had an impact on the people of our town that's going to benefit our town as well, because when workers have more money in their back pockets, it's good for our local economy. Quick answer to the actual question though, Project CARE is a really great partnership between the police department and numerous organizations that are helping people with a harm reduction focus getting into treatment when they're ready for it. We funded it for $16,000 this year, and we increased the pay from the proposed 12, whatever it was, to $15 an hour for the recovery coaches. If you think about the work that a recovery coach is doing when they're meeting with somebody that has recently overdosed, I think that if this program proves to be effective, we can consider looking at that again and seeing whether or not $15 for that hour's worth of work is an adequate remuneration. I can never say that word.
Ricky?
So, did I hear you correctly that you said...
One budget item.
Please let me finish. I was
Okay,
trying to say, did I hear you correctly, Daniel, when you were saying that you were proud of raising the wage of non-union members?
Yes.
Well, then my one line would be to have equal wage of the union members.
Yeah, Daniel, you did 2. You stole mine. What's that about? Yeah, it's Project CARE. I think the 16,000 was, as I understand it, kind of the minimal, like the amount they sort of need to get it started. I think it's such a great program, and it's the type of fiscal spending that I can really get behind. It's investing in our future. It's investing in issues that are directly impacting a lot of people, and I think I would have liked to have seen it be a little higher.
Elizabeth?
Well, of course I agree with Daniel that the overall thrust of our work on the budget this year was fair pay, both union and non-union, and so I wouldn't change that. I'm very happy with that outcome. Another possibility for change is to allow for a reduction in taxes, again, because a benefit of lower taxes is a boon to the overall economy. I'm also very pleased with the day labor program, but I think it's a toss-up between Project CARE and Human Services, because the opioid crisis and the homelessness in Brattleboro is a concern to us all. It's something that requires a community focus, and both of those items benefit from the fact that the town's goal is to leverage working with nonprofits to have a cost-effective way to really have solutions for the people in our town that are different from the day-to-day operations of the town. This consortium, and Project CARE is a perfect example, is a way that we can all collaborate on a town crisis with a moderate expense.
And Kurt.
I'm disappointed that the budget does not have any new provisions relevant to climate change and the emergency. The board has not taken the emergency seriously in the past year. There have been no proposals. The sustainability coordinator was started under different names by Spoon Agave, who is one of our directors, especially by Tim Stevenson as the director of Post Oil 10 years ago. And it was brought by petition by Brattleboro Common Sense to the town last March. But there was an opportunity to do something in the budget and nothing materialized. So I think we should begin to seriously fund an emergency preparedness fund, and we could do that perhaps by cutting the, you want one item? The fire engine. That's $500,000. That ought to go to emergency preparedness.
Say it does.
Maybe clarification, was the question, Olga, what would we, or what would?
Wendy.
Oh, Wendy, sorry. Was it, what would we add to the budget?
No.
Oh, because I was talking about,
Change.
oh, the change would be to add, was what I said I would
magical
change it
revenue
to
line would be
expand
correct.
human services.
Sure.
And, yeah, great.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robin Flatley. I've lived in Brattleboro since 1992, and my concern is 5G. I believe that 5G should be in the climate change concerns because the energy coming from small cell arrays is 24/7. It's not something that is going to be happening only a certain portion of time. So if we have it as Wi-Fi just floating through the air, it's going to desiccate all the bugs. It's going to do really powerful things that you may not think are important. But once it starts happening, it's going to be very important. So I'm hoping that we will consider 5G, and I'd love to know where you all will stand. Now, I also know that the person standing behind me wants to talk about 5G, and she's got a baby in her arms. And so I know time is sensitive, so I would like her to come forward with her consent.
It is somewhat bonded with your question, I guess. Hi, my name's Nikki. My husband and I, along with our 2 small children, just moved here from Boston 2 years ago. When I tell locals just that, a lot of people look shocked and they want to know why I came here. I recognize now that what this community needs is more young families to move here like myself. So maybe I have a little insight. I can say the number one thing that caught my eye when I was researching different areas was the healthy living and general lifestyle. The air even feels cleaner than where I came from. So while break-ins and the drug problems are relatively small town feel like are very big issues, coming from Boston, I know that these issues are everywhere, and all we can do about this is really work together and come together on that. What really concerns me is the 5G implementation with lack of evidence for safety. I was hoping that this would be exactly the type of thing that Brattleboro and Vermont in general would hold off on, especially with mounting concerns for a lack of health and safety testing. And instead we now have a new 5G going in right next to the elementary school right down the street from my house. I can brag to my young friends and all my followers about the amazing access to farm fresh food, farmers market, amazing community, and network for moms, but I think that this general lack of concern for implementation of 5G will set us back significantly in our ability to get more young families to move out here. Nothing made me move on to the next area when I was looking at houses like this kind of old way of thinking, not acknowledging that new technologies need to higher safety standards, proper due diligence. We need to protect our air and water, but with new technologies coming our way, we also need to recognize that there's more to protect here. We need to maintain our personal right to opt out. I love Brattleboro. I really want to stay. I want to continue to grow our family and have our roots be here. But this 5G is so close to my house, close to my family that I moved here to protect. So I want to know, how will you protect our rights? And exactly where do you stand on 5G? Sorry, it was a little long.
Okay. Oscar?
Thanks, Robin and Nikki. So I am a layperson on this issue. I have done what I think is the responsible thing to do, which is do my research, take it seriously, and apply the best thinking I'm capable of to it. And after doing that, the conclusion I've reached is that I don't see evidence that 5G is a significant danger. There are studies that say it is. There are studies that say it isn't. The ones that say it is a danger mostly focus on evidence of secondary effects like increased surface skin temperature and oxidative damage to cells, which are all things that sound very frightening, may be very frightening, and may lead to secondary health concerns, for sure. But with every technology, with everything we do, come dangers. The car exhaust you breathe in, the processed food you eat, the unprocessed food you eat, regular Wi-Fi, power lines, there is always some downside. And I think that based on the best work I can do on the subject, I don't think that this rises to the level of a serious danger. And for that reason, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but, well, I wouldn't be happy, but, but yeah, that's where I stand right now. I don't think it's significantly dangerous, and I don't oppose it. And I also think that these new technologies are often very important for moving forward economically, in terms of equity, in terms of access to information. So that's where I stand right now.
So during my year on the select board, we've had a number of comments about the rollout of 5G wireless technology, specifically in Brattleboro. I mean, this is a thing that's happening all over the globe. One of the ways that I've tried to conduct myself on this board is serious, thoughtful, and hardworking. And those of you that know me and those of you that worked alongside me, I think would agree that that's how I have conducted myself. When it came to 5G, I met with a couple of people that were concerned about potential health impacts. I listened to what they had to say. I read the material that they provided for me. I, like Oscar, did my own research. And you know, I think one of the challenging things about living in this moment is that we have a great deal of information at our fingertips. We can go online and search for whatever we want. And sometimes it's hard to differentiate between what is reliable and what's not reliable. To the best of my ability, I've done that research. I've looked in places where I believe there is credible information to be found. And it does not seem to me that there is a significant health risk that the Brattleboro Select Board should be stepping in to take action on. Furthermore, this is sort of one of the, I think we often have these sort of global concerns coming to us here. And where else should they go? We're your local representatives on this level, so that's fine. But the Brattleboro Select Board, doesn't have a whole lot of levers it can pull in terms of, preventing a rollout of this wireless technology. And if I'm re-elected, I'll keep an open mind. But right now, it's not something I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about homelessness, addiction, affordable housing, etc.
Vicky?
So I stand by my original answer to this last year's election debate that even though since then I have been networking with more 5G scientists to see if I can try to understand all of the technology more. And I don't think we should be experimented on, and we should enable the public to vote on what boundaries they want to set around themselves. If I think what we can be responsible for is writing legislation that, from what we're hearing people say, that they do and don't want, and then they can vote on what boundaries they want around it, and then make plans according to that. I would personally vote against having 5G near me or around me.
Ian?
Yeah, so I think I'll just come out and say I support 5G. I really appreciate what your opinion is and where you're coming from. I think every new technology needs to have a check. We can't just be implementing just the next new big thing. It needs to be thoroughly thought about, researched, and then implemented if it's the right thing for our community and for our citizens. I've done as much research as another layman in this field, and I don't see the research that says that it's dangerous in the way that would make me want to vote against it. But I think being part of the board means keeping an open mind, and also being a active and engaged citizen is to continue to bring the issue up and to continue to engage it as more research comes out. But at the moment, from the research I've done, I support it.
Elizabeth?
Well, Robin has submitted some information for me that I haven't had a chance to read yet. The research on 5G that I've done intimated that it was that the poor health effects were another instance of Russian propaganda that wanted the United States to not have the benefits of this technology. And the thing that concerns me is that what we have both locally and nationally is such mistrust of our government that we're not able to decipher what's real health information and what isn't. And I remember the controversy about electromagnetic fields, that people just didn't believe that the National Institutes of Health said that it was safe. So I think, that makes it that much more difficult to come to a consensus. What we have in Brattleboro and what the select board has done is join this communication union district for broadband. And I'm not, I will continue to research the 5G issue, but I'm not really that sure what the select board's role is. I mean, we don't get to have an up or down vote on what constitutes, a 5G coming next door. So while we may have concerns, while we may be able to understand and read about various factions, I think, when we come to a decision about it, what our ultimate role is, it's not clear to me.
Thank you for the question, Nikki. Thank you for the question, Ms. Flatley. I've been approached by a number of local residents, as I am with Brattleboro Common Sense, and as I mentioned, it's our charter. It's in our charter to promote people's engagement in the issues in governance. I appreciate Ian's moderate skepticism, and I appreciate Ricky's strong skepticism of science. I think it's important to note that science has not always been right. The scientific community was silent for decades while people got cancer from smoking cigarettes. The scientific community was silent since 1922. People don't know. In 1922, Europe and Japan outlawed lead paint. But lead paint continued to be used in residential applications in the United States until the late 70s. So for 50 years, the scientific community was allowing people, children in the United States, to eat lead paint and get brain damage. That being said, one of my directors, Tim Maciel, has reviewed the literature about the safety of 5G and found that the American Cancer Society the World Health Organization and 30 other health organizations that he trusts feel there is no health risk. But because so many people are concerned about it, I think it is the duty of the select board to promote a resolution, a town vote. Anybody who wishes to collaborate with Brattleboro Common Sense, if I am not on the select board, I would stop.
There's, as others have said, there's credible research that that indicates that there is cause for concern, and there's credible research that indicates that there is no cause for concern. There are studies underway right now that are intended to answer that question, and I would support a moratorium until that research is done. I don't share Kurt's blanket dismissal of science. I actually believe in science. I think it's, well, I won't go too far on that one. The reason that we continue to use lead paint and lead gas and all those other things is political and greed. It's not science. But the bigger question around 5G is, why do we want it? It's an inferior technology compared to fiber. It's slower. It's less reliable. It's never going to get to anything beyond the most intensely populated part of town. And it's going to cost a lot more money. We're not even working on it as a town. We're working on a fiber network. We're working with other towns in the county on a fiber network. You're comparing the speed of radio waves with the speed of light. And I'm not going to come up with a mules compared to rocket ships analogy, because it's way beyond that. It's the difference between a 2-inch pipe and a 15-mile river as far as the amount of data that can be conveyed on fiber compared to cable. And 5G is just it holds out a lot of promise, or there's a lot of promotion going on, and it will definitely be faster, but it won't be anywhere near as reliable or as fast as fiber, and it won't be anywhere near as valuable to the community. So I don't think that there's anything much. Well, there are some towers going in around town, and the state is not about to, doesn't seem like they're going to take any action unless there's a large groundswell. So I think people with concerns should get together and make sure the legislature hears about that. But in the meantime, we need to be working toward fiber.
Okay, since this is a 90-minute program and we're getting perilously close to the end, regrettably, you're going to have to save your questions for after the meeting, if you're still standing there. And now it's time for the closing argument.
I'd rather hear their questions than hear about the closing.
You okay? Yeah. Do you wish to waive the closing question? Okay, yeah. Mr. Carvel, you were in line, but
yeah, sure.
Then this will be the last question of the night.
Oh, George, make it good.
No pressure.
Actually, my question was just for one candidate, so I will sit down and let somebody ask a more broad
question.
Okay.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank Common Sense and BCTV for this opportunity, and thank you all for being here. And I wanted to point out what Kurt said at the beginning of the program about the urgency universally of our environment and the priority it needs to be. And I believe it starts at home. And a positive experience this last year was the tire cleanup, and I was the main person who spearheaded it. And I won't go into detail, but it took me at least almost 2 years to get it activated, because I went to the town employees, I went to the select board, and it was really hard to motivate people. But thanks to BCTV, Russ and Maria, and the Brattleboro Reformer, Bob Audette, Chris, this wonderful young man who had an aerial camera, it was brought to the public attention, and we got huge support. And finally, the Connecticut River Conservancy, which I had been emailing for over a year, finally appeared at the town plan office, whom I also had been courting for over a year. And presto, these other organizations came out in force, and it turned out to be a very positive experience. But the thing is with small towns, what I found is often the town fathers, the town employees were more concerned about protecting the businesses and owners. Understandably, they're a huge part of the tax base. And also, they're often very proactive members of the community, and I understand that. But on that note, I do not think they should be exempt about being conscientious of polluting. And after the tire cleanup, I thought, well, good, the worst is over. And hopefully this can be an easier process.
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Pardon me?
Is there a question in there somewhere?
Yes. There's also a lot of dumping on the businesses along Putney Road behind the embankment, which goes down to where these wetlands are. And I had brought it to the attention of the town. And once again, it was like hitting a brick wall. And what within the context of the select board could we do with regulations, fines, something to enforce and encourage? I would think it would encourage new businesses because people are becoming a lot more conscientious about that. But would you, as a board member, each and every one of you, be interested within the board and within the charter to find ways to regulate and encourage businesses to be conscientious of their waste and not just dump them under embankments like the businesses along Putney Road are still doing? Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, Terry. I remember helping you navigate some of that stuff with planning, and polluters should pay. It's pretty simple. You know, that's one of the problems with the way that environmental regulation has worked in this country. The polluters do not pay, and therefore it is not, in their best interest to stop polluting. Here in Brattleboro, we do enforce regulations about environmental conservation, and as you know, the real work of what the planning department do, what Sue and Brian and now Andrew do with that is a lot about relationships, because we live in a small town. And so we work together to make sure that we have the best quality of life for everybody that we can. I think you've seen that in good evidence with the health order that we took out against a rental property, well, 2 rental properties here in town. And they're continuing to collaborate with those folks to make sure that the people that are most impacted by unsafe and unhealthy conditions are able to have a good quality of life.
Well, I really feel empathy with the struggle of having priorities and not seeing them being taken seriously by the government. And I have been, for the last 2 years, trying to get municipal water testing and filtration requirement upgrades, because right now there's really no enforcement of that. And I am still looking for help with that. And I don't believe in allowing businesses to pollute for money. I mean, they should be charged what is the cost to prevent them from polluting and having an efficient system. Absolutely. And I've walked back there, and I've seen the amount of litter that happens there, and just overall would help with maintaining the litter throughout the areas. We need to have more recycle and trash cans, and because most of the canisters are chained up right now, and also we need to have dog waste bags out available to people, so we don't so that we give them the supplies to be responsible.
This is our last.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want to thank BCTV, our great panel. This has been just a really wonderful debate. I really appreciated the opportunity to be here. To the question, so first, I think polluters should be punished. I think that the town has the means to do that. We have the laws to do that. I can speak on this issue mostly from my experience on the Developmental Review Board, where I work a lot with Brian and Andrew and Sue. They're really passionate and smart and engaged people. I've learned so much from them. And one of the things that we try to do on that board, which is like for new construction, is to keep the heart of our town's plan and our town's mission in what we allow to be done. And I think we really believe in a clean, healthy and clean town and a state. That's one of the reasons I'm so proud to be a Vermonter and to be from this state. So I think it's continuing to do that, and it's continuing to keep that in our hearts when we're on the board, on the select board, that can help to fulfill that mission.
Yes, Terry, I was out in the field with you, and it's a very interesting problem. One of the things that's the most interesting is there were different property rights. I mean, we didn't own that property, so whether we had the right to go out and clean up, that was one of the sticking points, because the owner of the property seemed reluctant to have action taken. So I think, that was one problem that we had to overcome, and that was a big one, because, this country's based on property rights, and their property is polluted. They don't want to do anything about it. That's a tricky business. However, I do know that the planning department, Sue and Brian and Andrew, we have a considerable amount of brownfield money from the federal government, EPA grants, and we've gone around to many properties to have the cleanup requirements assessed. And that turns out to be a big economic development boon for the town, because these properties that would have been stuck in limbo can be redeveloped, because the state provides funding and the federal government through the town administration to have jumpstart the cleanup of polluted properties in town. So that's a great thing, and again, it comes down to jurisdiction, and I applaud you for bringing that to the town's attention. And I think that, we can all continue to work together as a community to identify places that need cleanup, find the right jurisdiction to clean them up, and work together.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, thank you for that. I think it is really a matter of jurisdiction, Terry. And I understand that the state laws regarding pollution of waterways give all the control to the state. So the way of addressing it is not by addressing the polluting per se, but by getting upstream of the issue a bit. There has been recently in the state legislature legislation for a statewide ban on plastic bags. The plastic bag ban was actually started here in Brattleboro by my director, Tim Mayseal, and it went statewide very quickly. Part of that initiative is the suggestion from the committee that governed it is a principle called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. Manufacturers of goods are supposed to now keep ownership of them. So if you produce rubber or a tire, that's your tire. You have to be responsible for that tire coming all the way around. I think something like that might assist in the very thorough initiative which Elizabeth has suggested.
I don't know if we're going to get cut off or not, so I just want to say, I can't speak for the others here, but I'm happy to stay. If we want to retain this format, I'm happy to stay after the broadcast and continue to answer questions. If people that want to leave could leave so that we could have a quiet room where we could continue, that would be great. I think what your question was, Terry, was why did it take 2 years? Why does it take so long? Why is it so hard for a citizen to get response? And I think the answer to that is because it's competing with all the other things that the town asks of the public services and police. But the only way that we have the regulations for probably pretty much everything you've seen or everything you spoke about. The problem is finding out about it and then being able to act. And that requires people like you and citizens to report things that the police or public works aren't necessarily going to see.
Could I briefly clarify? Yeah. I think there could be more moral support within the employees of the town. When a private citizen like myself, they have the maps, they have a lot of information they could share to help someone like me do the footwork. And I don't, you know, I respect these people and I like them, but there was some attitude that I felt they could have been a lot more supportive and informational.
Last word for you. So I agree with, I think, everyone else that polluters should pay for the damage they do. I think that's, in terms of jurisdiction, private property, that's kind of the theme of environmentalism in general, is that someone may pollute their own property, but that will have widespread consequences for people and for things not on the property. And it's about making sure that those costs are identified and paid for by the people who cause them. So I think it is important, and we do need to look for solutions, even for things that are happening on people's private property, et cetera. The other half of the question about access and about the reception you got, I just want to say that one of the big roles of the sustainability coordinator is going to be to act as sort of a touchstone between members of the public and town staff. Stephen will know his way around departments. He'll already have these relationships. And one of his primary tasks is going to be soliciting feedback from the community and also being there as a resource. So if you come to him, he'll know who to talk to. He will have the access that someone right off the street might have to wait way too long to get. So hopefully going forward, he can serve as a resource and avoid this happening again.
That would be great. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Action-packed night, lots of talk, so we'll put an end to the proceedings here and remind people that voting takes place on Tuesday, March 3rd, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the American Legion on Linden Street. For early voting, you can do that at the town clerk's office between 8:30 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday through March 2nd. And please vote. And thank you, and good evening to everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
chance to use this half an hour to just have a conversation about the public hearings, what we heard, what we learned, hand in our paperwork to Teresa, et cetera. And then we do need to be on the floor. The DAA is on the floor today, so let's get down there. We'll quit at 10. So anybody who wants to go first? Nada.
That way it's done, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Diane and I were there on behalf of the House. This is Zach Winooski at VSAC. And Senator Ash was there for Senate Appropriations. We had 56 people who were just lovely. We held them to 2 minutes each, and everybody, it was just wonderful. The topics, you want a highlight of the major topics?
Just
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
After school programs, all care providers of every description that you could, to increase the pay, the personal care attendants in various programs. Parent-child centers. They've got a lot of people talking about a 3-year phased-in increase with a master grant amount. I've got it all written down, but parent-child centers. We learned a lot about high-tech nursing wage. And I think Diane and I are of a mind that we really need to talk about that. Lot for restoring the micro business program and the savings match program for CVOEO in the governor's budget. Both are eliminated. A lot with regard to child care, scholarship support, broadening eligibility requirements. There was a lot for the PEG, the public access TV people, for a little bit for a study and then more added to the base requested. Many people looking for support for Vermonters Feeding Vermonters, an initiative of the food bank. We heard about the Governor's Institute needing a small amount. Age Well. There were several people talking to us about Age Well, and there's a specific ask there. Farm to School, women's suffrage. Yeah. 20,000. I was talking to Kimberly before. Working Lands Enterprise Fund. Those are the highlights. There was not a word, surprisingly, I thought it was surprising, not one word in any way, shape, or form regarding affordable housing. And there was only one person who spoke in any way, shape, or form, really, with regard to climate-related stuff.
Yeah, the public
And that was in terms of the transportation component of the greenhouse gas. Is that,
Yeah, I'm just looking through
Is that
quickly.
good?
Yeah, we've got 9 pages each on notes of this.
And VSAC, the VSAC folks, they were just wonderful. And Scott stayed, kept coming in and out so that he could listen and hear what was going on. So it's great.
All right, Marty.
Okay, Chip and I and Jane Kitchell were there. We had 33 people. Many of the same topics. People talking about the Parent-Child Center and the CIS bundled rate. Apparently there has been some change in that regard. They were concerned about that from 2 or 3 people. There were concerns about the Wellness Access Recovery Plan, the RAP program that was at our local hospital, but I don't know much about it. I need to find out more about that. We had one person talking about the public access TV, the same thing, $100,000 for a study, $500,000 for more broad information. We had 3 or 4 people concerned about the micro-business development program. There were, 3 or 4 business persons who had benefited from it and promoting that should be continued. Budget for the CIS, that was it. Community justice centers, restorative justice, request for an increase needed. We had a homeless person there advocating for more shelters,
current shelters we have in the area, in our area. They say he's been very helpful, but he needs more support. There needs to be more space. There was another person advocating for more space, more shelters, for more support for shelters, as well as permanent housing. The League of Women Voters was there to advocate for the public access TV. We had 3 or 4 people advocating for the Vermont Food Bank Initiative, the Vermonters feeding Vermonters at $500,000. We had, that was probably 3 or 4 of those folks. We had one person advocating for the Vermont Suffrage Centennial Alliance, wanting some money for their celebration activities. The leader of our after-school program for our school district was advocating for $2.5 million from the state. We've heard that in previous years, but she touted the benefits of that program. Long-term care is a concern from our northern communities' health care. That there needs to be more support for that, and there's not enough nursing homes anyway, so we need to make sure that there's money in Choices for Care. Support those folks. Somebody promoting farm to school and Vermonters feeding Vermonters. One person advocating for fully funding VHCB at $22.4 million. One person advocating for more money in SASH programs. We had some people come all the way from Craftsbury who were concerned that they have a community care center. They were concerned that they were not getting adequate funding, or even as much funding as nursing homes do. They wanted some more funding for that. It makes it very difficult to operate. We had a faculty member from NVU come and promote the extra $5 million per year for 5 years for the college system. We had our regional planner support working lands program. More micro business. We had our local women's wellness, well, more than women's, group advocating for $500,000 for the Vermont Network for Domestic Violence, and also the adjustment to the CIS bundled rate. And we had our local mental health folks advocating for workforce development and mentioning that they were willing to work with DOC in terms of transitioning folks out of DOC. So that was ours. Any other?
No, all the ones I thought you might not got, you got them all.
Oh, okay. It was pretty broad.
Yeah. Dave?
We had 50 people show up. It was a great turnout in Morrisville. 37 people testify in all 3 minutes. Ours was filmed, streamed live, apparently.
Yep, that's true.
Maybe everywhere.
They said they were going to.
Yeah. Everything that's been said, I believe, occurred at ours. Just quickly, community action, the Parent-Child Center, Home Health Agency, Lamoille County Mental Health, our Craftsbury Community Care Home also appeared. State colleges appeared, several people. Fair amount of early childhood, a significant number of different people asking for food bank assistance, the $500,000. The battered women's shelter. I may be omitting some, but they were all everything that I've heard. I don't think we had anybody from restorative justice. I think somebody mentioned that. So we had multiple people, very impactful. And two points, and I'll stop. One, the president of the union, 150-member union, spoke up at the mental health and just gave a couple of cases whereby one person with severe and persistent mental illness has had 5 different case managers in 5 years. And as you might imagine, in that world, trust is such, and relationships are key. She said they just can't keep people. Their wages are $8,500 to $18,000 per position, less than what the state of Vermont pays for what they would characterize as comparable positions. They're a churning factory, and it's just very hard. Home health on Choices for Care, they lost upwards of almost $200,000 on the program, and they're not sure how much longer they can do it. So they're paid less than what their costs are, and that coupled with the provider tax is just really raising havoc with them. But it was very impactful. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah. Who was with you? Richie and...
Rich Westman and myself. Dan Noyes was there, and Alvin Pat showed up also.
Linda.
We had 26 people, which is good for up in St. Albans. There were 3 senators there with us, Randy Bratt, Cory Parent, and Bobby Starr. And then I had 1, 2, 3, 4 members of the legislature along with me, so for the House of Representatives. Biggest one was child care centers. That was probably the most. Had a couple of people talk about Age Well, wanting funding for Age Well. 2 people spoke for public television. The Vermont Food Bank wanted their $500,000. Public television wanted $100,000 for the study and $500,000 to make up for revenue losses. We heard about domestic violence, farm to school funding, which is the food bank, a lot of early childhood education issues. CVOEO's micro business development was getting no funding this year, so they were concerned about that. After School for All, they said that $600,000 was there in 2018. They need $2.5 million annual state investments for that. I had one person talk about funding for the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. They would like $20,000 to start memorializing the event. Farm to school, child care, CSI, CIS, sorry. But they said for the Children Integrated Services is that right now they are getting $502 a month, and they want to bring it up to $634, which would be $2.4 million statewide. We had one person talk about substance use prevention, didn't offer any issues, just went on and talked about that. And Choices for Care, they wanted the average continuing funding of $200,000.
And I was last night in Barrie with Mary, and then 3 other members were there, Carl Demrow, Tommy Walt, and Rob LeClaire. And like the rest of you, we heard a lot from the parent-child centers, Vermont After School, and one person had been to a conference in Iceland and had some interesting input from that. We heard quite a bit from the area agencies on aging, and in particular the Meal Gap for their home Meals on Wheels delivery. From the designated agencies asking for 3% of a Medicare funding increase, and the fact that in Washington County they have currently 70+ vacancies, and that's always the struggle, like we've already heard, in terms of keeping their employees. We heard from the Vermont Workers Center about what might be happening with the ACO. We heard from a micro business and about the individual development accounts and their importance in the ecosystem of funding that we provide to businesses in our state. Choices for Care. We heard from the Vermont Centennial Alliance, which is 30+ groups that are working together to honor women's right to vote, coming into its 100th year. We heard about mentoring and about childcare, and as well as about the same farm issues in terms of Vermonters feeding Vermonters and how that's perceived as a win-win across the state. And I think one thing that I would add stuck with me, it was the very last speaker who came forth and talked about the idea that we have this social contract effectively between the nonprofit sector or others who deliver services and the government. And how are we honoring that? In what direction does it go? How does that change over time? And that, I thought, was a nice punctuation to the end of the email.
He was basically asking or observing that the system isn't working. And we need to revisit, you know, that whole system and our expectations of them. Yeah. And he was the last one up. We had 34 people.
What was it you heard about the ACO? Just concerned about it?
Yeah, it was, people felt that, that there was money that was going to what they stated was as a for-profit entity, and that was potentially having an impact upon Medicaid. That's my best interpretation of what I heard from them.
We had one that echoed that too.
Don't take our Medicaid dollars was the kind of consistent. There were 3 or 4 of them that said that. Bob, how was yours?
We were Rutland. It was very good. 42 spoke. And there's probably 55 or 60 there. I didn't do a head count. Partly because at the very beginning, there's still a few dribbling in, but as they speak, they dribble out, so it's hard to get an accurate count anyway. So, anyhow, yeah, and not to go on all morning with this because I've heard the same exact issues that have already been mentioned in pretty much in the same numbers. So I always thought that, you know, the statewide organization filtered down and sent them out to all these, and you know, that's why you got what you got. So it was very good, very good. Everybody was polite. We had 8 representatives and senators there.
Wow.
They just flowed in for whatever reason.
And out.
But it was good. We were out of there about 7:30, and I'm on my way to Montpelier.
Yeah. Peter.
So I want to start off by saying that we were thanked for having more statewide outreach than we have heretofore had. You know, we had, I don't know how many spots there were, but I think it was like 8. That's my impression, and certainly we were in Kitty and I were in Dorset, and it's not the quaint village Dorset, it's the Route 7 side Dorset. Dorset extends, and it's called East Dorset, so that's where we were. There was approximately 20 folks there, 14 of whom spoke. We had Kathy James and Linda Joy Sullivan were also there with us. Heard much of the same thing, just really briefly. The Parent-Child Center, they're looking for the $4 million increase to the master grant, $1.5 million one time. 2 folks talked about that. The food bank, $500,000 one time or ongoing. I'm unsure. That 3 folks spoke to that. Early childhood educators just need to continue to work on that piece. One person talked about that. Level funding for the Council on Aging, one person talked about that. Farm to school, one person talked about that. The House Bill 744, talking about public access television stations, there's $100,000 in there. I haven't looked it up, but we had 3 people that asked about that. Working lands. We had one person that was so grateful for the help that she received some years ago from Working Land. She and her dad are off and flying, and their product is actually in Texas. A couple of the professional sports teams, can't remember the 2, so I won't even try, not the Cowboys. And so she's off and flying, and you know, but for a small grant there, she might not be. Someone else spoke to grid optimization and the electric vehicle piece that's in the governor's budget. Absolutely concurred with doing that. And then the last person talked about body cameras, supporting body cameras, and doing more drug treatment and education. So it was good. We gave everyone 3 minutes, and it was. Like I said, overwhelmingly pleased that we were trying to reach out to more locations around the state.
Marty, I didn't write down how many people were in here.
33.
That spoke?
Or
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I,
some
there were
extra.
probably a few more people that didn't speak, when they, so,
We had the.
maybe 40, but 33 spoke.
I don't know if you mentioned the Scotts were there, Scott Campbell and Beck.
Oh, yes, Scott Campbell and Scott Beck both came in.
I thought you meant the governor.
No, he didn't, but he had been there during the day at the Rotary. So,
So we were also thanked, and people were really grateful, and I think it was terrific also that public TV made a point of being there.
They were endorsing.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty.
I went home and
of
watched it.
Yeah. So we had, I mean, it must have been, it was well over 200 people.
263 at this
Is that,
already.
were you at?
I'm trying to.
Yeah. So that's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive.
I think so.
I can't
We're
think of a
doing our
time
job
when we've
well.
been, when we've had.
Yeah, so.
And the people out there are doing their job well.
Yeah,
That they all came out on a
to talk.
kind of dreary night.
Yeah.
I even connected him with one of ours who is a local gelato maker. Well, I'm gonna.
Visit.
I love that stuff. I didn't know there was such a person around Vermont making gelato. That's great.
We just eat it, right?
I don't know how many people here now remember her, Senator Cattell, Jane Cattell was there. And her daughter spoke, and so she was there she didn't speak, she just watched the proceedings.
Yeah.
Renewed some friendships with Bobby Starr and several of the others.
Do these want to go to Teresa?
Yeah, so we should give Teresa your sign-up sheets and I think all of your testimony. Boy, Teresa.
You don't want our notes.
You keep all of them.
Yeah. So thank you, guys. Good work.
How's that for time?
Before we split, for those of you who don't know, we learned at ours, with regard to the micro businesses, switchback, the brewery, that's how it started. Through a little,
We learned that too. Yeah.
There what? Switchback started through that micro business program that we've been, in many ways, asked to restore to the
Yeah,
budget.
and the woman who's doing the florist design now, who was almost going to leave Vermont, and because of the micro business, started a business, staying here, has now purchased a home, increased her business, more employees.
And
Yeah.
got the award from the Small
That's right,
Business
the
Administration as the best going.
It's a
Any
nice
other concluding thoughts? So we are on the floor. We should be there for announcements as well as the BAA. And then there, it looks like there's, caucus. At 12:45, there's voluntary introduction. I think that means Kitty would like us to be here, but we're not required to be here at all.
From various areas, so.
What is it?
It's about, it looks like it's a tobacco control program, and there's kids who wanted to talk with us, so it's not formal testimony, but it's at 1:45, and then at 1, I guess we're going to get trained.
So I guess the new trainer, Delia, and I want to just check in with everybody on your iPads because we have a path for saving files from the share drive over to your files that's quicker. And if it's not working out, we want to know why and what your settings are so we can fix them. Because I think a lot of people are running into headaches with this and we need to figure it out.
It's a group adjustment.
Group adjustment, yes. Okay.
IT Cairo.
it out that the sun shines down its